Hello everyone, how are we doing today? Welcome to the final, but maybe not quite final day of groups of the WardiTV Korean Royale. I say not quite final because it's possible we have one final day with like a couple of extra matches that don't get played today. I'm not 100% sure of everything that's going on. Right now we're just waiting for one of our players. Whoa, I didn't turn my camera on. Ta-da! There you are. Hello, hello, hello. As we get set to rumble. Gonna be Firefly Nightmare at the start of the day, but I'm currently missing Nightmare, so I'm kind of hoping that he shows up. Yeah. TLDR, kind of hoping that he shows up the next little bit and we can get this underway and get that all started. So hopefully we can figure that out and get everything rolling. How's everyone doing? Welcome to the stream. I'm Wardy. We are live today on Twitch and on YouTube, so if you are on YouTube, oh yes, or even if you're on Twitch, oh, I didn't even make an event for this on TL, oh my goodness, hang on guys, hang on. That's a disaster. I've been all over the place lately, honestly, the last couple of weeks I've been terrible, especially with doing just StarCraft stuff that I should pretty much always be doing. I apologize, I've been very unorganized, which is typically very unlike me. That's just not really something I'm like at all. Usually I'm very organized, especially when it comes to my StarCraft stuff, but I've just not been good at it lately. I'm struggling to stay focused and struggling to get stuff done as it's meant to be, so apologies. There we go, so event is up. I'm looking for a Nightmare, and if I can find a Nightmare, we can get started. If we can't find Nightmare, well, I've got no idea what we're going to be doing, because Nightmare is meant to be playing across the first 2 matches we play today, so... Cool. I'm just gonna double check to see if anybody else has sent me replays, because a bunch of people have played preemptively because people are starting to travel to Dallas. Apparently, no one thought it was a good idea to start, figuring out stuff about flying to Dallas and like pre-playing matches until like, 20 hours before they fly, which is always great. So yeah, that's a little bit, been a little bit of a wild one as well, but such is the world. We will get on with it all. Yeah. Just waiting to see if Nightmare's here. We'll give him a few minutes. Usually Nightmare's nice and on time. Usually Nightmare's pretty organized, so... I don't imagine he's gonna, I wouldn't think he would be late, but I guess we shall see. We shall see. We will see. I mean, he may just be in like a ladder game that's gone long or something as well. That is a possibility, so... we will find out ASAP. But otherwise, hello, how are you all doing? This is the WardiTV Korean Royale action. Live today for, like I said, what should be the kind of final day of groups. I, as well as many others, will be traveling to Dallas tomorrow. Like I say, some players have already started to travel there. So this is my last stream for about a week because I don't even get back until like Tuesday evening after Dallas. I have a late flight on the Monday. Coming back, I fly overnight, and then it means I get home like Tuesday night my time. So after the day, it'll probably be a week tomorrow that I'll be streaming again. That'll be for the Kung Fu Cup action. So if you guys want any more Wardy action, you'll have to go through the daily YouTube uploads. They are all preemptively scheduled, so there will not be any days missed. So in that regard, we should be all good. Alright guys, a couple of shoutouts then to start us off as well while we're just waiting. Thank you so much Siru coming in for the 22-month resub and also Task Horizon on the 64-month resub. Question, why isn't Maru ever in stuff like this? Well, Maru was in the last 2 seasons of this tournament, so that's not completely true. He declined his invite this season because he had GSL and Stars War and Dallas, and he didn't want to play in another thing on top of all of those, which is fairly understandable. I probably could have picked a better time frame to run this event in, but generally Maru doesn't play in smaller events because he just doesn't need to. But he actually did take part in the last couple of these at least, so still no sign of Nightmare. We're gonna give it 5 minutes, and if not here, then we will continue onwards. So yeah, guys, but TLDR is we are just missing Nightmare. He has not replied. And we will see what's gonna happen. Hmm. So yeah, we're just like I said, we'll just give it a few minutes. If Nightmare isn't here, we do have Gumiho Classic pre-played from replays, so we can cover that and then continue on. Basically would be my fix for this. So we will in 3 minutes time we will start a match. Just we might go Gumiho Classic to start the day, and like I say, Nightmare's just not here. And then if Nightmare shows up a little bit later than that, we can get started. If he's not here by the time we finish Gumiho Classic, we'll just move on to the next series, and that just saves us time. Although Nightmare's scheduled to play 2 in a row, so I don't know what his what his game plan is if he isn't here right now. He's 2-2 in the group. Is definitely not. In fact, he was meant to kind of play 3 today, I feel like. So yeah, I don't know where he is. He's just completely MIA. All right. Well, like I say, just waiting a couple more minutes, and then we will go into something either way. So roughly know what's going on. Again, apologies, guys. Happy Dog's playing all the time. He's so diverse and fun to watch. Yeah, Dog's awesome to watch. Let me just move some stuff around, guys. Alright, we'll go into replay first then. We'll go into Gumiho Classic. Alright, just letting people know what's up and what the deal is. So we are missing Nightmare. He's just not here at all. So we're going to dive into Gumiho versus Classic instead, guys. Again, apologies for a little bit of a slow start. Just trying to... Well, we're just missing players and stuff, so I've got no idea what's going on. We'll just do our best and make do with what we can do. Because the TLDR. So, get this ready to start. Let's go into Gumiho vs Classic, first matchup of the day, guys. Thank you for a little bit of patience while we got this all going. But we are good to go now. So we're going to get this underway, started off, and into our games. Let's do this. Alrighty. Bottom right-hand corner of the map as we get going today on the WardiTV Korean Royale action. This is going to be our blue Terran player. This is Gumiho. As we have in the top left-hand side, the red Protoss. This is going to be Classic. Let me get this underway. Simulator coming down, just going to be having ourselves a pro coming out to the left-hand side and just get ready to rumble. Coming down to the bottom. I was going to be heading all the way down to the bottom right-hand side. It's just going to get us a little bit of a scout going on here to get things underway. Everything looking fairly regular in that regard. Let's just look to see a little bit of what is going on. Probe continues to patrol about, Cybercore coming through, and obviously nothing too crazy in the first few moments. As our Cybercore is about to finish, Simulator coming through. As that probe moves up, Nexus comes around. Just going to be seeing everything looking fairly normal. Just have ourselves the probe being all the way on the bottom left-hand side, really trying to see what's up. Of course, when you scouted, he did see just a single gas, so you shouldn't be too concerned. But just double check that there's no proxy on the follow-up here or anything along those lines. Dev continues to shade around. Just going to be heading down to the bottom right side. Again, Stargate coming up. The Warp Gate and the Adept continue to come through. That's what our Adept is. Continue to shade. Back up this ramp. Just trying to get a little bit aggro for the moment. Obviously just trying to pick up information as Adepts do. Again, Heli and the Marine continue to come over. Just going to be seeing the units moving across. I'm just going to be chasing that down. That's actually kind of nice if you get rid of the Adept, and the Hellion stays alive as well. So Gumiho with a little bit of a win right there, as he does now pull this Hellion back over to the Natural. He's just going to move his Natural into position as well, so looking pretty good here. It's Phoenix on the way out from Classic on the Stargate opening, so he gets that set up. As we do have ourselves the couple of cyclones continue to come through as well. Get that underway. So bring those cyclones in and just have ourselves, obviously with the medevac coming up as well, some potential aggression here on the side of Gumi. So opportunity to try and get kind of aggressive next couple of moments. That medevac popping out. But generally expect us to go across the map here, I think, is a pretty reasonable assumption in these situations. I mean, there's the medevac starting to move now. I'd say that's kind of the expectation in this scenario as we start to move out across the map. So on a journey we go, but the Phoenix is going to intercept. Phoenix have got energy for a lift, however, they lift one cyclone. It's not good enough to save that Phoenix. That Phoenix will still go down. Phoenix still gathering, just getting a little bit of a lift off. Just gonna have ourselves the Raven coming through, the Cyclone still building. There's a lot of Cyclones here from Gumiho. This feels like it should be very good against a Stargate style because the Phoenix can lift Cyclones, but if there's too many to lift them all, then your answer to those Cyclones suddenly just doesn't exist. Question mark, right? Like that kind of gets very interesting. So, intriguing stuff. We do have a Depths and a Stalker gathering here on this side of Classic, just on this natural ramp. The few Phoenix still making their way across the map as well, so away they go. That one little lift off, another couple of SCVs going down, 2 workers dropping so far. Raven is still on the way up, the Interference Matrix is coming through. We just have ourselves the Immortal, the Phoenix, the Robo Bay, all building for now. You have the Cyclones continue to press forward, Raven overhead, and we continue to get settled down here for the moment as we get set up. And at the end of the day, I really felt like this was going to be a bit more of an aggressive push in from Gumiho. Gonna have this army gonna get pushed away though. Cyclones continue to retreat away. A couple of Phoenix lifting up. Auto turrets going down as well. So just gonna get those dropped into place and take this engagement. It's actually pretty aggressive from Gumiho. He's gonna continue to chase, get to the Interference Matrix on the Immortal. Really is nothing to stop these Cyclones at the moment. They're just gonna be pumping out damage. The Phoenix will dive through, looking for the Raven's going to come at a cost though. Multiple Phoenix going down. Classic's Phoenix count getting absolutely decimated here. So getting shut down hard as we turn back toward the upper left side. Another Phoenix still on the way through. That Immortal is still building as well. Next on the way, 3 more factories from Gumiho. I said there was a lot of Cyclones. We're going to continue to see a lot of Cyclones as we just fully build into mech for the moment, is apparently the plan. Colossus on the way, obviously Classic. Gonna stick to that Phoenix Colossus setup. Against Mech, it can be fine. Obviously, Mech is one of those weird things where you don't play against it a lot as a Protoss player, so kind of figuring out your composition against it is always a little bit tricky. I actually just kind of like this. As long as there's lots of Immortals, I think we're going to be okay. It is important to have some splash damage, though. You want to be able to splash through the front line so you can actually get onto the more tech units easily, so your Immortals aren't wasting shots on Hellions, for example. Even Cyclones to some extent take a bit of splash damage too, so I think a couple of Colossus is still going to be okay here. My main concern is how much Classic lost in the early stages of this game. Resources lost is definitely in Gumiho's favor. He did lose the 2 Ravens. Against Phoenix, I guess that was going to be inevitable at some stage anyway, so maybe not the end of the world there. More Stalkers getting warped in. We continue to sit tight for the moment here. Have ourselves the army just moving out. It is from Gumiho coming straight across the map, so looking to see if we can get something done over these next couple of moments. Everything can actually back away. There's a couple of pros going down. Stalker's already warping in over here as well. It's just getting those on the move. The Hellion run by is what finds a couple of probes on that 3rd base. Classic not exactly in the greatest of economies right here. Trailing by about 10 workers is obviously really not ideal. So in that regard, we're definitely not looking great at all for Classic. So his economy is not in a great spot. This game in general is just obviously not in a great spot for him so far. Fortunately, does not seem like that's going to be resolving anytime soon. As Gumiho just sets up to defend his 3rd. I mean, I guess time is somewhat Classic's friend. Classic's going to come attack in. Gonna try and go before the mech army set up. I just cannot feel as though Classic Zombie is set up well enough to deal with this at all. All those Immortals fighting, or all of these siege tanks firing. Well, Immortals are absolutely able to close the distance, and they do get rid of every single siege tank here. A few Cyclones remain, SCVs are pulled in. Maybe Classic was absolutely correct to be going on the offensive here, as we do see the cleanup happening. Liberators are going to come in overhead as well, so they're going to come siege up. Stalkers and all the rest going to be in some trouble. Couple tanks still firing away. These reinforcements are starting to play cleanup. Yeah, I was going to say, go get that Colossus. If you get rid of the tech unit, I feel like a lot better about this. Stalkers, very manageable by the Terran army, by the Terran mech forces. You know, tanks have bonus damage to those Stalkers and everything, right? So that's not really a concern if you can get through those. It's the tech units that might be an issue, and we do clean up every single one. That means this game is going to continue through. These Stalkers, I was going to say, maybe want to blink over. These tanks on the left side are in range, which is why the Stalkers are taking so much damage. Now there's a lot of Stalkers to lose for not too much of a gain just yet. And again, Stalkers are not the cheapest units to be replacing. We are heading ourselves into these Zealots, but the problem is as well, these Stalkers didn't have blink. I thought they might blink across there, but the reason they didn't is because they don't have blink, so the cool play cannot actually happen. Allied Council still about to finish. We've got ourselves the Hellbat drop in the main base. It's actually going to find a bunch of workers here as well, so that is happening too. Just action all over the place so far. As our Colossus Stalker just goes to push that medevac away to the upper left. Liberators and Hellions are going to come moving forward as well. Just going to move straight on up and get into position on this base. I mean, that's a bunch of probes that are going to die. I mean, they're all dead. There's nothing here to protect these guys, so they are just going to absolutely drop. And that is a ton of damage done. Huge amounts being achieved right now by Gumiho. And you can see the oversoul supply is going to end up in his favor. Classic on that one big attack really had a lot kind of vying for it. Like, it really needed to do a lot, and it did okay, but obviously not good enough. Right now, Hellbats are killing Stalkers in the main base. Apparently, that's the position that we're currently in. Just in case this game wasn't wild enough right here. We're actually going to see Stalkers dying to Hellbats. Apparently, that's a thing, so cool. Okay, if you say so. Classic going to GG out of this one. He is very, very aware that this one is just too far gone. So Classic gets out of here, and he is going to take Gumiho the 1-0 lead in this best of 3 series as we kickstart the WardiTV Korean Royale. So just a little bit of info, guys. Nightmare did show up, so we do have Nightmare's games going to continue. Just like I say, we'll continue with Gumiho Classic. We'll just catch back up on the Nightmare games in a little bit. That's all good. Like I say, that was just a little bit unfortunate in terms of the fact that that was how we were meant to start and everything. Alright, just updating everyone here, guys. All the casters know what's going on. As we get to continue through. Alright, perfect. Get this underway. Hey, I'm sorry, so I got a little bit distracted earlier, but I just want to say as well, obviously we're live on the YouTube. If you watch on YouTube, it will, yeah, if you're watching on the YouTube, it would be amazing if you can go and click the like button. Give it that thumbs up. It helps out so much. The faster we get them likes in, the more people that YouTube recommends the stream to, the more views we get, the more we can get out of streaming on YouTube. So if you're on the YouTube channel, it takes 1 second to give it a little scroll and a little like. It really just takes a moment, so do check that out. It's really appreciated. Game number 2, and in the top left-hand side, leading 1-0. This is going to be our blue Terran player. This is Gumiho. Taking on in the bottom right, our red Protoss, we have ourselves Classic. Game number 2 of this best of 3. Get this one underway. I'm just on my way to give my own YouTube stream a like. Just, you know, just do my own part. Sorry, it was just making sure I was doing as I preach. Thank you for hitting the like button, blog and snoggle. Appreciate it. Am I drinking mango juice? I wish I was. It's just plain old orange juice. Just basic orange juice. To be honest, mango juice in the UK doesn't taste that good. It's not like good fresh mango juice, so... I was in Singapore a couple months ago, and God, they had some freaking good juice there. Not gonna lie, the juice was absolutely part of the highlight reel of Singapore. That's very good. No, I'm just having orange juice because, well, usually I have a glass of orange juice every morning, and today I've just been a little bit hectic and busy. I was packing to go to Dallas and stuff, so I literally just didn't get my... Because I didn't get my glass of orange juice until like right now, so yeah, I'm just having my, having my morning orange juice just midstream. Instead of instead of pre-stream, I guess. When will Maru play? Not in this tournament. Do I like the StarCraft mod, the Evo mod? I've not looked at it or tried it, honestly. I'm not a Brood War guy, so one half of the races don't have any interest in me or don't understand what's going on, like, it's hard to have an interest when you have not watched any Brood War and you don't really care about Brood War, I guess. Like, I try to watch a little bit of it, but, like, I don't really know what the units are and stuff and what the differences are, what I'm meant to be watching, so... To me, it's not very interesting because it's not StarCraft 2. I don't know. I just really like StarCraft 2, man. I just really like StarCraft 2, yo. What can I say? Color Marine's coming up. The Cyclone is coming out. A starport in the main base as well gets going on. Starport is about to finish. Again, a few Marines just chilling. And we do have a Stalker coming over. I know I've not done a lot of observing here just yet, but we also have this proxy gateway on the left side. So Classic going to get aggressive into and a player that is expanding, just not expand on the low ground. Let's just see a couple Stalkers. Just going to go chasing down that Cyclone. A couple gates still coming up. The probes are coming in. Orbital is going to lift off and move over towards the natural. Rex will drop in. Factory going to move across, build a reactor. Stalkers want to get that Cyclone. A few Marines are still going to be hanging about and putting some damage back in as well. Those Stalkers still taking some shots. I'm going to go chasing. Turn back around. A couple of these Stalkers taking hits. Medevac going to get taken out. Uh-oh, this is bad for Gumiho. Chasing forwards into this amount of aggression was absolutely a disaster for him, as Gumiho is going to be in a world of trouble. That's just GG's. He just dies on the spot as the 3 gates of aggression are just going to be way too much, and Classic is going to win out that easily. I mean, this was an expansion, but obviously you delay your tech to be aggressive, and when you delay your tech like that, it puts you then in that kind of a weird position where you kind of got to get something done, If you ain't getting something done, you're kind of essentially just putting yourself in trouble. So, yeah, that was a wild and quick finish, as that is going to wrap up game number 2. And now we get to go to a game number 3, with this being tied up 1-1, and we are just going to go and see who can win this matchup. Position in this group, Gumiho 2 and 4. This is last match of the group. A loss here, and he's pretty much out of the tournament. A win, and he's got a chance of a tiebreaker where he could maybe possibly advance. This is very good for Ryung so far, because even if Gumiho wins, Ryung will have the map score advantage over Gumiho. So that's a big deal as well, for sure. As I'm just going to get everyone invited in. Give me one sec, guys. Just gotta go host something on the other screen as well. Multitasking. Multitasking, multitasking, I don't know why I'm trying to make a song out of it. Alright, let's get this one underway, guys. As we see what goes down. Alrighty, let's get the games continuing through. As we go into Ghost River for our next map. Yeah, thanks for joining us so far today. Let's keep on enjoying some TVP between Gumiho and Classic, as we have got in the top right-hand corner the Blue Terran, who was not ready for the aggression there in that game number 2, allowing this series to get tied up. We have ourselves Gumiho. In the top left, we have ourselves the red Protoss player. This is going to be, well, you know, it's Classic. I'm excited for this one as we continue through. I really feel like we have some fun possibilities here for Game 3. Ghost River, especially the map, kind of makes this a very aggressive game as well. That's also something funky to look at as we have a little Chrono Boost coming down. We get that underway. There's a Proby, already coming across the map here from Classic. Gonna be heading across the map and just having a look to see what exactly it can get up to, see if there's anything in particular it can find, spot, or any of the rest of it. So the probe comes across, SCV is gonna turn around to nibble. Again, that Cybercore coming in from Classic, and that's all very regular. This is exactly kind of the moment you would expect it to be, so not really any surprises there just yet. As our probe will just continue to scout. Obviously, Reaper is here. This is double gas, so potential for some more aggression out of Gumiho this time around, so that's one more thing we're going to be keeping our eyes out for as we get this underway. Probe just scouting through a little bit, just trying to see what is up. Heading back towards the upper left-hand side as the factory comes in on the side of Gumiho. So we get that started as well. We get that all rumbling. Factory reactor being built. Again, this is all off of the one base for the moment, so let's keep in mind that that little bit of possibility of aggression can come from Gumiho, and it would not be too unexpected if he was to be aggressive from this kind of a position. Reaper is here. He's going to poke around. He sees the Nexus, though, and the Nexus time alone is nice, and you also see a Stargate on the low ground, so all the information is just gifted to you here for Gumiho. There's no twists and turns in this setup. This is just very well understood from the very first moment of the game in terms of where we're going. Let's have this Reaper still moving around, the Adept still moving over. And the Reaper unfortunately does go down, which is a little bit of a shame. You don't usually see the Reaper go down so quickly as that, so that is a little bit of a sad moment there. An unnecessary loss, one would say, as the Adepts, two of them together from Classic, going to move out on the map. The Stargate going to be utilized for Phoenix production from the very beginning, so Phoenix are on the way out. Wolfgate is still coming through. These couple of Adepts would love to find a way just through the map nice and easily. Would be incredible just to try and get some damage, but they shade here and they're going to get caught by a Cyclone. With that shade on cooldown, the best response from Classic is just to straight up recall those units out of there and just to get out of trouble. So that's immediately what they will go to do. As this medevac comes boosting forward, it's going to lift up. And now we get to go across the map to try and find some damage as well. So away we go. As the Phoenix is going to get there, the medevac going to get chipped away at as well. Obviously, medevac is going to have to be very careful with the fact that those Phoenix are out and hunting medevac. So one thing to be definitely a little bit cautious of as we continue to move over. Here's the couple of Phoenix still moving into position here too. Going to lift up an SCV. Try and get something done with that. And let's just have ourselves a Viking still in production. The Marines and a Cyclone coming back up the top. The Phoenix get chased away. And that Viking turns back around also. And everything's just going to settle back down. No one's really able to get through with the aggression or anything. So everyone's just going to be chilling for the moment. We get repaired. Get reset. The Phoenix going to come back through. Would love to grab a couple of SCVs just to start, nipping some damage toward the Terran player throughout this. This Phoenix come back around this bottom side. I'm going to be heading in toward the main base now. couple of those SCVs getting picked away at. A couple of Viking shots coming through. We do have our Phoenix continue to take hits. So again, unfortunately, this is damage done, but at a cost, as we do lose the Phoenix here. And again, that's pretty much the one thing you don't want to have happen. Meanwhile, Gumiho has decided he's going to test his luck across the map as he tries to get across the other side. That force field coming down to block him from moving up this ramp, but he can still come around the left. I think just seeing that there's no third base right now should be just good enough for Gumiho. He's just like, oh, okay, no third base. Fine, that's great for me. You know, if you're not taking a third super early, you're generally very happy as a Terran player. So I think Gumiho should be almost okay with this. As you see the Phoenix getting some good liftoffs here. That tank getting caught means they had to get dropped back down and then drop back down into the Immortals, which is obviously going to be instant death for it. We nearly got there for the medevac for the save despite that, but not quite good enough as the army continues to gather together. More depths is going to come about for the moment. Marines, tanks, Vikings still gathering up, and we do have ourselves the Robo Bay, the Nexus, the Immortal continue to come through as well. So just a little bit of everything still being brought out here, as we do see an army pushing across the map on the side of Classic, coming straight across, try and have something to say. Good depths are continue to shade over as well, so we continue to bring that through as we get all the way across to this other side. And we are going to be having the Bioforce getting away. The Phoenix in the main going to go after some SCVs. I was going to say maybe we lose one Phoenix here, but not even that is going to be the case. More units back out into the center. Nexus coming down as well. Army still moving and cruising. Obviously, as they get the third base up here from Classic. It's not the fastest third base ever, but at least he's finally getting to that third base. At least that will now be available to him. So that's a nice little plus as our Depths and our Models is going to continue onto this set of rocks, clean this out, open up this left-hand side. Still more Phoenix traversing around the top side of the map as we go. So just going to keep on moving around with those at the moment. Our Phoenix continue to hang together. Observer just going to be sitting tight over here. Also just going to be chilling for a moment or two as we get our Vikings and Siege Tank all gathered up. Now we've got another scan coming through just for the moment. This Phoenix still chilling up to the top side, and again just looking to try and stop any drops coming over. Gumiho's own third base is on the way through at this point as well, so that's going to be a big important positive. Having that third base coming out is going to help a lot, so we are heading into a bit of a macro game here. 3 bases on 3 bases. We kind of got there in that first game as well. It just, the game was already somewhat kind of heavily damaged before that point, and this time it feels like we're both getting here with players in very comfortable spots. Classics, you know, army count and worker count are very good and solid. There's no kind of losses there in the early stages, no Hellions that have run by. We've lost a few SCVs to these Phoenix once again, but that's kind of expected damage when you're playing against the Phoenix, right? I mean, it's difficult to stop the Phoenix just trading out shields for SCVs, so you can push them back. I mean, losing 5 extra there is a bit expensive, but he had a missile turret. It's just, again, those Phoenix can really just trade their shields for SCVs. So again, that's kind of an expectation. As long as the Terran player stays within 10 workers of the Protoss, then the Mules are going to be covering the difference. So I'd say Gumiho's keeping himself in a just perfectly fine situation when it comes to the economy. I wouldn't say there's any real concern there as our Phoenix come back over to the far right. The medevac in this main just going to be unloading a few more of these Marines. Just getting those out once again. Storm on the way up. Stargate and a fleet beacon on the way also. Continue to bring all of this through for now. Vikings will be able to grab an observer. So that's actually a pretty nice catch. Getting rid of that. The Phoenix is going to continue to come across as well. Just going to be starting to dive in. A couple of these SCVs begin to drop down dead. Continuing out down to the bottom. I mean, again, the map control of the Phoenix is really one of the main things that we're seeing so far. As Zealots, Immortals, Colossus continue to join together. A couple of questions just quickly in the chat about who's playing later today. Pretty much everyone's playing today. We've got games from Björn, Hero, Rainor, Dark, Shin. We've got... there's been, I think, no Bunny, because Bunny's one of the only players that's completed all of his games already. But yeah, we've quite a few games tonight, guys. We've got a lot of the players. Pretty much everyone that's in the tournament is participating. So it's yeah, it's going to be quite the day. As you see these Phoenix taking a few more shots, just getting pushed over to the sides. Just trying back into the center. Again, just a few SCVs going down here and there. Love that we've got the Prism now active as well, also looking for opportunities. Plus the attack coming in. A couple carriers on the way up. Classic loves doing this, by the way. One of the fastest players ever to tack into the carriers. He does this so frequently. A quick tech to carry is something he just goes on and on and on for. I mean, he is absolutely loving playing this. He does this in a lot of like in a lot of his matchups as well. He'll do it in PvZ, PvP, and PvT. He loves just being like, okay, I'm in the mid game, and the mid game to me is a chance to start teching to the late game. Like the rest of the mid game almost just doesn't exist to Classic, which is kind of a little bit funny, I suppose. Hi, what's up, Matty Matt? How you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Do I think the SC2 versus SC1 is a trend, or it will settle and have some more tournaments? I honestly see it. I can't imagine it's going to be a long-term thing that's like supported and stuff. I think it's going to be more like, oh, there's a show match here and there. The problem is, as it gets more figured out, it probably becomes less fun to watch, would be my guess. Like, it's very fun right now, but I mean, I haven't watched any of it, so this is really just me guessing, but things like this usually are very fun and unique at the start, but when it gets figured out and meta settles, you're not really in a place where people are balancing SC2 versus SC1, right? And then you're generally... So unless it's somehow already automatically very fun and balanced, then I can't imagine it's going to settle down to be some kind of permanent feature and have major tournaments and stuff. But I think show matches every now and then will be fun. To me, it's kind of like, as Phoenix dive in again, taking some loss in the process. To me, it's kind of like 2v2. I always think it's fun to watch a 2v2 tournament. If we casted 2v2 every single week and the players played 2v2 every single week, people really figure out what's really good in 2v2. And then 2v2 becomes way less interesting to watch because it's just, oh, the Terran player is meching, the Protoss player is building carriers, and we are off to another long-ass macro game because no one can break the other guy. You know? So, I don't know. Obviously, it's possible. I mean, it might be actually just very good and naturally continue to be very fun, but it would have to already naturally be like that, I think, if it wants to continue through the way it is. And just have our army coming across from Classic. The benefit of having built into a terrifying late-game Protoss army is it's going to look freaking awesome coming in to attack your opponent right now. So in we go. Storm's coming down. Gumiho getting a little bit choked up at the front. Storms continue to drop. We see a tank going down. Time Warp gets dropped in as well. It's going to slow things down with the help of that mothership. So even the mothership becoming useful, using some cloaking now as well. As we do get rid of the two orbitals that are at the front, so if nothing else, we've cleaned up a couple of these CCs. Now we're going to have our carriers continue to press through. Another Storm drops in. Missile turret firing back, and, well, it is Classic who does take a step away after this, but Gumiho is going to be on the trailing end of resources following that trade, so look at Classic, just 4 more carriers on the way. Again, he just rebuilds straight back into them. There's no stopping this guy, honestly. As he really does just love this kind of aspect of it, as we are going to be having. Now Phoenix diving through, Stalker's blinking back, and the Interceptor's going to launch forward as well. In we go. I mean, the High Templar getting into the fight is difficult because of those siege tanks and the EMPs as well. That was a good EMP, actually hits all the High Templar underneath there. I was worried initially High Templar were going to get siege tanked to death, but they were able to stay away during the tank's lifespan. Obviously, Classic needs a moment now because he actually needs to rebuild Interceptors before he could realistically go for another push. At that point, you may as well probably wait for this extra round of carriers to be on the way and to kind of arrive across the map as well. So I imagine Classic is just going to wait about... maybe he goes... he's still like only half Interceptors. I don't think right now. Maybe like 20-30 seconds. I mean, basically full Interceptors, right, would be the dream time to go here. That probably gives the other carriers a chance to catch up and get across here too. You have 1 Storm left on that little group of High Templar, which is trying to move around and catch the Storm. So now there's 1 Storm left, 1 energy One high tempo with energy. The Ghosts obviously looking pretty spry as they do get caught a little bit by the Colossus. Tanks are flying away again. The Mothership goes down this time. I just don't know if we've got enough to fight against these Interceptors. +2 air weapons as well, so these Interceptors are going to absolutely chunk through units. They just got to pick what they're going to target fire on. They get rid of a couple of Ghosts. The Interceptor count is not going down. You can see the carriers are pretty much still full. A Storm does come out of nowhere. Forces the Marines to split. We still got a Colossus lasering down Marines as well. The anti-air is dying, and that is pretty much just going to be that. As that is going to be GG's, and Classic is going to be taking game number 3 of this best of 3. That is going to be a 2-1 in this series. So congratulations, Classic. Well played. And he gets himself a win. And that's pretty... I think that more or less eliminates Gumiho from the competition. It does. Gumiho is officially out of this season of the WardiTV Korean Royale. He is out of here. That's Firefly and Gumiho both eliminated. And now, Nightmare 2-2. He is going to be essentially... It basically comes down to Nightmare versus Ryung. Ryung is 3-4, all matches played, good map score. Nightmare is 2-2, also on 0 map score. So it really comes down to Nightmare's remaining results. Nightmare has to win 2 out of 3 of his series against Firefly, Dark, and Classic. It's not going to really be easy, is it? This is not going to be easy at all, so we will be waiting on that. As up next for us is going to be Firefly versus Shin. Perfect. All right, guys, we're going to take a couple minutes here just because we're waiting on that Firefly Nightmare series, which obviously started a little bit late. So we're just going to wait on that to finish up, and then we're going to come back to you guys. So I'll just take a quick break screen while that is happening. And, yeah, we'll be back in just a few. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll say hello to all the YouTube viewers because we got 350 viewers on YouTube, which is wild. I think our peak viewership on YouTube last week was our peak and that all time, and that was like 420. And today, after one series, we're at 350. So thank you so much for tuning in, guys. I appreciate it. We're going to be back with this next series in just a few moments. It's going to be Firefly. It's going to be Shin. Like I say, we just need Firefly Nightmare to finish up their games, and then we can get into that next round. So I'll just BLB while that happens, and I'll see you guys in just a few. Hello guys, welcome back. Yes, we're waiting for Firefly versus Shin. I don't think we're going to be too long. I don't think we're going to be too long, just a few minutes as we get going. So yeah, just waiting. We're still waiting on that Firefly Nightmare series to finish, but I don't think that's going to be too much longer, so that we should then be able to go into Firefly versus Shin fairly soon here. Ready to go. Wardy, thoughts on the ESL spring brackets? That's a great question. I've not even looked at them. Which is very unprofessional of me, I guess. Nah, I mean, they only just came out yesterday or something, right? Let's have a look. It's like 4 different pages on Wikipedia. Wait, where are they? They're not even on Wikipedia? Well, then I have no idea. I thought they came out. No? Alright guys, as always waiting for Firefly Shin. Like I said, it should just be a couple of minutes, so apologies for a slight delay here. Great time. If you've got any questions, to ask away. Great time to ask. Oh, the official on... Oh, the winner's stage bracket is out, I see. But not the open stage? I was looking at the open stage. Oh. Winner's stage... Maru's bracket seems pretty good for him. The dark brackets, yeah, several nice hero and Rainor is kind of a brutal bracket, to be honest. That seems kind of wild, but yeah. Alright, so we'll just wait a couple moments here, guys. Like I said, just hopefully we're going to see what goes on. Hopefully it doesn't take us too long. Yeah, I guess I'll bring these brackets up on screen just to chat for a few moments while we wait for our match. Sorry for the delay, guys. Winner stage. Why have they announced these but not the open brackets still? That's why the players know what their open brackets are, by the way. That's why I thought you guys knew, because I knew some of the players knew. So Clem versus Stats, that's fun. Clem has actually not been perfect lately, and Stats is playing pretty darn well, so... yeah, that's kind of a fun one. Oliveira versus Classic, also very fun. Classic, I think, is actually very good right now. Excited to see more from him. Estrella takes on Hero Marine. Yeah, that's fun. I don't know what to expect from Estrella and Hero Marine. To me, those are two players who I'm like, they could either be very good in this event or very bad. Either way, this section of the bracket obviously looks amazing for Maru. I think Maru is going to have a great time here. Cyril should be a big favorite against Nice. Then Hero Rainor in his section too. I mean, that's really brutal for Rainor. Like, that's just a horrible section for him. I think this is actually the worst bracket Rainor could have had. Thank you, Spirit Trigger Dark. I think Dark's a favorite, but we'll see. Yeah, it's a fun bracket, honestly. Anyways, guys, our players are pretty much ready to go, so thank you for that. Let's get some videos started. Perfecto. Alright, guys, making some progress on that. We'll be back into game in just a few moments. So we are making our way into the next set of matches. Again, appreciate a bit of patience. We just had a little bit of a scheduling hiccup, but that's okay. It's all because the start of the day was meant to be that PvP and now it wasn't, you know? It's alright, we'll get back to it. Got plenty of games to go through, lots of StarCraft to come today. It's going to be a good one. It's kind of warm in this room. I have to take the hoodie off. I'm just waiting for some videos to come through and I'll get some hosting done. Castle's in the game. First video just came in as post-youth, so we are on the way, guys. Progress is being made. Again, thank you for a little bit of patience. A little bit of a slow start. We should speed up. We should have just live match after live match after live match coming up in a little bit, so that should start to work out quite nicely. Just like I say, a little bit of a slower start than usually expected. I've now lost my bracket because I used it to go to the ESL bracket. Ay. Told Nora gonna get vetoed by Shin, so he gets a veto coming back. What do we need at SC1 versus SC2 tournament? I know nothing about SC1, man. Like, it ain't gonna happen. I'm sorry. There's a lot of people that are making content around it. I'm sure you can find someone who is. I don't really have much interest in doing it. I can barely fund my own WardiTV tournaments at the moment, so I would rather continue to fund the StarCraft 2 stuff that we can, instead of messing around with other stuff. I can get this other side of that thing you hosted. Perfect. Alright, so we are 5 vetoes deep. We need 1 more veto and a first map pick. We'll be really making some better progress, guys. Thank you for hosting, for holding out for us. Get this going, hopefully very soon. Should just try playing it on stream. I don't know, man. Like, it just doesn't interest me at all. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't interest me. We'll see how we're doing after Dallas. After Dallas, we come back. Maybe we'll be there'll be some fun stuff. Or maybe after Dallas, we'll look into it a little bit. Maybe that'll be the way we go. First map going to be Alcyone here, so we'll get this underway again. Thank you for a little bit of patience there, guys. I appreciate it's been a little bit between games. We should be speeding up from here on out. There shouldn't be as many breaks between games, we should be a lot more smooth moving from here on forwards. Let's get that first map hosted up, which will be Alcyone, as mentioned. And my maps are taking a while to load, of course they are. Perfect, alright. Progress is being made. With Firefly up, get them to swap races, and we can ready and go into this EVP, guys. Thank you so much. So we get ready to go. Ready, go, getting cold. Alright, we're going into Alcyone, guys. Let's get this one ready to go. Again, apologies for the delay. Like I say, from here on out, we should be a bit smoother moving. We just had a little bit of, because of a first player didn't show up today, kind of hit the schedule off. So I usually put a lot of effort into making sure the schedule is like we finish one match, the next match will be ready to go regardless of other results. Because the first match wasn't the one we were meant to do, that kind of threw it off a little bit. That's on the top right. Our red Protoss player. This is going to be Firefly as we kick this off. We get this going. In the bottom left, our blue Zerg is Shin. Alright, gonna jump on the indie cam for a little bit because I got a little bit of hecticness going on explaining some stuff with players, so just in case I get distracted. Indy will cover the observing instead of me missing everything, which is always good. Hatch setting up. Just gonna get ourselves a couple more drones coming about. This drone gonna sit down onto the natural here. Just gonna pop that into a hatchery, so just get that on the way. Just getting a little bit of a cancel over on that side. Anyway, still coming up, assimilator coming through. We got ourselves a probe building, the hatch and the gas coming up as well. So a little bit of everything on the go right here for the moment. See everything looking pretty cozy just for now. Last 3 moments do not take too much of a setup. Of course, Firefly 0-5 in the group at the moment. Shin was off to a good start in this group. He beat Dark in his first matchup, and if I remember correctly. Since then, it's not been as great for him. Shin is now, well, he's still 4-2, so he's in a good spot. This is his last match. A win here puts him to 5-2. That's a pretty good place to be in the group, obviously, so that's a big plus. So we'll see how that goes. As we just have the next coming through, the Cybercore coming up as well. Get all of this on the way. Cybercore continues in there. The couple of queens coming up. Overlord, Lings, all in production as well. It's bringing up a little bit of everything for the moment. Depth still coming out of this gateway as well. Two Lings is going to chase that probe out. We will get the third hatchery down on location. Obviously, the natural went down on the natural location as well, so there was no kind of messing around or delays there, so that was a pretty big plus. We get set up. And yeah, the Twilight Council Robo Facility both continue to come through as well, so we bring all of that into play for the moment. Robo Facility still coming in, the gateway still building up as well. It's just a little bit of all of that going through right now. And that Resonating Glaive's already getting started. bringing that online as our gates and our robo coming up as well. And a bit of everything on the way. There's our few Ling. It's going to settle into the front. Ling speed finishing shortly as well. And those Lings begin to move out up to the top left-hand side of the map. So a little bit of a journey over there. And a couple of gateways coming about as well. So just getting all of that on the go for the moment. The gate's coming up. Resonating Glaives is on the way out too. Extra gates just coming online. Just gonna have ourselves a Nexus third base, so actually gonna get Glaives, but also getting that Nexus obviously means that we are either looking to really fake it, or we're just looking to kind of pressure with these Glaives and then go for the follow-up. We do see Ling's gonna come in for the wraparound. Nexus actually gets cancelled, which pretty big deal. Ling's actually getting in there quickly from Shin, able to get that cancel is a nice big plus. As these Lings still gathering around. Depths will shade across. Obviously, you got that Prism there to reinforce. Goes on Robo Base. We're actually going to see Prism speed. No, we cancel that. Just going to build a Disruptor instead. So, going to head in toward that. Forge coming through. The Queens are going to come to the front. The Adepts and the Prism are going to be sat there for a little bit. Queens pulling back around. The Lings will continue to chase those Adepts for a little bit as well. Just trying to get something done for the next few moments. With Blink on the way in the follow-up as well, I mean, not really the greatest starts from Firefly. Didn't really get anything done with his initial setup or anything, so has definitely ran into a little bit of a struggle here, a little bit of a, a problem compared to maybe the initial expectation. As Prism moves back up the right-hand side, so continues to move along. Prism ready to unload a little bit here, so just bringing this out, dropping a few Adepts down. And we have the Prism actually going to come across and pick up a Disruptor. So just going to grab that, bring us back over here. Another Ling getting picked off as well. Another little bit of damage just being dealt in that regard. Just getting done as much as possible for the moment. Prism will continue to move across. The Adepts just now going to be kind of facing the problem that most Adepts face, which is that if you don't do well initially, the counterattack is going to pack a punch. Fourth base gets taken out instantly here. I mean, this is still mostly just Adepts. We do have a little bit of tech with the Robobay. Single Disruptor is out, but it's not nearby, and this is Shin just looking to absolutely rampage forwards and perhaps just pick up a very quick win in game number 1, as it's seemingly all gone wrong here from Firefly at the moment. We got a Prism still overhead, the few Lings still trying to make their way through. I mean, there's the Disruptor. How much is that going to achieve? We knocked down the pylon here, so no more warp-ins on this location. Disruptor should be savable, as the choke point actually has helped out these Adepts in a major way, so the Adepts get to live, and so far this is a hold. And we do see another round of Adepts warping in as well. Just getting those brought out right now as we have Prism still sat overhead, Adepts going in toward that Ravager, a little bit more damage being dealt. 10 more drones in production, Lair, and a few more Zerglings on the way out. Those Adepts will continue to shade out onto the map once again. It's just going to get moving across the other side. Spire will come up as we speak. Spire, Lings, Roach Speed, all being brought up right now. Again, that Spire just ticking along here. Going to be about halfway done next couple of moments. Do have our Adepts continuing to the bottom left. Queens are going to get there. Prism will take a few shots. Roaches continue out as well. Adepts will shade through, going in toward the natural expansion. Adepts still taking quite a lot of shots. Ling Roach Ravager does come through, picks those units off, pushes those away. Stalkers coming about, +2 attack, and the additional gateways are coming up as well. Prism still moving into position here, see what else can be done. Disruptor shot is good as a couple of the drones go down immediately. Queen's going to be able to finish off that disruptor either, so we do manage to get rid of that. Stalkers on the move about on Firefly's side. Moving back over to the right, we do see Ling Roach Ravager. And chased down a little bit by those few Stalkers. Honestly, Firefly making a pretty decent go of this right now, considering I feel like the start of this for him was really not that pretty. He's absolutely holding on. 4 bases now up. He's going to be against Mutalisk, so those mutas are going to be the big issue. If he can control these mutas, I honestly feel like he could step back in this game. Problem is, control mutas is very difficult to do. There's going to be a lot of them as well. We did not hold back on that muta production, so we really are going to have quite a few mutas to fend against. And he's kind of moving forwards on the map as well, which means you're not necessarily going to be in the immediately correct position to deal with the previously talked about Mutalisks, which are now going to move around and see what they can do. Diving in. Gonna get a little bit of a jump onto a couple of those Stalkers, so a bit of damage being dealt. Some block guys coming up. We got ourselves the cannon coming about as well. And see the mutas still coming back around. Obviously cannons and so on. Trying to stabilize this position. See what will happen. Just try and come back in. So honestly, I wouldn't even say the mutas have done too much. And we're going to go for even more mutas. Stalkers blinking through, keeping on chasing those Lings away just for a second longer. Do you have the mutas coming back across, getting rid of that Stalker there as well? Campaign Nest coming up, +2 melee on the way out, +1 flyer attack, still building Mutalisk by the way, so we're going to continue to just go deep on the Mutalisk count. We really want to establish that. There's more mutas pulling around the right-hand side. Seeing where they are going to move to. Charge coming up, +3 attack is on the way through as well. Just going to see how mutas continue to dive in. Just going to go for pretty decent commitment here, as we say. A lot of that probe Stalker line starting to melt away just that little bit. And now the Stalkers are going to be able to get some better shots off. And now the Mutalisks are taking some pretty serious damage. Don't get me wrong, Shin took quite a few shots here initially. But now? Well, you know, if the Archon's going to play cleanup here, I mean, this is still a lot of units that Shin has just thrown at his opponent. Rich enough to make this work, perhaps we'll find out soon. I mean, that's the question mark. If you're rich enough, then it can absolutely work fine for you. So yeah, Archon production charge still on the way up, getting all of that settled in here. Firefly's going to basically say I'm going to go across the map. The one thing Shin has not really shown is that ability to kind of just fully send it with an army. Like, he's not had an army that's just fully capable of fighting, I don't think. So maybe that's the one thing Firefly can take advantage of here still. Just going to see the rest of our Lings coming across. Zealots will go moving over as well. He's running it in. Zealots taking some damage. Just going to have ourselves 6, 7 more mutas coming up. The extra Zerglings all producing through. He's going to be back in his mineral line. A lot of probes going down. "26 drones dead, now 19 pros, full on base trade mode." Base trade in the Mutalisk player is scary, but I do not disagree with the decision. I think it's absolutely the correct choice based on how this game was going, based on what was starting to happen. It makes a lot of sense. Just come back in. We're going to see those Archons there immediately. Going to actually get a lot of splash on those mutas. Mutas are not going to base trade well if they're all dead from the Archons. Now, they may not all die, but that's a serious amount of Mutas being lost. There's still 2 Archons hitting big. More Archons recalled in, and they did huge damage as well. Oh my goodness, Shin is going to say GG's because he is just losing out base trade-wise, and Firefly's going to get the win after Shin really made some mistakes there. I mean, again, Shin's army was never really good for fighting. And then we base trade, but then he had to fight those Archons in the end as well, and that was never going to be pretty with just the Mutalisks. And just like that, we're going to find ourselves with Firefly at a 1-0 advantage. That is a huge result as we get ready for game number 2. Alright. Shin loses this, he's 4-3. He's still going to advance from the group. Pretty much guaranteed. He can't not advance from the group, but obviously an extra win here could put him above Cure, put him 1 round deeper into the playoffs already. The way that this tournament works is the more matchups you win, the better your score in the group, the less of the playoffs you have to partake in. The further around in the playoffs you start, the better result you're guaranteed from the very get-go. So, yeah, I mean, a win for Shin really does a lot for him in terms of guaranteeing him, a much better position in the group. Not one you want to miss out on. Is I'm missing somebody. I'm missing Firefly. That's who I'm missing. Alright, give me 1 sec, guys. Going to the wrong moment. Just gonna check if the players are ready. Go is called, and we can get this started. Perfect. Alright, guys, let's get this underway. More action here from the WardiTV Korean Royale today. And yes, anything that's listed on Wikipedia today should be streamed today, unless we really end up running out of time or something. We've got a lot of matches to get through, so sit tight on those. Let's get this started up. We go into the top left corner of the map with the red Protoss player. This is Firefly. Now up a game against the blue Zerg. In the bottom right hand corner, we have ourselves Shin. What's up, Lam? I'm hoping I say your name right. Hello from Vietnam. Hi, how's it going? Into the stream. Thanks for dropping by today. Good to see you. Firefly's Korean. Firefly's Chinese. The rules for this season of the Korean Royale is you can participate if you're either living in Korea or if Korea is just your home kind of StarCraft server. So basically, if you play on this server as your main server, which is, going to count as the Chinese players and so on. Now, none of the players that were in that regard, or in that sense of the kind of qualification, none of those guys were invited, but they were eligible to play in the qualifiers. So both Firefly and Jim qualified through. So that was just a little rule change we made this season. There's been a couple seasons, both last year's seasons, we had players asking us, saying, oh, the event's happening on Korea, we can only practice on Korea. So I figured, why not open the qualifiers up to them, and if they can show themselves, then they can do that. So, like I said, just a little bit of a rule change. And, focus is still on kind of supporting the Korean scene, but, these guys are practicing on the Korean server. These guys are helping the Korean scene in terms of that ladder practice as well, so give them a bit of love too. As we get ourselves a roll in for this game number 2 here, waiting to see where we're going to go. What the plan is going to be. Ourselves the couple queens out, link speed coming in. Obviously Shin choosing to really kind of rely heavily on the mutas in that last game. We'll see if that's something he wants to continue with again here. I'd be kind of surprised considering it didn't work out, and this map is a little bit less mutalisk friendly. It's still something you can play mutas on, but I think in this situation you don't really go back to mutas after that last one. Adept is going to shade by. A couple of Lings are going to come through. Stargate about to finish. The Adept is coming in. Oracle still on the way up. Void Ray building up here and just going to get ourselves, obviously, a little bit of a different opening from Firefly. So that Void Ray first. Going to remove a lot of the scouting potential. Once that scouting potential is removed, then we should be able to see some big things from there. As the gateway goes down, the Void Ray is still coming up. Spore getting put into place right now. Rainor play. Rainor's matches will be in probably a couple of hours or so from now still. Honestly, I'm not 100% sure of the order myself today because everything's a little bit of a mess, and I keep getting messaged by players being like, hey, by the way, I'm at the airport right now. And I'm like, what? And then they're like, but I played against my opponent earlier. And I'm like, well, okay. Could have told me this at some point before now, you know? Would have been cool. Would have been alright. Wouldn't have minded having a bit of prior information of this. Not meant to be, apparently. And there's Twilight Council and Forge coming up. The Nexus coming through. We get ourselves settled across the board here. So it's just going to be one Void Oracle and Twilight Forge. Definitely makes you question a little bit what the plan is going to be on this one. Definitely feels like there's something a little bit funky perhaps on the go. Moving about, blinking +1 coming up. We got a couple more probes in the Nexus on the way through as well, so just getting that settled in here. Oracle going to set up the stasis ward. Let's see the feeling is getting a little bit of a catch as well, so just going to get a little bit of a grab on that. And yo, Squire CD, how's it going, mate? Thank you so much for the 15-month resub. Wardy Hype is right back at you. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing great. Thank you very much indeed. Ling's going to come up to the other side. It's going to be moving through here as we get in for a little bit of a chase. Those Adepts going to get caught. Ling's going to get the cleanup, and we do have the Oracle still overhead, just hanging about there. Void Ray going to be nearby as well. Let's continue to bring this through. And Ezeltech, thank you also for the 6-month resub. Welcome back to the stream. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and helping events like the WardiTV Korean Royale happen. Again, guys, these events do not happen without your support. So if you are enjoying the stream today, do consider the usual following, subscribing, cheering, donating, super chatting, or whatever else. Anything that supports really does go a long way to us being able to run more of these events and being able to keep the StarCraft 2 content coming your way. You can become a YouTube member as well if you want. Anything that you even think is very little really does add up. It's the culminative effort of everybody supporting that really allows us to have run, thousands upon thousands of dollars of tournaments for the last few years. So do check out those possibilities. Don't forget your Prime subs if you're on Twitch as well, of course. And with that little south section done, let's get back to watching Stalkers chase down these Lings. The Oracle's hunting pretty nicely as well, doing a pretty decent job over there of just pushing that back. Baynest, Hydra Den both coming through. So Ling's still coming around here. Stalker's going to jump in. Queen is going to go down. I see the Ling's actually getting a little bit of a surround for the moment. Just going to be seeing the Ling's actually getting a very good surround. These Stalkers have probably chased a little bit too far, and Shin going to get a lot of value out of this. So, value being found. We are going to see Stalkers, the Void Ray, Queen's getting chased back away. Stalker's still going. One of those Queens already dropping. Just coming about, a couple Queens still coming up, additional gateways being brought through as well. There's a lot of Hydras coming up that right side. Just to attack, charge, both coming up. We continue to bring that in for the moment. Having ourselves still these stalkers making their way across. Just coming over. He's going to get us around. That Nexus is going to be wrapped around. That is going to die pretty much immediately here. Hydra still showing up. A cannon going down. Bling Hydra still moving forwards. This attack of Shin is looking pretty scary. Now, Firefly supply is good. It's just... Well, actually, this could be very good if you can chase these Hydras down. The Hydras are going to turn to fight, but we're going to get rid of a lot of them, so I think that's pretty decent. We'll continue to fight. A few more Lings streaming in. The Lings on the left side able to get a pick off. Hydra's still coming through. Yeah, there's going to be a good cleanup from Firefly. The problem is there's just too much damage being taken. Stalkers will warp in once again. And just continue to chase down. I mean, again, more probes dropping. Arguably, Firefly has one counterattack across the map. I always hate it, though, when you're left having to... yeah. You're basically left having to just... you know, basically go across the map and you've got no option to push into the Zerg on creep. Lings are going to be spawning and getting in the way of the units you really want to be killing. It's going to make life very, very difficult, so... we'll see as Ling Hydra Roach continues up. Yeah, Ling Hydra's continue to come through there, so a couple of shots coming in already. Hydra's continue to really push away, and those Stalkers taking a lot of shots right now, so damage continues to be done. Roach Hydra still coming chasing, and we have got ourselves that Firefly army getting turned around, and again, you've taken too much damage to just kind of back away from this or anything, so... yeah, I mean, that's the problem. You're kind of forced to keep on attacking into a Zerg who is very well set up in the game. And it does feel as though Firefly is quickly running out of options here in this game number 2. He will GG out, and that means that Shin is going to take us to a Game 3. This Group A has been the group of Game 3s, by the way. The amount of times this matches in this group have gone to Game 3 is ridiculous. Compared to, like, usual, it's absolutely wild as we get ourselves ready for that then. Oceanborn will be the final map, so let's just get straight into this next matchup and see what happens. Hell yeah. Okay, so a couple of people asking about the schedule. Let me just kind of roughly go through what I believe is going to happen. So, what we're probably going to do is after this, we're probably going to have Nightmare versus Classic, providing Classic is here. I'm not actually 100% sure if I scheduled that properly or not, or like told the guys, or if I saw Classic here before, but now I don't see him, so we will see. But I think we're going to try and go Nightmare vs. Classic live. Now, DRG's matches have been played ahead of time because of a player schedule and issue with flights, which apparently wasn't known about until earlier today. So that would fill in the Creator DRG Rainor live slot. And then we'd probably go Jim Hero, Rainor Hero, and then kind of just sprinkle in the other matches from there, just to try and figure out. We'll pick like a set of matches in an order that probably does us, you know, does it best, I suppose. Or kind of does it in the most kind of satisfying way in terms of rounding out the groups and so on, and mixing up matchups and stuff, so stuff like that. Who won, DRG or Creator? I've got no idea. I'll tell you once I've casted the games. Wouldn't be a great cast if I already knew who won, would it? So I'll let you guys know that one when we've casted. As I'm missing one caster, that's the only reason we've not gotten game here just yet. It's taken a while to get people in lobbies today, apparently, but it looks as though we're good to go right now, so let's get this going. Counting down into game number 3 on Oceanborn. I said they already played the game ahead of time? Yes? Yeah, okay. And that means I know the results. Why or how? Like, I'm literally making a show here where we watch tournaments and see how the games play out. Like, I've got no idea who won. As in the bottom right side is going to be our blue Zerg player. This is Shin. And in the top left, we have ourselves the red Protoss player, Firefly. One final map. And yes, I am. Yeah, I'm going to Dallas, so I'm going to be flying there tomorrow. I'm scared, guys. They booked my flight through the airline that the flight isn't with, so I haven't been able to pick my seat, and I'm absolutely convinced I'm going to end up on a middle seat on this 11-hour flight to Dallas, and it's been a long time since I've flown in the middle seat, I'm not going to lie. On a long-haul flight, I can just feel like it's going to happen. I've known that this is going to happen for like a month now. Not yet mentally prepared still, though. Yeah. But yeah, I'll be flying to Dallas tomorrow. Get there early. I'm just gonna, to be fair, like, I do check in because I have a flight before I get on my long flights, so I'm hoping that because I check out for that super early, they should maybe be able to give me one of the edge seats. Someone has to sit in the middle. I know, but usually I just pay for the privilege of not having to, you know? I'm just like, I will just pay to pick my seat. I'm very good about this because, you know, I like just not having to sit in the middle. So I will usually just be very prepared, not take the chance, pay for it. But I literally can't pay for it because, you know, they booked it with a different airline and I don't have and so they can't actually let me select my seat. It's weird. But yeah. We'll see. Worst case, I'm just going to be slightly grumpy for a few hours. There's worse things in the world. Couple lings and drone nibbling up at this pylon, so some damage being dealt there. Pylon will in fact go down, so that is going to get cleaned up right from the start. As we have the Stargate still coming through, the Adept is coming about as well. And all of that on the go for the moment. The few lings still nibbling up, getting some damage done. But Deb's still shading about. Hatch is still in position. Oracle Warp Gate coming through for the moment. Just going to get those lings and the queens here, and these Adepts are a little bit stuck in the corner, so they're going to start to drop on down, so they're going to get picked away at. Adepts going to continue to fight, and we are just going to be seeing our Adept continue to go in after a couple of those drones. At least I'm not too tall. Yeah, you know, right, I'm not too tall, but I feel like every time I have a middle seat, I end up with like a freaking giant next to me who then spreads into the middle seat space because they don't fit in, like, you know, they've got to kind of spread because, you know, they've got big legs. I feel like this happens to me every time, so I end up like super squished and like just nudging them the entire flight. I hate it. This happened to me on the way back from China. This absolute giant of a guy. So that it was like the last guy to board was the person standing next to me. I was like, oh god damn it. And this guy was an absolute giant, and he just like, it was the most uncomfortable flight I think I've ever been on. Pain. Yo, Fruit Cell, thank you so much for the 15-month resub. Appreciate it. As we get ourselves the two oracles moving forward, we're going to go into that Twilight Forge follow-up, so nothing too amiss from there. The oracles continue to fly by with the lings, the overlords, the queen all coming up. The oracles will continue to activate. Two drones already being dropped down here. The Twilight Council and Forge continue to produce on through. And that Phoenix is still just nabbing away at this Overlord. That's going to be a kill right there. So Overlord will go down. A couple of gates still coming up. That Rotron being built in as well. I think it's actually going to get a little bit of a wraparound here. So now Oracles continue to chase the lings away. Rotron coming up from Shin. This really is just the epitome of standard so far, although, yeah, okay, we're going to get the blink and the +1 star. I was going to say that's all we're really missing right now from the expected set of things. I get the middle seat. Will I post a self-entrance? I told you? No. I'll just deal with, I'll just sit in the middle of the seat and sit very still for 10 hours. I'll be okay. Like, I'm not the sort of person to make a big fuss over. I'm only telling this story as something to fill the gap. It's just funny because, like I say, usually I'm very prepared because I will just pay the whatever it is to book my seat, but I literally can't this time, so I'm very ready to roll the dice. The Deb's going to go shading back. We do see some Lings and Queens continue to move forwards. Oracle's gathering up as well. Again, +1 and Blink both continue to come through for the moment. Just bringing that in. +1 missiles continues up as well right here. Those things continue to the upper left-hand side. Robo facility coming through. The gateways are all building. We got ourselves a Nexus on the way up as well, so still a little bit of everything being brought up for now. Again, all of that going here. Stalker's is going to be around, moving about a little bit. You see the Ling's still on a little bit of a journey about as well. Next is coming through. And there's ourselves again that Igniter's Network Infestation Pit. All building up as well. As our Lings and our Roaches continue to move around. Just trying to see what we can get up to, what sort of trouble we can cause. Over these next few moments, obviously Ling Roach going to open up this space. There is the Swarm Host production that's going to start out. So there we go for a little bit of action to be on the way. So we're actually going to have a good chase down here. Actually going to be able to push back pretty substantially. And as you continue to move over. Swarmhost doing a lot of work. I mean, the push from Firefly obviously becomes all in with Swarmhost being allowed to do so much. Gonna get pushed over here, Stalkers continue to fight. Coming back over the left-hand side, Queen Roger Ravager getting in position. A couple of Cryptimas going down. And you see the Swarmhost going to drop some Locusts across. Going to be seeing those Locusts going to make a little bit of a move over then, so on a little bit of a journey. Just for now. Roach Ravager lane continues to come across. I mean, Firefly, problem is after losing so much to the Swarm Hosts and not succeeding on the other side of the map, now it's going to be difficult to ever rebuild anything, right? So that's going to be a consistent problem here. Plus 3 attack, couple of Nexus continue to come through. We do have the Roach Ravager still popping around. Stalker Zealot coming back across to the right-hand side. Plus 3 attack, a couple of Nexus all building up. Our Lings, Roaches, and Ravagers getting ready to move on forward. Ivan Hydrogen continue to build on in for now, as we do have, again, a lot of these units from Shin making a little bit of a shove into this base. We also have the Swarm Host hitting the natural at the same time, so the Robo Facility and potentially the Nexus will be recancelled there. That's going to be big damage done, so it looks as though Shin is continuing to just control this situation. I already mentioned how big a win this is for Shin if he gets it, because it really does put him in such a better place in this group, so helps him out massively. Nice network pops up, and you see a few more Lings popping across. Swallow's on cooldown for the moment, though, so still kind of waiting to see what the next step of this may be. As our Ling Roach Ravager coming over, the Swarm Host getting set still. In the end, Firefly just says, GG's, this is a little bit too much has gone by. And that is going to be our matchup. Shin 2, Firefly 1. GG's, and well played. Alrighty, guys, so that's going to round that out. It's going to wrap this up. And that will be that. Hey, what's up, Phony Cloud? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Fresh and new. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing great. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Really, really appreciate it. Hope you're doing fantastic today. So we're gonna just have a moment here. And this is the moment where I figure out what the next part of the plan was. Yeah. Alright, guys. Like I say, just trying to message people a little bit, trying to figure out what's up and where we're gonna be at. Give me just a few moments while we figure out what the plan is going to be. DRG Creator won't be next. DRG Creator will be in a little bit because that one's been pre-played. Yo, Booyah for all, thank you so much for the 16-month resub. Time for your driver's license. Hell yeah, drive into some more StarCraft. We are, either way, we are currently missing Nightmare for the moment. Let me just send a message and see what we can do. Alright, we're waiting on a couple players again, guys. I promise you, at some point today, we'll start going more smoothly. At some point, we'll just be like, game, game, game. At some stage, that will just happen, so. Who is Pikachu fighting in the background? He's just casting like a Thunderball or something. I can show you guys on Helicam if you want. And this is the back of the wardy room. Yeah, he's just casting like Thunderball or something. Not at anyone in particular. Just chill. This is the little back shelf Pokemon section. Well, there's Pokemon everywhere really, but. And there's a little RuneScape section with all the StarCraft stuff. Then there's that whole shelf of StarCraft stuff as well. I mean, you guys see most of that, right? Then there's more Pokemon. There's just Pokemon everywhere in this room. Little room tour. Oh, wait. Alright, so we're gonna have Nightmare vs. Classic up next, guys. We're just waiting on once again a player to finish a current match that's ongoing on the other screen, so hopefully will not be too long. Ellie can without Ellie. Yeah, Ellie's not going to be here today because she's downstairs sulking because Helen went out. Helen's gone to get her hair done. So Ellie is sulking that Helen isn't home. So she's just downstairs, literally just sulking about. So, yeah. She ain't here. She ain't here. Usually she only comes to see me when she's bored, but she doesn't get bored when Helen's not home because she just wants to go and watch out the window waiting for her mom to come back. Do 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 da 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 da. So yes, it will be Classic Nightmare. We're just waiting for Nightmare to come out of game. Hopefully, like I say, shouldn't be too much longer. It's a few minutes, hopefully, as the dream. Do 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 do. Typically, every single time that we are waiting on something, they decide to play like a freaking long-ass game. Just to, you know, make it take a while. What am I coming after this? Nightmare vs. Classic. Then Jim vs. Hero. Rainor vs. Hero. And then everything else in some kind of an order that I'm not 100% sure on. Because we will just make it to fit whatever we think is best for the stream. Not 100% sure. That much is what we're going to be doing because those are the live matches, so they will definitely happen in that order. Just chilling, guys, as always. So yeah, apologies for the delays. Like I said, just a little unlucky with the way things are getting timed out a little bit. It really felt like the game that we're waiting on was meant to finish as well, and it just hasn't, so yeah. Never lucky, guys. Never lucky. I guess just I literally do nothing but wait. I mean, I'm sorry. The plan for today is going wrong. Twist is the moment StarCraft actually died and there's no more games ever. Not gonna happen. We definitely have games. I can see games being played right now. I just need those games to finish to have the players here to do the other games, you know? That's all we're waiting on. That's all we're waiting on. I apologize. I know it's taking a little bit. I know it's taking a little bit. Oh, yeah. What's usually the schedule for media day? What, in Dallas? I have no idea. We usually don't do a media day. We usually show up to rehearsals, which is us. Okay, I'll give you a rundown of what happens on rehearsal day. They tell us to be there at like 5 p.m. We usually get there at like 5 p.m. We usually wait until like 7 p.m. before anyone actually realizes that we're there. We then proceed to start the rehearsal, which is us, 2 people stand at the desk, 2 people stand at the caster desk, and 2 people on break. So 2 people rehearse the break. We have like a little intro talk. But yeah, then we go to, we do a run through, they do the intro stuff. James is like, blah, 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 blah. And then 2 people on the desk are like, blah, blah, James. And then they're like, let's go to the casters. And the caster's like, whoa, AI1 is absolutely wrecking AI2. GG. And then they go to another game and they're like, this is the big GG. And then we pretend that the cameraman and the observer that's on stage shake hands like they were the players. And then we throw back to the desk, at which point the guys on the desk are already gone. And so that's basically the rehearsal. It's the most pointless thing you've ever seen. And the 2 people on break just sit there the whole time. The 2 people who don't start the show or just don't go to the caster desk literally just sit there the whole time during rehearsal because there's nothing to rehearse for them. Yeah. It's wild. It is wild. But that is literally what happens. I promise you, that's literally what happens. If you're on the break part, asked to redo the practice. Apparently it was funny because, and this is not to send hate or anything, it's just funny because obviously a lot of us have done this for a lot of time now, but last year in Atlanta, Beowulf and Steadfast were kind of new to doing the bigger offline events, right? So apparently they did rehearsal, and they weren't doing anything for rehearsal, they were doing the break. So then it ended, and then Steadfast and Beowulf were like, okay, our turn. We're like, and apparently, well, I wasn't there, but apparently they were like, no, not your turn. We go home now. that was it. They were like, what? But we need a rehearsal. What to do? We're like, guys, you'll be okay. So yeah, it is honestly just. It's more of like a check to see like. It's more of a production rehearsal than anything, just with us there to make sure that the voices, like the sound levels and stuff are good. We do the same thing the day after as well, honestly. Like, I honestly sometimes feel rehearsal day is more like a, oh shit, your flights got cancelled, you're gonna get there a day late. It still doesn't matter, right? I feel like that's more what rehearsal day is for than anything else. So yeah, it is pretty much more for production than it is for talent. It's just funny because, like, they do obviously do production-only rehearsals. It's just, like, they really don't gain anything from us being there apart from them knowing that we know what to do, but obviously we kind of know what to do. Right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, we've done this a lot of times before. Like, worst case, it's like, oh, no, we basically hear them say stage, and we were going to throw it a desk. We're like, oh, let's go to the stage. And we go to the stage when we thought we was going to go to the desk on the first match of the day. And I was like, well... now we know the order for next time. Should get cardboard cutouts of the casters. Yeah, and a soundboard for us as well. Actually, what does usually happen on rehearsal days, we're usually like, hey, you guys realize that the screen is just completely, like, not visible from where we're sat? And either the casting screen is too heavily tilted, too far away, too low down, or just somewhere like say I would like cast a game here, the caster screen would be like over there, right? And so that's usually what happens on rehearsal day too. Usually ZG sends a message like, hey, you guys realize that we just literally can't cast off this, and then we come in the next day and it's moved like 2 inches to the right, and it's like, okay, that's how it's gonna be. Yeah, that's pretty much rehearsal day in a nutshell. Is that the Bjorn card behind me? Yeah, that's the big Bjorn card from not this Katowice, but last Katowice. Has the dog match started yet? We'll be casting the dog match a bit further on. We have got Classic and Nightmare vetoing, guys. We're just waiting for them to do that veto process. Just waiting. I think Classic went BRB. Let's give him a quick message. And vetoes are underway for this PvP, guys. So a little bit of a slow start today for sure. In fact, a very slow start. How are we 2 hours in? Oh my god, we've had a really slow start. Okay, we're going to pick up the pace from here on out, guys. StarCraft will be non-stop. From this point on, no more stopping. No more stopping. Alright, videos are coming through, so we should be good to go in just a couple moments, guys. Thanks for the patience. This all happens to all the players. They're filming their intro and walk-ins. Yeah, I guess the players kind of do that. That's what the players do on media day. They usually do that like way before we do, though. Like, because obviously we usually get there when production is all set up and production has done all of their rehearsals and stuff. Then we get there. So, yeah, usually the players and all that stuff's long done before we get there. When did Classic come back? Like over 2 years ago? Veto, Post Ghost, Crimson Die, Amphion Gold, and we get a map pick here, and we'll all be off into this PvP, guys. Again, sorry for the delays. Keep this moving ASAP in just a moment. Alcyone. Alright, let's get this host up. Let's get this going, guys. Alright, players are readying up. Hello, go. We are here. We are good. Let's get this PvP underway, guys. Alright. Let's head into Alcyone. Let's get this ready to rumble. Let's get into this. In the top right-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Protoss player. This is Classic. Taking on the red Protoss player. In the bottom left corner of the map, we have ourselves Nightmare. Get this up and running. Get this underway. See how things are going to pan out. See how things are going to play as we get everything started up. Game number 1 of some PvP. Are we going to see aggression? Are we going to see just normal? Are we going to see 1 gates or 2 gates? So many questions to ask ourselves as we get started off here. let's see what happens. Again, thank you so much for being patient and waiting between the games, guys. Again, we've just had a little bit of, honestly, Nightmare being a little bit late to the start of the day has just thrown everything off schedule a little bit. We should have been much more smoothly moving through than we have been, so apologies for that. It's just caused us to have to wait for a match here and there. Obviously, the matches we've casted have ended up being shorter than the ones that we're waiting on and stuff, so just a little bit unlucky. Again, from here on out, we should just be able to go for a little bit, so fingers crossed on that one. As the couple of gates coming through, assimilator coming up, probes are on the way. We got ourselves that probe nibbling other probe for just a little bit right now. Obviously, a couple of gates coming about. We get this all on the go. Got things settled in. Probe still chases that probe around just for a little bit here, so a little bit more action coming out of this all. As we just have that probe still coming across over to this other side. So again, moving across over in this direction. Probe still nibbling the other probey, just for a moment or two. Probe will be able to get across in the next couple of moments. Just see our warp gate and a couple of stalkers coming by. Seeing that probe continue to chase the other probe. Again, pylon dropping into play. The battery coming up. The Stargate is a building. We get all of that being brought through just for the moment here. We do have a little cancel on that pylon as well. Just going to get that cancelled up right away. Just going to get that probe in the corner. Get rid of that. A couple sentries still coming up. The Nexus is still coming by. Let's continue to get that on the go as well as that warp gate continues into production just for the moment. Just keep on bringing that into play. Well, we do have ourselves the fast Nexus from Classic, so let's see if he gets away with it. Again, Nightmare needs to potentially win this to be out of the group and into the playoffs, to potentially pass Ryung. Obviously, depends on his other results as well, but he needs to win 2 out of 3 between Classic, Nightmare, Classic, Dark, and Firefly today to be able to pass Ryung and move into playoffs, I believe. So this would be his first chance to start setting up to potentially do that, so we'll see how that goes as the Twilight Council, the Nexus coming through, the Sentry on the way up, the Warp Gate is still building. A couple of Adepts continue to shade about. We just look for some initial bits of damage. The battery goes down, nicely placed. And still just seeing our Twilight Council coming up on both sides. Nexus still coming through for the moment. Stalkers and everything coming back, and we do have the hallucination scouting through in the end here. We're going to end up on an expansion apiece, so both players are going to get the expansion up. That means we are both going to have this game kind of continuing through in a pretty nice little position so far. Oracle is going to be trying to zap some work in, but not really finding too much just yet, so not too much gained for the moment there. As we still have a hallucination moving by. A couple stalkers in the center, going to be able to fire back a little bit, trying to get a little bit extra done as well. Now still just seeing the Adepts moving about. Again, Blink will be on the way on both sides, so that's going to be pretty equal at the moment. It's going to be in one more Stasis Ward, and actually gets a few probes, so nice from Nightmare. Able to kind of slow Classic down a little bit with those Stasis Wards. The Stalkers will be about. Classic actually getting 2 of his Stalkers caught as well, so this actually turned into a pretty bad scenario for Classic. Nightmare is getting all of the catches early. That said, Nightmare is down by a bunch of workers, so it's good that he's getting something out of this, because otherwise he would have been the one just totally behind. So yeah, Classic is and taking losses, but still overall looking okay. Coming across the map with these sentries and stalkers, looks as though aggression is on the menu today. So we're going to get that set up right now. Oracle activates, going to go after a few more of those probes, but the battery is obviously going to heal the majority of that. The Nexus, the battery continue to come up for the moment, and that Oracle still moving over to the right-hand side. still in the center of the map. Just going to keep those being brought about for the moment. Hallucination still flying through. We get the Robo Facility, Battery Nexus. All the good stuff still being just in general brought into play for the moment. Our Stalkers still out on that right side. And actually Nightmare, the aggressor now. As Classic's a little bit out of position. Third base. Potentially in trouble. A couple force fields down. Now Classic comes blinking across to try and protect this, but he's not in the best of positions because he had to blink to get here. And Robo Facility about to finish from Classic. A few probes going down in the main base as the Oracle gets active. Oracle able to put some damage out there as well, as we do see the Robo Forge, the Nexus, all continuing through for the moment. Stalkers get around the top. Observer, charge all coming up. The Forge and a few probes are still coming out as well. Let's get ourselves the charge on the way from Nightmare. So far, the PvP definitely setting up in a nice little manner. So far, looking pretty decent. Two Stalkers there still whacking away at this Oracle as it just flies away down that right-hand side. And we actually get the blink in from Classic to intercept that and to remove it. So a little bit less information remaining on the map now from Nightmare. A little bit less we can work with there, unfortunately. There's two more Stalkers. Move back down again. Gonna get ourselves the extra gateways still coming up as well. Stalker still coming through that robotics facility is gonna be in some trouble. Three more force fields dropping in. Sentries are still gonna be in place. Our Stalker's still clearing it up. Just for the moment, a few more shots coming about. +1 attack, charge coming through. We get ourselves the extra gates and the Nexus all still building. Our Stalkers are Classic, continue to chase down to the bottom. +1 charge, Nexus. Again, everything just building here for the moment. Keep on getting this settled down. Extra gates coming about, Nexus Robo Facility on the way through, +1 attack is on the way as well, so you just bring a little bit of everything in right now. As the Stalker Force of Nightmare still being the active force on the map, just moving around, looking for openings. Gets through over here, wants to try and jump onto this base, and will start to put some damage onto said Nexus, so this Nexus taking some hits. But we're also going to see the Stalkers of Classic showing up with a few Zealots to tank as well, starting to look fairly comfortable on the Blue Protoss' side. We push this away, down and upgrade for a few moments. There's a slight difference in this game as well, but not the biggest of deals. And a few probes just moving about for the moment. We got our Stalkers still coming about as well. +2 attack coming on both sides. The Zealots are still coming up. All of that continues through. The Nightmare is now splitting a few Zealots across of his own. Obviously, it would be nice if we can get into some mineral lines and charge through for some damage. It's kind of one of those dream scenarios in terms of what you'd be hoping for, in terms of what you can get out of these sort of attacks. So we'll see if we can maybe get somewhere with some of that. As again, the +2 attack continues in on both sides currently. As I got you going to start taking an upgrade lead now, so a little bit better on the continued chrono boosts there. Keep that all going. Zealots coming over, just going to be seeing a couple of Zealots getting caught already. So they're going to go down, and the rest of these Zealots warp in off of the rest of this. I'm just going to be seeing our Zealots continuing through. Stalker's blinking about just for a couple of moments here. Templar's coming up, +2 attack coming around. We just got ourselves the couple of Archons coming about as well. Stalkers and Nightmare chilling out around the bottom. And do have the army now going to open up some rocks on this gold area. Just move through. Classic finally kind of being the play to move onto the map. A little bit frustrating to move all those Zealots through such a narrow choke, but it's working for the moment as our extra Stalkers continue to warp on in. think I'm diving through that. The fight looks amazing for Classic, just absolutely jumping on all of this. Looks very, very good. I was going to be seeing 2, 3, 4 pros, 6 pros going down. Classic doing very well. See the rest of our Stalkers continue coming about. Other Zelds coming through me now. It looks as though Nightmare maybe kind of got a bit of a bulk of an army, but then he gets surrounded by the reinforcements. Classic up 60 supply. He obviously taking the base out as well, looking extremely good at the moment. And Classic is indeed going to be good for game 1 of this best of 3. So Classic opens with a 1-0 lead. Thank you so much, Lethal BW, for the 69-month resub. Nothing wrong with a naughty little 69. Ooh, thank you so much for the 69 months. Appreciate it. Let's get ourselves into Site Delta for game number 2, guys. Obviously took us a little while to get the first couple matches done, so we're going to try and keep the speed going from here on out, hopefully. Let's see if we can do that and succeed in just speeding ourselves up a little bit. Just get going back on schedule. I do fly early tomorrow, so I'd kind of like to not be here all day long cast. As much as I love StarCraft, I like to have a little bit of time to sort stuff out tonight still. Nightmare, Classic, Match History Hidden. Looking for Frank to join the lobby. Oh, Classic needs a moment. Never mind. I'm trying to speed things up. The players are going to slow us down. Typical. Freaking StarCraft 2 players, huh? You know where we'd be without them? Well, I want to say in more games, but we'd probably be in less games because we kind of need the players, so... Rip. Rip to that complaint. Have you seen the Dallas groups? Yeah, I already showed them on stream earlier on. At least for the winners stage. The open bracket stage wasn't there just yet, so... Didn't see those ones. Now our players are ready. I was not ready for them to be ready. The open stages are there and they're interesting. Oh, really? I mean, that's hard for me to look at when I'm about to go in game, but I will try. Gumiho, Marsbar, Young Future, Creator, Epic, Ryza, and Kalazo. That's a very Terran-heavy section. Okay, that one's pretty competitive. That's pretty cool when we go in game. As in the top left is Nightmare, in the bottom right is Classic. Classic is up one. I think they've swapped colors here, guys. Sorry for that. It's not something I track when we host lobbies. But I think that just happens, just in case you guys need to be aware of it. Group B. Solar Rogue first round, man. Rogue just not having ESL points is so sad. It's so brutal. Solar, Rogue, Shadone, Mana, Elaza, Mixu, Zane, and Skillets. I can see Rogue actually doing well there. Beyond, Sue, DRG, Harstem, Lambo. Okay. And then Bunny, Patches, Dolan, Nightmare, Scarlet, Cyan. Okay. They seem pretty reasonable. You think guys think Group C is much harder than the others? I don't know. I wouldn't say it's much harder. I think there's maybe one more notable name in Group C, but... I don't know, if Rogue's on form, I think Group B is pretty rough. Alright, well, back into this set of action as we got this PvP underway. Something for us to keep our eyes on. As we get this all up and running, we see where we're going to go. Little low ground setup here. This is Site Delta, one of those maps you can get that low ground gate expand going on. That's what Classic plays for. Double gate from Nightmare. I wonder if he'll just expand himself or if he will take the chance to try and attack an opponent fast expanding. The problem is, this is the map you want to fast expand on because it's got that ramp, so defensively you're safer. So if Nightmare wants to go for it, he's going to have that to overcome as well. So that's just an extra kind of reason just to kind of take your own expansion just to play it out instead. So a couple things to note. Some things to be watching for here as we make our way through. Pylon goes down. We will have ourselves a couple of depths all building on both sides of the map, so it's actually everyone going to depths right now, just one depth from Classic. The Stargate coming through will be a big part of his helping hand as whoa! Level BW get some 69s in the chat to celebrate the 69-month resub. Dropping the £69 donation and making it rain. Thank you so much, mate. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the big donation. Hell yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That caught me off guard because I think it's been like a month and a half since we last had a donation on the stream. I was like, holy shit, what's that sound? Yo, thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing great. And 69 just for you. All the 69s today. Hell yeah. All right, well, a little bit of chaos here during that as our probes do have to fight against some adepts, so it's already going to be Classic who is dealing damage early, up 1-0 in this series, and looking to put himself in a great position in this group if he wins this matchup. This would be the last match that he plays. We saw him take down Gumiho earlier, so that was an important result as well. Stalker's moving about, Twilight Council coming up on both sides. See, as the depth shading in, probes will already start to take some damage. The Zod and the Stalker continue to chase that adept down. So just going to go in after that for the moment, get that underways. And we actually have the Oracle's going to come through and finish that off. So Classic now has his 2 Oracles to try and deal damage as well. Obviously potential there for them to get some work done. Put themselves in a good position. And obviously Classic looking to extend on what is a slight worker advantage for himself so far. If he could extend on that just a little bit, it would be absolutely dreamy for him. We will see what goes down as we just have ourselves the Oracles moving back through. Couple Stalkers going to fight away. Oracle's taking some shots. We are going to see 6 probes currently dead. This Oracle now chased away is also going to be going down in just a sec, so that will be falling. Template on the way up from both sides. We see our gateways coming through. The Dark Shrine coming up as well. Bringing all of this in for the moment here. I mean, obviously the Dark Shrine, a fun little addition here from Nightmare. It'll be fun to see what that can achieve. There's still one Oracle on the map, and there's actually going to be a Dark Shrine from Classic as well. I think I like that a little bit more because there's no Robo facility currently from Nightmare, so that actually has a lot of potential. So that could be absolutely huge. Definitely got our eyes pinned to that. Cause that Stasis Ward down, the few Stalkers and the Zealot gathering up together. Oracle gonna see the proxy gateway there actually, so that's pretty nice. A little bit of information from Classic, seeing there's a proxy gate. Might be able to get up and deny it. Obviously, doesn't want to be too out of position if the DTs move through, but if you deny that gateway, you could potentially deny the warp in position. Stalkers will fight, Pylon will go down. Nightmare gets supply blocked, a Stalker getting picked away at as well here, just for the moment. The rest of these Stalkers continue to blink down. Stalkers of Classic being chased on out of there for the moment. We do have the Nexus, the Probe, all coming up still. Yo, Level, thank you so much for gifting a sub as well. Going out to Dirty Bardons, thank you so much for the continued generosity. Lighting up the alerts today. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for all the supporters. Stalker's gonna get caught in a stasis. Classic is completely out of position, but the stasis will help this to, stop being too much of a problem. Nightmare's dead. He's got no detection against DTs. He's got absolutely nothing to detect DTs, so he's just gonna die. He can try and obviously make it weird and funky, but there's a revelation available. This Oracle's still alive. We recall home, but like I say, Nightmare has no detection of his own. With no detection of your own, that is just gonna be that. That is going to be GG's. And that is going to be Classic taking the 2-0 victory here over Nightmare. Big result on that one. GG's. Well played. Alrighty, guys. So, with that wrapped up, Level just going on a full gift and sub 3 to Aviatershi and Moodster. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. 69-month resub. £69 donation. And 3 whole gifted subs to, I believe, the guys that were spamming 69 for you. I think. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the generosity, mate. Appreciate it. See, guys, you should have typed 69. You would have had a sub. Unbelievable. You guys missed out on the easiest of opportunities. Alright, guys. I am just looking for Hero. Perfect. We'll get Hero versus Jim up next. Perfect. So Hero versus Jim coming up in a few moments' time. That's going to put Nightmare in a really tough spot. Especially at 0-2. It's going to be very tough for him to now advance. The result from Shin, by the way, guaranteed him 3rd place in the group. Dark has potentially got 1st place in this group if he beats Nightmare later. Classic is now guaranteed top 2 of this group. If Dark loses to Nightmare, Classic can still take 1st place. Shin is guaranteed 3rd. Q is guaranteed 4th. And it's either Ryong or Nightmare for that 5th place spot. So that's going to be a big factor. That's something else we're watching out for here. And then obviously we've got Group B action that will be starting now. That's going to be Hero Jim to start in Group B. Then we're going to move through to Rainor versus Hero. And then we're probably just going to mix and match some series together to kind of get through to a final set of results. Well, I guess we'll just see what happens. Cool. All right, we'll just take a moment or two then, guys. Get resumed back into some more SC2 here. Thanks for joining us today on today's WardiTV Korean Royale action. So good to see you guys. So good to be here with you all. Thank you so much for joining us. Again, if you're watching on the YouTube channel, make sure to hit the like button on the stream as well. Help more people find the stream in the future. So I'm just trying to find Hero. I'll just send Hero a message on Discord as well. Luckily, we don't have to make brackets for the playoffs to make themselves. That's very true. In fact, because some of the players are already set, the playoff bracket will probably start filling up already throughout the course of today. We will get to see the majority. I think there's going to be one match that won't play today, so we might not have a full set of results, but we should have the majority of results. It's obviously cool. Just trying to find Hero. He's AFK. Alright. We'll get Hero here ASAP, guys. And we'll get back to it. Again, can only go as fast as our players allow us to go. So apologies. It's take a little bit longer. What time does IM Dallas start? The game's on the Friday. I think it's like 10 a.m. local time, which is like 5 p.m. CEST, if my math is correct in my head. It might not be completely correct, but around there. It's like, I think it begins in EU evening time. The matches are given start times on Wikipedia. That's what I saw them as well, so you guys can probably figure out from there a little bit. Creators already guaranteed a spot in playoffs. Yes, top 5 are guaranteed a spot. The thing is, though, guaranteed spots, you can still guarantee yourself a better spot in the playoffs because the position you move forward in makes a big difference. Is Creator already guaranteed? Creator's not guaranteed first place, so he's guaranteed to make playoffs, but if he gets first place in the group, he starts in the semifinals, whereas if he gets second place, he starts in the round of 6, so it is a big difference. Creator's not guaranteed first place in the group just yet, because Rainor, if he wins out, could overtake Creator, for example. So that could be a thing as well. Do 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 do. Why is everyone AFK today, man? Like, today has been so slow going. He was definitely around. I literally saw him here before. So I definitely think he's around. Probably just picked a bad time to go AFK. Amazing. Well, guys, today is just the day of downtime. Trying our best to keep it going, but again, apologies for the bigger gaps in the games. We kind of need Hero, because Hero's in the next 2 matches that we have on the stream as well. Like, there's no good, like, oh, we'll just quickly do this one, because it's just going to create more issues further down the line. I'm just going to quickly go see what Ellie's barking at, guys, and make sure nothing's... I mean, usually she just barks at the window, but just go make sure she's okay while we're going for a game anyways. I'll be right back. I'm not going to put some breaks. I'm just going to step away. I'll be right back. Maybe replays? Yeah. We might just have to do something else from replays at this point. Hero's just not replying. He was here like 15 minutes ago. He was last active in SC2. But he was here. He's just gone. Obviously I saw him in the channel as well, so I assumed he knew he was to play. Oh. Today is quite the day, guys. Today is quite the day. Hero is scared. I'm scared that my entire schedule's just gonna disappear again. Oh, yeah. What do I have from replays that would be a reasonable length to do right now? We'll give it 5 more minutes. Well, maybe not even 5. We'll just wait 2 to 3 more minutes. Day is becoming a disaster. I try. I mean, he's not replying to Crank either, and Crank has even better ways of contacting him. My schedule is really going down the drain very quickly. It's getting washed away, guys. God damn it. It would be the one day where, like... Okay, there's a few days where I've got stuff going on, but, like... Today's the day where, like, I'd love to, like, get a bunch of games and then just be done so I can just go and, like, you know, get ready to travel 15 hours tomorrow. I really did not want to spend so many more hours than necessary here. Hero, do, where the heck are you? Whoa. Cyril playing Dallas? Yes, Cyril will play in Dallas. I finally have a tail to watch and your goat is AFK. Bro's just toying with us all, man. Bro is just toying with us all. Like I said, I literally saw him online between game 1 and 2 of Classic Nightmare. Which is why I kept saying, like, we're gonna speed up, because I saw Hero around, I saw him here and ready to go, and... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. What a disaster. Is this let's go or let's wait? In 1 minute, we're gonna start up some different replay. Oh my god, he's just messaged us. Okay, we're good. He's like, hi, I'm ready. It's like, well, bro, we're also ready. Alright, now Jim's AFK. Oh my god. Jim's not accepting messages. Perfect. So I can't give him a notification at Heroes yet. Alright, perfect. We're good to go. Alright, we're good to go once the videos are done, guys. Aye, aye, aye. Alright. I can only say thank you guys for hanging with me while we wait for the players. I appreciate you. Don't really have much choice if you want to watch StarCraft right now, but I obviously would have liked this to be a little bit faster as well. I was going to get this on the go. Hero versus Jim. It's kind of funny. So Hero's going to play Rainor today as well, and obviously now Hero and Rainor play first round in Dallas as well. That's kind of brutal. It's kind of brutal. Alright, videos are coming through, guys. This PvP is going to be ready in a moment. I'm so sorry for the delays. Like I say, today has just been... yeah, a little bit rough, to say the least. It's not being pretty. We get one map pick here from Jim, and then we'll be able to go. First map going to be Oceanborn. That's ready to rumble, guys. I'm so, like, at least after this, I know Rainor's around. Rainor is waiting patiently. Ready to play. So, and after that we have replays. So after that we actually will just go game. So we're getting there. It's just been a really slow day, man. So much downtime. You know, this couldn't have happened on a day we have, like, less series. Today we have potentially, like, 10 best of 3s to cast as well, you know? Yeah. It's okay, guys. We'll get over it. We'll be okay. We'll get that at some point. Alright. Just waiting for one of the players to nip back from the bathroom because, you know, we didn't wait long enough already. Yeah. Oh, hello, Ellie. You've come to say hi, have you? You come to say hi. Well, that's lovely. So good to see you. I'm so happy to see you. Now Hero is bugged from joining the lobby. Oh no, maybe it's Jim actually. My bad. Oh, we're good. We're good. Alright, guys, we're gonna get into this in a sec. Apologies. 1, 2, 3, 4, we're missing a caster. Please join right now. Thank you. Don't have time to mess around here. I haven't even had time to say hi to Ellie properly. Alright, players are ready. Let's get this going. Ellie, do you want to come say hi? Come on. Come say hi. Arrgh. Go on, jump up. No. Just gonna stand there awkwardly, are you? Ellie, slowly saying hi. Come on, come say hello. Up we come. Come say hi. Oh my god, one of the players was Terran. That's not great for PvP, I can tell you that much right now. Alright, at least, like, I'm out of here. You're clearly having a nightmare, Dad. You don't need me around. Alright. Try this again, guys. Alright, try this again. PvP trying between Hero and Jim. We're actually going to get into it this time around. Get this ready to roll. In the top left-hand side, our blue Protoss player here is Hero. And in the bottom right, it is going to be our red Protoss player, Jim. Let's get this up and running. We'll get into some action. See how things are going to go for the next little bit. Game number 1 of our match. I'm so happy we finally got this underway, my goodness. I was going crazy thinking everything was getting delayed and all sorts. Alright, gateway. Simulator coming up here for the moment. We get this on the way. We get this ready to go. Got our probe nibbling about here just for a moment. Get this rolling. Just gonna get our gateway and our cyber core coming through. Nothing too crazy just yet. Just this probe scout that we're following for the moment or so. So it comes about probe getting chased. We see our star getting a couple stalkers coming through. The Nexus coming in on the other side. We just have ourselves this probe. Just moving back in, getting picked off here. Nexus early then from Jim. I wonder if Hero is just going to bring aggression and try and win this quickly, or if he's got a bit of a longer term plan here. And Stargate coming about. We got our Nexus coming through. I see a couple Stalkers fighting. The Zealot will be taking some shots. With the battery here, it should be kind of fine. Hero will take this, though. Still a chance to drain that battery of energy, though, right? So you're still getting something out of this, even if it doesn't seem like it's a lot. There is still a little bit of something on the go there. Stalker's going to go nibbling at that probe, and that probe is going to get chased away for the moment. It's just going to get that pushed around. And do you see the Oracle still coming up, the Twilight Council coming through. Continue to bring this in for the moment. Looking reasonable right about now as we continue to get rid of the probe, and the map control starts to ramp up a little bit here. And the Sentry is the Stalker just going to go pushing through. The Oracle just going to get shoved away for a little bit, so just going to put a little bit more damage out for a little while. And got the blink coming through with a couple of extra gateways. Everyone's in a fairly similar spot with the blink timing and everything. Jim's a couple of workers ahead, but Hero has got the Oracles to try and maybe grab a couple of kills at some stage, so might still be able to get something more done over the next little bit. Sentry Stalker's going to be there. Just going to push those Oracles away for the moment. Going to get a gateway down on that bottom side as well, so continue to bring that up. Hallucination going to fade out of there as well. Stalker's still coming by, just going to be coming through. Sentry's continue to get set up as well here. So that blink coming through on both sides. It's going to be seeing our Nexus and our Forge continue to come in for the moment. Bringing all of that by. A couple Oracles still heading down to the bottom. Actually going to get in for quite a few probes, so this is going to be some pretty nice damage being found. That's going to be very lovely. We take those. Think about a finish up here. Plus one attack is starting up from Jim as well. Robo Facility and a couple of additional probes still on the way out, so we continue to bring those through. Just for now. Continue to bring that out and about. Get ourselves a +1 and so on the way from Jim. But Hero is going to be here with Stalkers and playing aggressively already. Diving into this natural, trying to one-shot down some Stalkers to get some quick kills. Not really going too well. He is going to have to back it up, and Jim with enough units there to make sure that that did not go too far awry. That's very nicely handled from him, honestly, as that's one of those moments where things could go very wrong very quickly. And we're actually still going to maybe see that, as now we are going to show up and we are going to get in to actually go big with these Stalkers. We get a bunch of one-shots because the Oracle's distracted some of the Stalkers into the main. We're missing one-hit KOs right now, so we're just a little bit away from what we're looking for. As we just have Stalkers continue to come about. Looking for a little bit more damage here. We do see the trade out continuing. We go back and forth with each other. Stalker's still around on the bottom side here. Going to jump onto that Nexus. Taking a few more shots. Going to be seeing a few probes pulling over as well. Stalker's still continuing to trade out for the moment. We continue to push on through, because there's a lot of units right now from Hero, and it's looking as though it might just be too much, as Jim is in a bit of trouble. Army supply in Hero's favor quite happily. So continue to look good there. We just see these units continue to push about. And I still see Stalkers and Immortal coming through also, as we do have the +1 attack upgrade still coming into play as well. Stalkers get over. More and more shots continue to come about now. We're going to see a lot of these Stalkers continue to get completely cleaned up. So again, good damage being done here. As we are just going to be seeing GG getting called, and that is going to be that. Hero takes game 1 of this best of 3. Aggression working out for him in the end, and there obviously, as we get ready to go into a game number 2 and see how this PvP resumes. Like I say, we're going to try and go nice and quickly, guys, to bring up some time that we've definitely lost throughout the course of the day. Try and make up for a little bit of lost time wherever we can. Ready. Click start and get this on the go. Countdown coming through, so Delta is on the way. And let's get into our second map here of this best of 3, guys. Get this ready to rumble. Continuing onwards. As Hero takes the 1-0 lead. Jim is 0-6, so not in the greatest of positions right now. Not the greatest of times for him, unfortunately, at the moment. Can Jim pull out a win here? He's won some matches along the way. It's just not been an overall great event for him in that kind of regard, as we settle down then on site Delta. Hero only 2-2. Again, we'll have a few Hero matches a day. Him versus Rainor and him versus Beyond coming up as well. Gate coming through, a couple of assimilators coming up. Still got gateway just dropping on down, pylon coming up, assimilator coming in. Probe, nibbling that probe. just for the moment, need to fight around here. The Aprobe's moving around again. Cybercore's coming up a little bit. We get moving about. Have you seen the Stargate coming down? Obviously, with Side Delta, you've got this low ground gateway possibility, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Hero will be just that little bit greedier with it, with that Nexus coming straight down. Jim does pop down to Stargate first, so a little bit safer there. We get that on the go also. Continue to bring us about as our probe will chase probe. Over and around that side, the Nexus is still coming through. So yeah, the Stargate's still coming up. The battery is on the way in. Just gonna have our Adept and our Stalker gonna go fighting against one another here at the front as well. We do see that Stalker able to get a few more shots off. Continue to fight through there. And the Hero's going to win the Zealot War. And he actually gets that just before the battery comes up. A little bit of hull damage on the Adept, but the battery will then keep this alive. Although now Adept doesn't do a lot of damage to the Stalkers. The two Stalkers will go poking, and the battery will take a lot of hits. We'll back away as the Stalker shows up defensively, though. That will be enough to actually deter this from continuing. Nexus continues by. Now Stalker moving down the bottom sides. Getting that Chrono Boost up and along. We do have ourselves the Oracle still heading down to the bottom right side as well. So just going to keep that moving over. Stalker gets in position, turns the Oracle back around once again. So far looking decent. And you have our Twilight Counselor coming through. Couple Stalkers all just set around and just going to keep an eye on the Oracle here over to the edges. Blink starts from Hero, so he'll be a little bit ahead there. He's got a few workers advantage too, so that's also looking pretty reasonable. Oracle comes by, getting a little bit of a pick off. Just seeing now Dark Shrine coming up on the side of Hero, on the side of Jim, so he's going to mix it up by getting into that Dark Shrine, trying to play the DTs as a way to mix this up a little bit. Down all about that. That's okay with me. Kind of down to see how that turns out. David's coming down as well, so we look to get that settled in here. Pylon drops in over on the edges. We just have our Blink coming through on both sides. Nexus coming about. Obviously, the Robo slowly starts up from Hero, so he will have the chance to get Observers out to deal with those DTs. I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem. It would be his only detection. The Oracle's obviously on the side of Jim. Hero without Oracles in this game at the moment. Couple more DTs getting whooped in then. Like I say, the Robo's building. It's not ready yet, so this could actually still cause some chaos. It's not the closest proxy pylon of all time, so DTs will show up on the third, but there's nothing there. Unless you want to just swipe down the third, you don't really. You kind of want to go for the mineral lines, right? Single Stalker on hold position is going to help a lot, though. That's going to give Hero a little bit more time. Observer has started. I think he's easily going to get there. DT's derping instead of hitting the Stalker as well. Battery will buy a little bit more time on top of that. And the Stalker Super Battery now is just not going to die. You can't get past the shields. Force Field comes in, protects the Stalker. Perfect spot on defense from Hero. Now there's an Observer out, and those DTs are going to be in trouble. I wonder if it might have been worth not force field and just letting the DT still hit the Stalker, because maybe then you would have caught them because he just left them there by a mistake, but he's actually going to kill them anyways, so never mind that. Hero is going to completely deflect this DT play. That's so big of a deal. DT is just not a factor now. I mean, so much as the Oracle does go down. Stasis trying to catch a few more probes, a few of those Stalkers as well. So got that blink coming up. That's about a finish, plus 1 attack upgrade is starting as well. Bringing all of that through for the moment. Many more Stalkers on the way from Jim, but obviously you gotta like where Hero is at. Good defense, definitely wasting some of Jim's resources here by defending just so well. And plus 1 in charge, continue to come about. We do see the Stalker's gonna go across the map for the moment, so it is going to be Hero on the attack. He does have a decent army supply lead, so he's definitely correct to kind of say, hey, look, I can get something done here. Oracle activating, probes taking damage. Only Stalkers now coming across. We'll start moving in towards this third base location. Going to blink through. Battery immediately going to take some shots here. Will go down pretty quickly. Stalker's trying to fight back. I mean, it honestly just looks like Hero has so much available to him. This is looking very convincing from him so far, but a few Zealots in the front, and that's actually going to help quite a lot. Plus the Immortal there swinging away too, so also doing very well in that regard. There's our plus 1 and our charge. All coming up. Stalkers and Immortal continue to come by. There's a few additional warp-ins of Zealots coming through there as well. Need a 5, more Stalkers still getting dropped off as we go. Prism just trying to kite backwards, trying to evacuate away. See those Stalkers continue to come through. And so far looking good. The Prism takes 1 more shot. How'd you get a reinforcement wave of Zealots here? Jim is, or was pushing this back. He gets the Prism, I think that's huge. Stop reinforcements and micro potential with the Prism is going to be a big deal. That should help you a lot as well. Well, Jim definitely taking a supply lead on the back of this, so it's going to start looking a little bit tidier for him. As a Hero, kind of felt like he should be able to have a bit of a timing window here, and it seems as though now he's just kind of missing the opportunity. A few more Stalkers warping in, the Zealots are going to be recalling away as well. Mobs coming up. And plus 2 attack coming through, the Immortal coming out. Need to get ourselves settled in for the moment. So it's going to go onto this battery, finish that off. As the rest of these Stalkers come out down to the south, going to have the pylon. It's going to get picked away at. Stalkers blink to the high ground here. And we will go picking our way through this location. So Nexus going to be in some trouble. We do see the Immortal again push back the Stalkers as well. I love that Jim's found the moment to attack, but Hero has a few units counterattacking himself. And he's honestly kind of starting to hold on back at home too. So this is starting to look as though it might just be A-okay for Hero. I thought this is starting to look a little better than it is, perhaps. Oh, I mean, 2 Immortals, he should be absolutely fine here. So yeah, he's going to be looking absolutely good. Zealot's getting to the front, and that's the defense. And of course, he's doing so much damage across the map as well that Jim just has to type GG. Hero is going to take it down. Hero is going to be the victor of this series with a 2-0. Got a little bit close. Kind of felt like that was meant to go a little bit differently. As we get ourselves all wrapped up on that one. Alrighty, guys. Well, up next, we are going to have ourselves Hero versus Rainor. So if that isn't a banger, I don't know what is. As we will just find Rainor. Get this ready to go. Perfect. Alright, we'll get this started off in a sec. Alright guys, just finding Rainor, and we'll get into this Hero versus Rainor series coming up in just a few moments time, so we'll get that ready to go. Rainor Hero coming in. Cool. Does anyone know where I can find the participants list? And give me 1 sec, mate. I will put that in the chat. I forgot to pin the message today. There we go. Pin that up to the top of the YouTube chat. Beautiful. All right. Videos will start. Get this underway. I think chat channels are still bugged out a little bit. I think that's what's going on. Alright, so we get Rainor Hero going here in just a few moments, guys. Get this on the go. And we'll have this PvZ ready to rumble. I know a lot of people will be excited for this one. So we're going to have Rainor versus Hero, and then we're going to dip our toes back into Group A, because we've only got a couple matches left to finish Group A off, which is going to be Firefly Nightmare and Dark versus Nightmare. So we're going to get the final results from Group A. And then we're going to come over to Group B and work our way through probably the DRG matches, and Gun versus Hero, I think, is where we are going. Alright, so Hero versus Rainor here in just a second. Dynasty, Post-Youth, Golden Aura, Crimson Court, all taken out of the veto pool straight away, so none of those maps will be getting played here. Waiting for one more veto each, a map pick, and we'll be well underway into this next matchup, guys. Again, I appreciate the patience with us. And it's been a bit of a day in terms of getting people ready, getting matches going, and all of that sort of stuff, so apologies on that front. I'm feeling Ghost, gonna get vetoed as well. Should be good to go in a few moments, guys. Again, thanks for the patience. If you're enjoying the stream today, do consider hitting the follow button, subscribe button, Prime sub if you're on Twitch, like the stream if you're on YouTube. So many different things to do nowadays if you want to support the channel. Most importantly, sit there and keep on enjoying the games. Helps us out more than anything, just having people watching, of course. Believe it or not. First map pick should be here in a second. And is ready to rumble. Waiting for Rainor to pick a map. Alrighty, guys. Couple moments. And thanks for hanging out with us. Who's excited for Dallas? Excited, like I say, gonna be traveling there tomorrow. Hoping for a good trip over. Very exciting. Never been to Dallas. Been to Austin before. It's my one time in Texas. That was 6 years ago, actually. About 6 years ago exactly as well. 6 years ago I was in Philadelphia, and then I went to Austin from there, so it's actually kind of wild. 6 whole years. What a wild 6 years that's been. Alright, Alright, Oceanborn, Site Delta, Alcyone. What a combination of maps. Toast it up, move myself around, move you up there, get Crank in here. Get this ready to go, go, go. Player's already set to go, so we really are just waiting on Caster to join us here. Alright, players are ready. Let's click start and let's get this underway. Hero versus Rainor, guys. Let's get this one going. Thanks so much for joining us. Get this ready to roll, roll, roll. Alright, let's kick off into it, guys. Let's get this on the go. As we have ourselves in the bottom right-hand corner, our blue Zerg player here. This is Rainor. And what a match we have for you as Rainor takes on the Protoss in the top left corner. We are going to have ourselves Hero. It's going to be our last live match today. Everything else here today is pre-played either a little bit before today or during today. So the rest of today will be replays just in case that matters to anyone. As we get into this PvZ. So, who's the favorite in this matchup? Great question. I think right now you probably have to say Hero. Hero's form has been a little bit better than Rainor's has been for sure. So I think that's definitely something of a factor to look on. Get underway. Have our gateway coming up, a simulator coming through. Figuring out what the plan is. There's one probe already across the map. Going to see what's up. Drone chases, probe getting knocked about a little bit as well. And you see that drone still going after Proby here just for a little bit. Again, next coming through, spawning pool and hatch coming up as well. We continue to bring this in. Drone still nibbling away at Mr. Probe just there for the moment. What are we expecting to see? I think Hero still is playing a lot of that very aggressive stuff at the moment. A lot of those more aggressive styles. You know, that's how Hero likes to play. Not be surprised if it's how he plays here. Again, has seen success against Rainor as of late as well. Again, it's kind of an interesting match because I imagine neither want to show too much because this is also going to be the matchup that both of them start their Dallas winners stage run with. So, ideally, ideally neither of these guys end up, you know, revealing too much here because they probably will begin. It's interesting because I don't know if they will have already prepped because obviously this information is fairly new. So I don't know if they will have already prepped against, you know, the fact they're going to play each other. So I don't know if there's already going to be something they're going to show or not show. It's definitely an interesting little question mark, right? It's a fairly important match in the group as well. Hero and Rainor are both still poised to make a very deep run in this Group B. And so the winner of this is in a very good position to probably move through and take at least second place. Rainor can't take first. Rainor can take first place if he wins out the rest of his matches. Hero can only take second place. I believe he's already lost 2 matches, so he can't get up to first. So a pretty big match, because this could be the difference of who finishes above the other in the group, if nothing else as well. And that obviously means one more place advanced in the playoffs as well, which is also a big bonus. So a lot of different things to be looking at here. Let's just have the Oracle and the Warp Gate continue to come up. Adept's gonna go shading by, so it's gonna move through straight away. He's gonna be trying to find a way to get into a mineral line, deal some damage. Obviously, we'll combo with the Oracle in the near future as well to try and get a little bit more out of this. As the Adepts come through, Revelation gets to clean up some creep as well. That's also an effective way of using these Adepts without putting them in too much danger. Single wing comes about, the Adept comes through. A couple of simulators still coming about, Nexus, and now the Forge starting as well. Continue to bring that in here. For the moment, the Oracles continue to move around. And still just moving about, gonna head to the upper left-hand side. The Adept gonna be there to try and ward those Zerglings off, trying to keep them away for the moment. Someone's going to get kept back. The Oracle's going to come driving through once more here and just going to fly overhead. 4 drones going down. Twilight Council and Forge both on the way with the gateways behind it as well. So a bit of pressure, and so far she's succeeding in that pressure as well. And then obviously having a very standard follow-up. We're going to lose an Oracle though. That's amazing for Rainor. Any Oracle you knock down is one less Oracle to worry about in the future. A little bit less Revelation power. And obviously less one-shotting potential and drones and stuff. They do go mineral line diving, so Oracle going down gives Rainor a little bit of a more breathing room. Things coming about. Oracle moving around. Stalker as well. You can see those few Lings going to just jump into the top left-hand side. Actually going to get rid of a few probes here already. Nice dive from Rainor, getting a few workers. Will get out. Loses a couple of Lings on the way. Turning back around. Adept's going to come on through. Also on Blink, continue to come about. The extra gates coming in. Cannon coming through as well. Stalker's Adepts. She can come forwards again. A little bit more of a poke. I mean, obviously, if Rainor only has Lings up right now, that could be a little bit of an issue. Lings running. Adept's going to fight back. We're not going to be seeing the Lings getting the cleanup there nice and comfortably, so there's not going to be much of a problem. Obviously, the bigger attack did turn away in the end from Heroes. Did not stick around with that. Just going to see our charge and our +1 armor continue to build in. Stalker's going to come across the map once more. Rainor's got quite a good supply lead, especially as now he's building Hydras too. I like what he's going to have to help fight against this. Definitely feels more comfortable than where we were at before. Again, Stalkers and the Oracles moving out into the center. Stalker's going to knock a couple of 3 teamers down. We got ourselves a Link still coming through. Stalker taking some shots. Still trying to get a wrap around here. Actually catching these Stalkers is huge right now, and they're going to get stuck for a little bit. I love those Lings splitting away, preemptively ready for the blink. The Stasis Horde's preemptively coming down to stop the catch. I mean, that's a high-level chase down right there as Hero prepares for the preparation. Rainor is still going to benefit massively. He is still chasing down. Oracle's activating now to try and deal damage, but they can't sit around too long because the Hydras would catch up, and then the Oracles will continue to drop as well. Absolutely crushing blow dealt by Rainor here as he is going to come through. Lings, Hydra still chasing, still killing Stalkers all the way across the map now. Reinforcements already arriving from Rainor to keep this fight going as the Lings and the Hydras continue to come on through here. We continue to push in, and this is just looking better and better and better. If your name is Rainor, as he just pushes himself into better and better spots. Hydras continue to come around. A few more Stalkers still getting shot at, a bit more nibbling being done. We will see ourselves, these Hydras continue to fight. 20 probes going down, make it 21. And we have ourselves another Oracle being picked off, another Oracle going down as well, so all of that's still dropping in here. GG's will just be called. That's too much done. And Rainor opens up this series with a calamity of an attack. And he absolutely makes Hero feel the pain, as the Stalk is just going too far, too aggressive. Rainor doing a good job of buying himself time to get set up in the first place as well. I think that was obviously a big part of that. You know, just giving himself time with the run by or so, just to make sure that the first attack didn't arrive too soon. Puts Rainor in a much more comfortable position, so definitely helps as we get hosted into a game number 2 here. Bust this up. Get underway. You could beat these guys using just a keypad. Nice. You will be the next StarCraft 2 champion. I'm looking forward to seeing you in the Dallas Open bracket. Make sure to shout you out. I know that guy. He's from my Twitch, well, from my YouTube chat. And if you're using a mouse, don't worry. I'll make sure the admins take it off you as well. I'll make sure of it. All right, let's get going into game number 2 here. Rainor versus Hero continues. Let me just move the ads about a little bit as well. Perfect. All right. Rainor versus Hero. Game number 2 is in the top left corner. Gonna have ourselves the blue Zerg player Rainor taking on the red Protoss in the bottom right corner of the map. We have ourselves Hero for our second game of this best of 3. What could Hero do differently to defend against this? I think this is very much so a case of don't go so aggressive on the map with those Stalkers. He lost way too many Stalkers out on the map. If you're playing defensively at home, Rainor's chances of breaking through Hero is going to be way lower, because the Stasis Wards will be in defensive positions, the Stalkers will be in better numbers. Hero just took a step too far forward when he'd already been delayed, and that kind of a poke that's meant to apply a little bit of light pressure just got completely punished because the poke was way too late to be effective. So, yeah, TLDR, get your timings right, or don't be as greedy pushing onto the map. Because if he was just at home with those Stalkers, then he's fine. And if Rainor's making that Ling Hydra Force, and you just play defensive, then you should be in a much better position, so. Well, Spawning Pool, Hatchery coming up for the moment. We get this on the way. You see our Overlord of Rainor continue to get into the center here. Next is coming up from Hero as well, so we continue to bring that through. And we just see where our game number 2 is going to be taking us over the next little bit. Couple queens, couple drones all coming out. We got ourselves the pylon, the assimilator coming through as well. Cybercore also being brought in. Proby just patrolling on the front. Again, a couple queens and lings all coming out. Stargate already building on the side of Hero. We're getting an adept out of the gateway, bringing that through, getting that up and running here for now. We just have our link speed coming about as well. The few drones continue to produce, the creep tumor coming in also. Just getting a little bit of everything on the way right now. Game taking a few moments to get established. We'll see with that Stargate coming in. We'll see Hero with those Oracles once again. That's one of those other things as well, where just, obviously, the Oracles, losing one of those early. If you have an extra Oracle to help you play defense and so on, and to help you kind of clean up lings, there's going to be even less issues for those Stalkers being on the map. So, just another kind of point of what happened early in that last game that could have gone differently, to give you a bit of a better time, right? A few lings continue to poke around. Again, link speed coming up. We got ourselves a couple queens, lings, all continuing through for the moment. Just bringing that all about for now. Oracle being used to help pick off that Overlord with the Stalker, so a little bit of teamwork between the Protoss units. And we have ourselves Lings just back onto the map from Rainor as he once again just already going to start poking around, trying to force Oracle Energy to be used defensively. Catch an Adept. I think in that case it's just too good of a position on the Adept, the Oracle nearby, so there's nothing to really gain from trying to stick around there. So we don't stick around there. Fortunate Nexus continues up. Oracle's activating. A couple of Cucumbers will begin to go down, so a little bit of that creep already getting cleaned out. Queens are going to be there. Oracle's taking some shots. Damage being done once more. Again, our melee upgrade still coming through. The additional drones on the way up, with Lings also in production. Let's continue to bring all of that by. Oracle chilling, a couple of Adepts hanging. And there's our melee upgrade starting through right now, actually, so just going to start bringing that up. As you see, our +1 attack, a few additional gateways coming up as well. The upgrade obviously gives us a little bit of ability to kind of, get in there and to really be a very aggressive Zerg player, actually. Having melee is a big boom. Obviously, just really getting power up those Lings. See the Rotron along with this. We'll see the lag coming up as well, so we will be able to start getting some additional tech going on from this. To just have Blink will start on the side of Hero, so we get that underway on the Twilight Council. We bring that through already. Things get turned away from the third base. That gets turned around immediately. Still got the lair coming up. As Oracles continue to move on around for now. Oracle's moving over. Banelin's coming up. Melee upgrade. Roach speed. Bit of everything on the way through at the moment. Again, a few more drones and overlords all coming about here as we just have the Lings going to try and break through. The warping is good. We force the Oracles to activate. We will lose a few Lings in that process, though, so this is not going to be completely free kind of series of events. In fact, loses quite a lot of Lings. Good control on these Oracles to keep on chasing all the way back across the map. Actually kind of impressed by that as our Oracles and our Stalkers will gather up once again here. Lings again going to try and dive by, and they're actually going to get rid of this pylon. That's going to allow us to get in here, so we are going to be good to go for some probes. This obviously does pull the Oracles back. Now there is the bigger attack on the other side of the map. Those Stalkers trying to push through, but we've got Roach Ravager in preparation, so Rainor is ready to play, as he's going to have himself Roach Speed coming through. That Ling count continue to come out as well. That definitely is progress in the right direction, I would say, for the moment. Just having our Ling, Roach, Ravager all still coming about here. Now Stalker's moving through, just going to go towards a Queen, a little transfusion, and so far Rainor is still holding on without taking much damage at all. Rosavar's going to go landing onto those Stalkers. Stalkers fighting, Lings, Roaches, Ravagers continue to take shots. Pulls back away. We do have ourselves the couple of additional shots still coming through, and 10 probes dead on the other side, so Rainor did very good damage. He's now shutting down this attack completely, and he's put himself in a great position just to beat out Hero and really put himself in a position to go look very, very good in this group in general. This will put him into a great spot with a win here, and he really is on the verge of winning this game already. I feel like this feels very well controlled. Hero has no follow-up. He's very committed to the idea of being aggressive with these Stalkers. And every moment that goes by where these Stalkers are not winning this game is a moment where I think Hero is falling into deeper and deeper trouble. Because like I say, there's no tech, there's no follow-up, there's no future in this game at all from Hero. This is just going to be an absolutely crushing series on the side of Rainor. Way to make a statement ahead of their meeting in Dallas. Now, of course, there's a little bit of an asterisk next to it. You know, maybe no one wanted to do anything too serious on this because, you know, they are going to be meeting in Dallas. And, you know, at the end of the day, maybe this match means a little bit less because of it. But it still is a series where, you know, matchups were important, where the match was important. There's still money on the line. So, well, as much as we can put an asterisk next to it, I think it's still a pretty dominating display here from Rainor. And we're just going to be seeing Road Traveler continue to push through. Just going to be seeing this I think Road Traveler just continue to go all the way across, pushing on in. And that's going to be GG's. Dominance from Rainor here. No messing around today at the very least. That is going to be Rainor taking the 2-0 over Hero. Keeps him in a great spot in this group. Potential to still chase down that first place position off of Creator. So that is a big factor. As Rainor now 4-1. He has 2 matches left to play versus DRG and versus Beyond. So have that all coming through. Alrighty guys, up next for us, we are going to go and take a dive back over to Group A. So the rest of the matches are going to be, from replays. So we are going to just do the order probably like this. We're probably just going to go Nightmare versus Firefly, Dark versus Nightmare, and then Creator DRG, DRG Rainor, Bjorn versus Hero. Rainor Bjorn will not play today, guys. I'll just reiterate that one more time. Rainor Bjorn will not play today. Just didn't get played preemptively. The players can't quite make it work today. Bjorn is in Canada. He's got stuff going on. So that one will not happen today, just so we all know. But otherwise, we will move through the rest of those matches. So it'll only be Rainor Bjorn not played by the end of the day unless we get some matches that take a lot of time and we run out of time. Which, we got 2.5 hours to get through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 best of 3s without too much downtime now as well. Should be a little bit smoother from here on out, guys, for sure. So, suppose we can just go game. Apparently I'm in the lobby, but I don't see the lobby. Anyone? No, that's definitely a new one. Oh, I made myself in the lobby now. I'm just gonna quit the lobby because I don't know what's going on. I feel like I'm bugged. I'm gonna relog. Wait a moment, guys. Oh, what's going on? I'm here. I'm like, yeah, well, we'll be, you know, really quick moving now. And apparently not the case. What's going on? Like, it says I'm in the lobby, but then I'm not in the lobby, you know? Like, I have no idea what's happening. Very good. I was about to rehost it because I really didn't know what was going on. Alright, well, on the way, guys, into Firefly vs. Nightmare PvP. This one was played a little bit earlier on today. So let's get this going. Let's see what's going to happen as we get ourselves into the action in the bottom right-hand side. We are going to start off with the blue Protoss player in this series. This is going to be Nightmare. Up against our red Protoss on the top left side of the map. This is going to be Firefly. So game number 1 of some best of 3 PvP action. High ground pylon from both, which is very unsurprising. This is really just the only way we see starting up right now. Just have ourselves the first gateway coming in. There's still potential, obviously, go high ground into a single gate. So that's one thing we can look for, is a little bit of a difference between them, despite the high ground expands. But we'll see how this goes. Obviously, this PvP. And again, just in case you didn't hear, guys, we're going to do this PvP and then Dark versus Nightmare. That will finish up all the matches from Group A. Then we're going to do the couple of DRG matches, Creator versus DRG and DRG versus Rainor. And then we're going to finish the day off with Beyond versus Hero. So that's everything that's coming your way here in today's WardiTV Korean Royale. That means we'll have everything played from the groups outside of Beyond versus Rainor. That will be the only matchup missing. That will happen next week sometime after Dallas. Just so happened that we couldn't get it done on time. It's okay. It happens like that sometimes as we get ourselves up and rolling. Probe chasing probe for the moment. Not a lot going on. It is double gates each as well, so none of that single gateway kind of stuff either, so nothing to worry about there. Just seeing the, again, Cybercore gateway all coming about. The probe still nibbling up onto the other probe here for just a little bit as well. So just putting some work in on all of that for the moment. Probe chasing probe. And a couple of adepts already on the way up from Firefly. Now we do have 2 Stalkers on the way from Nightmare as well. So 2 different sets of units here at this point in time. A couple of the adepts on the side of Firefly. A couple of Stalkers on the side of Nightmare. Still got our probe chasing the other probe here for just a second. Let's continue to get up and rolling. Can see that probe turning onto the pylon. And the Nexus will go down. He's actually going to turn this into 2 sentries. A Stargate on the way from Nightmare. Wondering if he has some aggressive intentions here. Or what his plan kind of becomes as we move on through. And we'll see. He's going to drop an expansion now as well. So it doesn't look like it's going to be too aggressive. But the possibility was there, you know. Got to say it out loud as our Stalkers will actually just recall back. So they're going to get home to deal with these Adepts that actually got into the base. Well, the Adepts diving through from Firefly will find some damage here. And that's going to be 4 workers, 5 workers. Not bad. Yeah, you lose both Adepts, but 5 workers killed so early in the game. And a mirror matchup is almost always going to be a good sign. So we take those. Take those wins and we run with them for sure. Alright, so those 5 workers do go down. Continue to move forward for the moment as we get this set up. Phoenix is going to be the Chrono Boost on the Stargate. That's actually kind of intriguing. I'm going to go Phoenix. I wonder if that's going to be okay against the Blink Opener. See how much of those Phoenix can get done or how many Phoenix we even make. Maybe he's a little bit afraid that because this was a faster expand, he's expecting the Stargate from his opponent too, which is not the case, in which case I think it's just going to be 1 Phoenix into realizing what this is and then kind of moving away from there, maybe going to a little bit of a later Oracle or so. These 2 Adepts still moving about, going to try and shade up to the high ground. Sentries and Stalkers will move back through though, getting into position once more. Robo Facility coming up, the Phoenix is still moving over. I'm just going to be getting overhead of those other couple of Adepts. Do you have a shade in? The Adepts get in. We actually use 4 force fields to try and minimize any damage from being done. Big investment, but better than losing workers, right? Sentry energy will regenerate. And while it's still very useful to have more of it, it's much better to have all of your workers intact. So it's definitely a little bit of a win in that regard. That Blink's still on the way up, by the way, as well. So bringing that Blink through on the side of Firefly. And Nightmare still with these couple of Phoenix just moving around. Just going to find 1 more probe over on this side for the moment as well. It's just going to be able to grab that. The Phoenix is pulling back in the round. Blink is on the way up on the Twilight Council as well. And these Stalkers and Sentries head to the bottom right-hand corner. In they go. Making just a little bit of a move. So you actually have Firefly looking for some damage. Not a lot of fighting units here at the moment from Nightmare, so maybe Firefly will have an opportunity. opportunity presents itself, and Guardian Shield goes up, and that will help us to just deflect away and get out of here for the moment at least. Stalker's still shooting, the Immortal comes back in. Just gonna keep on chasing that away. The Stalkers get pushed back. We still actually have these Phoenix actually just picking off a probe every now and again. That's where the Workers Guild are coming from. I mean, this is where the supply has gone into as well on the side of Nightmare. He built those Phoenix, and they're just sitting on the other side of the map, doing a little bit of damage, but not too much. The probe every now and again is pretty much the maximum that they are allowed to find so far, so definitely anything but ideal. Now Resonant Glaive still coming through. That Robo facility is still in production. A couple Phoenix still moving about here as Stalkers and Sentries join back together in the center. Charge, probes, Robo, all coming up. Gateway on the way as well. Two Phoenix get shoved out around the sides. Like I say, I mean, there's not too much Two Phoenix can do, although they would be kind of nice at kind of dealing with like some prison play and so on. What is interesting is that Resonating Glaives versus Charge. Hachi, if Nightmare hits a Glaive timing, it could be huge against someone who's just opening into that charge now. If there's too many Zealots out from Firefly, Glaives will just melt through that. The Immortals are going to be great against the Stalker count. I actually think this is a nice little choice from Nightmare here. It is a little bit timing focused. This is not the sort of composition that transitions better and better into the later stages of the game. This is the kind of composition that's a little bit more towards being a one-and-done army. You know, if it doesn't work out on its one big attack, then it's probably never really going to work out. Unless you got enough damage done that the follow-up is, you know, going to do well for you, or you get so much damage done you can justify the transition. You need to find something from an army composition like this one. Absolutely must happen. So let's see how that goes down as we move across. You know, Illusion, thank you, by the way, for the 11-month resub just dropping in right there. Thank you very much. Mortals, Stalkers, Sentries all coming across to the upper left side of the map, so we get into position for the moment. Get that ready to go. And +1 attack. The Prism coming through. We do see this army of Nightmare still pressing forward. See a couple of Stalkers already taking some damage as well. Force fields will go down. More Stalkers warping in. +1 attack continue to come about. Prism will warp in a few more Adepts as well, so we continue to get that all on the go. Big push in from Nightmare, like I say, this for him is very much so a one-and-done army. +1's going to finish from Firefly towards the end of this fight. I love that the Phoenix are even finding a Stalker to lift up. These Immortals, by the way, as well. Because the Adepts are just melting anything that isn't a Stalker, these Immortals are just having the time of their lives. They just get to consistently shoot down Stalkers. 4 kills, 3 kills, and 2 kills. 4 kills, 3 kills, and 1 kill. It's all very significant when each of those is a Stalker. That's a lot of value found from these Immortals, and now we blink through. We're actually going to try and target fire down an Immortal here, but you can see how that just is not going to work. As, yeah, we have ourselves just plain and simple. Too much firepower. Great little timing here on the side of Nightmare. Absolutely not messing around and is going to get the job done. As he pushes through to victory. Third base falls. There's a 4th building from Firefly as well. Looks like he's going to try and hang around just in case his opponent messes up and somehow doesn't win the game in this push, but I mean, maybe if Nightmare went home and then decided to go and make himself lunch, you know, kind of have, you know, a big dessert as well, make sure he doesn't return to the keyboard at any point, maybe then Firefly could do something, but I don't know, man. This is obviously just not looking good. GG is called. That is going to be Nightmare taking game number 1 of this best of 3. So Nightmare gets the first game. And we'll head into our game number 2 here in just a couple of seconds. So get this on the way up. Trying not to get the lobby to bug out this time around as well. I'll jump into game number 2 here in just a moment, guys, as Firefly vs. Nightmare. We'll be continuing onwards. Just a moment here. Today's games. This from replay. Yep, this game was played literally about 2 hours ago. It was played while the other matches were happening, just to make it a little bit smoother for the players schedule-wise. So yeah, this happened just a little bit earlier on. No one's seen these results or anything like that. But yeah, it was played just a little bit earlier. Something we do frequently just to help our schedule for the players, make sure that we can have as many games as possible. while the players do not have to stick around as long as possible. It kind of creates a good compromise. As we get ready to a go. Cyane coming up, get this on the way in. Have ourselves in the top right-hand corner. Down a game is going to be the blue Protoss player, Firefly. Taking on in the bottom left, our red Protoss player, Nightmare. Alright, game number 2. Get this all started up. Next is going to go Chrono Boosting along to begin with. Get that underway. See where we go. Let's have ourselves the probes continuing out also. So just bringing that up and running. You see the probes going across the map. Obviously, a little bit of scout information gathered early is pretty typical of any matchup. Especially in a mirror, it's good to just know that you're not being super proxied or mega all-ins or anything super off the beaten track, right? So, both players are going to send that probe over. And in this matchup especially, you can continue to use your probe to block Nexus and just be a nuisance. So that's something you can continue to benefit from. Probe, chasing probe. It's just going to be double gates on both sides of the map. We'll FECOM fall on this probe because there ain't much else going on. But yeah, double gates each. Obviously, with those gateways finishing, we can start to see the differences in the build orders. Whether one player wants to dive in one way or different unit production out of those gateways. What tech structure comes down and how quickly it comes down as well. These are all the kind of missing pieces of the build that we don't know about yet. Currently still mirrored 2 Stalkers each. It's actually funny, you don't see that too much in this day and age. You do see a lot of players kind of varying it up with either the choice to go into some Adepts, the choice to go into some Sentries. There's just so much variation possible in this matchup. It feels like it is the rarity to kind of see the 2 players do the same thing. And even now, of course, it's not necessarily the same thing because we can still make units 3 and 4 different on either side, and then that could be interesting too. This could just be Stalkers into... Okay, there you go. More Stalkers from Firefly, and then the Stargate from Nightmare. So that's going to be the difference. More and more Stalkers from Firefly. He's going to get up to be aggressive. Meanwhile, Nightmare will spend his gas on the Stargate, which means he's going to get the next gateway units to be Adepts because they're a little bit gas cheap, and that just means that you're still building units out and can get something done from that. A little bit of pylon blocking going on. Again, that's just going to play delay on the Nexus on both sides of the map, in fact, so that will be just what we see here. Just get that cleaned up, and we will be free to take our Nexus on both sides. Like I say, a little bit of a different route to get here, but the general plan has been to expand, and expand we will. Nexus continues both sides of the map. Again, those couple sentries still on the way out as well. Gate coming through, our Oracle building, Nexus on the way. More Stalkers of Firefly still heading down to the bottom. And forwards here, a couple of these Stalkers will be dropping down dead, so we're going to get rid of those. 2 more of those probes going down as well, so again, decent damage for the moment. Adepts still trying to shade on through. Up in towards this main base, a couple of Adepts get there, blocking off the probe. Also going to come lock these Adepts in, so now they're in a little bit of trouble, and this is going to go full circle a little bit here, it seems. Sentries will continue to nibble up for some damage. The Adepts continue to move out down onto the map further. Do come to a little bit of a standstill then after this. So yes, get 3 probes versus 4. Adepts shade back in. Sentries will zap those shields down quickly. That'll be about it. Hey, you know what? A couple more workers absolutely puts you in a little bit of a favor there, so... yeah. Nightmare just bringing it back a little bit closer than what it would have been otherwise. Sentries nibbling. Army out into the middle. Blink coming through. Robo facility coming up as well. Got a couple more probes coming up on both sides. We do just see our Void Ray, Stalker, and Sentry sitting at the moment. Also, extra Stalkers still coming across. It's going to start fighting. Void Rays will be taking some hits. Going to see the Sentries getting force fielded a little bit. Stalker's going to finish that Sentry off as well. As we do have Void Ray continuing to fight over here. Stalker's still going to be getting shot at against Sentries and the rest of it coming about. A little push forwards from Firefly, still going with the battery energy drain potential to kind of scare his opponent a lot. Going to pull the probes in. They're not going to last very long because of that bonus damage to shields. The Sentries actually zap through probes pretty quickly. And so a bunch of these probes are going down very quickly indeed. That Void Ray is still getting shoved back. Those couple Stalkers still getting pushed away. You're going to see these Stalkers still dropping down, but with 6 probes killed as well, Firefly takes an army and worker lead. So just in a great position across the board. Stalkers are still being chased about here. The Immortal will come forward as well. Just coming down this ramp now. I'm just going to keep those Stalkers chased away for the moment. More than cheeky gates coming through. Blink is about to finish as well, by the way, from Firefly. Nightmare building Immortals is obviously, that's his tech choice, so he's not going to have Twilight upgrades. So he's going to be much worse off when it comes to the gateway units. So that's going to be one little comparison we can see here as well. Difference between the two. Still got plenty of units here. Stalker's going to go pinging. Going to go for a little bit of a dive forwards, trying to get some grabs. One probe on this top side, chilling out as well. Going to drop the pylon into place. Axis Forge Observer continue to come about. We do see the couple of adepts moving across once more. Pylon will get placed. The Stalkers will continue through. Stalkers will start a fire. We just have one of those Stalkers already picked off. A couple Stalkers chasing up to the top left-hand side. Adept is already going to be chased away. We now shade elsewhere. Hallucination coming up as well. Probes going down as the Stalker's actually going to end up blinking into this main base. A few more probes continue to drop, so we get a few of those being knocked down for the moment. Again, good harassment just continuing from Firefly. He's definitely embracing this idea of, hey, if you're given an edge, then, you know, absolutely make the most of it. He's not messing about when it comes to just trying to find more and more damage. This is now 10 more probes down. I mean, Nightmare's down 17 workers or so at this stage of the game. Okay, he's on a much faster... Firefly's on a much faster third base as well, so he didn't even need to necessarily do much damage, but just finding more damage because he can. Just really, again, just getting himself further and further ahead, pushing himself into a better and better position, making the absolute most of this so far. Your Dev's going to go shading forwards. It's going to be seeing those Stalkers still hunting for a little bit right here. Several fight probe will be taking some damage. We do see more of those probes continue to drop down for the moment. Plus one attack, charge, continue to come through. It's going to see plus 2 attack and charge all on the way. A few Stalkers continue out from the Firefly. I mean, he just has so much at this point. There's not really much that's going to turn this kind of an army around. I think that's fair to say at this stage. Big push, and Firefly looking to close the series out nice and easy. Stalker, Zealot, Immortal, ready to come pushing through. Observer still moving about. There's Nightmare. If he can defend this, then he is off the radar in terms of ability, because I just don't see what helps him with a 30-40 supply disadvantage, down an upgrade. He's got Immortals, but his opponent has Immortals too. And he's only got so many Immortals, yeah. feel like this might have been more of a, yeah, I feel like this might have been more of a, you know, if Firefly would have to screw it up, then Nightmare would have to win the game. If that makes sense. GG's, and that is going to be that. So we're going to go to a game 3 here between Firefly and Nightmare. We're going to go to Golden Aura for the match, so let's get into it. Invites out. One, two, three, four, five, six. I think we're gonna be good to go, guys. One shot on walls, yeah. He was definitely in a very good position. I think it's more than fair to say he was in a very good position, right? He's playing after this series. We'll have Nightmare versus Dark after the PvP, so some PvZ action coming your way. And then we've got Rainor DRG, DRG Creator. I think we'll do DRG Creator first, then Rainor DRG, and then Bjorn versus Hero to wrap us up. So that's the list of matches coming through. To continue into this next one, let's get this underway. Let's get this all started. So we have Golden Aura. We want to be our map. 1-1 tied up in the best of 3. Let's see if we can round this out here. Top left, our blue Protoss player will be Nightmare, while in the bottom right, our red Protoss player will be Firefly. Actually, still plenty of games to go after this, all things considered. 4 best of 3s. So it's definitely turned into a bit of a longer day. We're already going to have a fair few matches today, but then we had all the downtime at the start as well. So, like I say, we're going to do our best to minimize that downtime and just to keep things moving along game to game right now. Just going to try and keep this moving as quickly as we can as we get ourselves settled down and ready to go. Okay, we're coming up, probe and the simulator coming through. We get all ready here for the moment. Game number 3 of our match. Two gateways apiece. And our first probe's showing up to try and pick up some of that information. We don't really have any probes in like funky places on the map either, so not looking for any kind of early proxies, it would seem. There's one probe just scouting from Firefly. Okay, he might hide a pylon over here and just make it more difficult for his opponent to figure out what's going on because he's hidden the pylon. And that obviously suggests that there might be a proxy on the map, but obviously we can see that that's not going to really be a proxy. It's just Firefly trying to play some mind games. So he will drop that pylon down. Like I say, just try and make Nightmare worry a little bit. Maybe force him to scout where he might not have done otherwise. So yeah, Firefly just playing some games. It's not really a proxy in location. Like, what are you going to actually build there that's going to benefit from being in that position instead of just in your main base? Basically nothing at all. So yeah, just hiding the pylon. Also a fairly typical move in this matchup. Continue to move around. And we heading up. Oh, this probe actually sneaks out onto the map. I think it's just scouting and making sure of things, but he actually ends up getting out without that probe seeing him, which a little bit of a factor. Obviously, Nightmare's been across the map in general. This is Firefly scouting in and just double checking. He's going to try and check the corners. He also wants to just make sure he knows what's going on, any potential of proxies or hidden pylons, etc. Just trying to have absolute 100% info before we commit further into this. This probe's still continuing down to the center for the moment as well. It's just hanging out over there. Probe moving over, probe in the bottom side. Yes, getting set up for the moment. Again, Stargate coming in on both sides of this as well. Oracle Corona boosting in. Building up, getting going. Okay, coming through. Stalker's coming around. And Oracle's coming up. The Twilight Councils will begin to build. We have an Oracle from Firefly heading to the upper left-hand side as well. This is going to be coming through for the moment. Getting straight across there. Just diving straight on by. Fire's building. Next is coming up. We have our Oracle activating. Going to go after a few of those probes. 4 workers, 5 workers going down. So we get a little bit more damage dealt. Stalkers will poke around. Just doing some damage in the front lines. It's still building. The Oracle will just continue through a few more probes. Oracle moving over. The few Stalkers still in the upper left. And with Blink on the way on both sides. Just continue through. We actually made that one Phoenix and the Oracle. Obviously, Oracle's on either side. Getting turned around and stuff. And then the Phoenix is able to just guarantee that you can keep that pin back. Got that gateway in. Still the Oracle moving around a little bit also. Just getting that on the move. And Blink coming about, the gateway's coming up, and that's established here as we just have. Oracle's chilling for the moment. Phoenix continues all the way up to the top, so still just moving across there as we see our Phoenix, the Oracle joining up together. Stalkers will be there. Again, just playing the pushback game. It's probably the most exciting thing happening on the map currently. There is a pylon on the bottom side coming in from Nightmare, so he's proxying that down to the south here. So something that could maybe create, you know, a bit of aggression, a little bit of attention being made. And he's going to start his own third base, so both players will take a third. And other than the fact that he's proxying the pylon, nothing's really screaming aggression from Nightmare, so maybe just the opportunity to warp some units in and some stuff done. Stalker's chilling. We got a little revelation going down. Oh, the Stalker's coming about here also. Going back across, just going to be seeing the Stalkers trading with other Stalkers. Stalkers up that high ground, stays the sword, obviously ready to catch. Go a little bit too far. Nice hold position from Nightmare. As now he revelates it, kills it, and that allows him to actually move forward properly. So that was actually a pretty cool little attempt. As Nightmare can only do so much, though. Heavily choked up is pretty rough to really make much of the situation, so not much will come of it. We keep on poking around side to side, just looking for different entrance points. And actually try and come through here. We're going to blink on top. He believes he has enough, and obviously this kind of avoided the choke point problem. Battery's already drained of energy. Got to be super careful of the new status on the left-hand side if you escape in that direction. That battery just unable to do much right now, and we are going to see new ones showing up. We get rid of the Oracle during this too, which is really nice. Obviously get rid of potential future revelations and all the rest. Nightmare takes a fantastic fight here, and now as we blink in to chase down, these Stalkers will keep on dropping, and it is Nightmare that has put in some serious work. Firefly in trouble. And it's Nightmare, again, in pretty much a must-win scenario to get him through to the playoffs. He's kind of doing it, kind of keeping himself alive, giving himself chances. I mean, definitely looking as though he's looking good in this game 3. He would have to be Dark afterwards as well, but man, this is step 1 for Nightmare making playoffs. As our Stalkers keep on trading, as Zealot goes down, we continue to push on through. Charge coming up on both sides, the Gateway's coming in as well. Yes, just look at the production tab. Nightmare has so much on the way. Obviously, you know, right now from Firefly, it's just scraping together a defense, and that involves obviously pulling probes in the defense too, so you're just not mining that much. He's down 15 workers, and even if he holds, it's not going to be a pretty scenario for Firefly in the slightest. He's going to have a hell of a position to try and pull himself back from. He might live a little while because Golden Aura is a fairly defensive map, so if you can't break through right now as Nightmare, maybe it will take a while to get some units up that will allow you to break through, but I think matter of time is really the note right now. Stalker still playing the cleanup game. I'm just going to keep on trading out for a few more moments here. Ourselves a couple more Zealots, a couple more Stalkers getting walked by. This one attack is coming through. Probe, Nexus, 6 more pylons still being built. We have a lot of units down to the bottom side as well. It's just still getting those all set up here. Six more Zealots being added on. Plus one attack coming through. The Prism is setting up, so we bring all of that in as well. Let's just keep on bringing this into action. See a few probes. Let's pull them back over to that right side. Plus 2 attack coming in off the Forge. Again, extra Stalkers still being brought up. Plus 2 attack on the go as well. Nightmare just up 40 supply. Really difficult to say much in favor of Firefly. Like, okay, he's got an upgrade lead, and he's actually going to maintain that as well because he goes into plus 2. So he'll have an upgrade lead. Now, upgrades are nice in mirror matchups, but at the end of the day, upgrades still just come down to one thing and one thing only, and that one thing is, you know, upgrades are great if the other numbers are fairly even. And sometimes they're good at pulling you back from being slightly behind in other regards. When you are a landslide behind, upgrades don't make that much of a difference. Now, army supply-wise, it's actually within 10 or so. That's because of all the other investments being made, I believe. Dark Shrine, extra gates, infrastructure, the 4th base. These are all things where right now the army supply is catching up from Firefly because all he is doing is making army. But you give this another few minutes, and Nightmare is the one that's going to be maxing out way quicker because all of that infrastructure comes in, and then he's got nothing to do other than to build purely units himself, and he's going to be building better units on top of it as well, so. Stalkers gather up. We'll see our push down to the bottom side coming through. Zealots and Stalkers continue to take position. Let's have our Dark Shrine coming in, plus 2 attack coming in on both sides. Continue to trade just for a moment or so and keep on fighting, and we do see the Stalkers will end up trading with one another, so a little bit of a fight breaking out. Continue to push, continue to go up to the top side. Stalker still blinking, still chasing through. Seeing a little bit of value there. And the Stalker's coming back over. We are going to start blinking up to this high ground. Firefly basically was kind of all in this, I guess, because he did nothing but build units for a little bit. Stalker's still blinking down. A couple of Zealots and Stalker still being chased away. Recall a bunch of units back home towards the natural expansion, so we get those back to the bottom side. Plus 2 still finishing up on that Forge. The DT is going to go swiping away at the Nexus as well. More shots coming about. Again, Shadow Stride coming up. Lead plus 3 attack coming through. Big attack in from Nightmare. Immediately just dismantles this base down here, so well, Firefly was not really in the position to be losing bases right as I think this game will just go on simply for the fact it's Golden Aura, right? Like, you're going to struggle to still maybe force the fight as Nightmare. Like, even there, you didn't want to go further forward because of all the chokiness of this map, so still playing that out very, very cautiously. Back to the center here. Fusel's going to start charging out to the front and to trade out a little bit. With Firefly moving forward, this is where Nightmare should just turn and fight. He's got so much more stuff. He's got way more bases to build back up off of. Like, fighting for Firefly is for Nightmare is 100% what he wants to do, and being given the fight in an open space where his concave can shine and his number of units can absolutely be shown, his advantage is very clear. It's going to be absolutely huge for him, and that's exactly the case as GG is called, and Nightmare will take it 2-1 over Firefly. I think Firefly was in that situation where, like, you know that's not a good fight, right? But even though you know it's not a good fight, you're still like, well, I should probably just take the fight, because at the end of the day, if I don't take the fight, I'm kind of dead because I just lost a base and I'm already behind. So yeah, not the greatest of fights to take, but one of those scenarios where not much can be done. Guys, I'm going to be a couple of moments. We'll be coming right back. When we get back, we are already set to go straight into Dark versus Nightmare, and Dark is going to be fighting for first place in this group. He can guarantee it with a win. Nightmare is fighting for... Nightmare is fighting to make playoffs at all. He will have to win this series. We'll see what the exact score has to be when we come back from this quick break. We'll be right back in a moment. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we're going to go into Nightmare versus Dark. I'm going to get straight on into this, guys. Keep the games rolling for you all. Thanks for hanging out with us. Get ready to rumble. Yo, what is that? How's it going, mate? 74 months resub. Always great to see you. Thank you so much. As we have got ourselves in The top left corner of the map. Blue Zerg player Dark. And in the bottom right, our red Protoss player is Nightmare. Game 1 of this best of 3. So straight up, apparently the situation just is Nightmare just needs to win. Doesn't matter what the score is or anything. If he wins, he will advance over Ryung, apparently. Nightmare beat Ryung? Is that why it is? The head-to-head is in Nightmare's favor? No, Ryung beat Nightmare. So surely Nightmare has to win... I think Nightmare has to win 2-0, no? I'm pretty sure Nightmare... Because Nightmare lost to Ryung, so because Ryung won that, he has the head-to-head, which means that if Nightmare loses, it doesn't matter, so he just has to win, actually, yeah. No, sorry, I'm dumb. Yeah, they're both... Yeah, sorry, I'm being dumb. I'm counting map score and it just doesn't matter. I'm counting map score and map score doesn't matter at all. My bad, guys, sorry. Getting myself confused. Alright, well... Let's see what happens as we get into game number 1 of this best of 3 and see whether Nightmare can indeed pull off the improbable and defeat Dark in a best of 3 to send him through to the playoffs of the WardiTV Korean Royale Season 3. We've already lost Gumiho from this group. That's a top-end Korean Terran that is already down. We're in a lot of danger of losing Bjorn from the other group. The Terrans are going to be in short supply if Ryung doesn't make it to playoffs. Kira is there. I think Bunny is going to be there most likely as well, but... yeah, it's pretty crazy. This group definitely taking some twists and some turns. As that probe will be trolling around a little bit. Queens, Lings, drones all coming through. The probe just going to turn away, obviously, as Lings start to pop out. You don't want to keep the probe here. You don't want to give it a chance of being taken down. You'd rather eventually be able to bring this probe all the way back. As you do see this drone just going towards the third hatch as well. So just a little bit more confirmation there too. The third hatchery is going to be going down most likely. So obviously just a little bit more info to work with. As that probe does escape away. Well, the first adept comes onto the map now instead. So that will be moving forwards as the replacement of the probe. Or at least it would have been, but it looks as though the adept is actually kind of happy just to stay back. So adept will not come across the map. We're actually going to have a very peaceful early game here. Not a lot going on. Ling speed will finish, and maybe Dark will poke around with those Lings a little bit, but I can't see this being too substantial of a situation. I think this is going to be kind of coming to a pretty, just like I say, chilled out and inactive early game for the most part here. I see one adept now moving forward, so going to be a little bit braver to try and figure out what's up. Of course, there's the reason you're afraid is this adept is you don't want the adept to just get fully surrounded by like a Ling flood. Having one less unit back at home at the end would really suck for you. So, by the way, as well, we talk about who's, what it's important for Nightmare. Why is it important for Dark this matchup? So Dark is in the opening. Dark is in a position where he's 5-1. Classic and Shin are both 5-2, but Classic actually has an 11-6 plus 5 map score. What that means is that if Dark loses this series, I think Dark did beat Classic, right? Yes, Dark beat Classic. So if Dark loses this series, he would still be first place if he took a map. Yeah, so even if Dark just takes one map, he would still be first place no matter what. But, unless I'm messing up again, if he just wins the series, he's guaranteed first. So basically win a map and he's guaranteed first in this group. That's why this matters a lot for Dark. That's what he is absolutely playing for here. Of course, additional prize money for every series played in the Korean Royale as well, but... those are the kind of things that we're looking out for. Those are the storylines in this final match of Group A of this season of the Korean Royale. As we will get the Oracle in, it's able to grab a drone or two. Yes, if Dark loses 2-0 to Nightmare, Classic is first place, which is wild, but it could happen. Oracle obviously got deflected there pretty easily. This Voidra on the right side was made early as well from Nightmare. Again, just hunting down Overlords, denying vision, so Dark is going to have to be playing pretty blind here for the foreseeable future, unable to really see too much of what's going on. Oracle comes back around the bottom left-hand side, it's just going to get a little bit of a move here, just go for a different direction. It is the only Oracle in the game, so it's very important you don't lose it. Obviously, that means that you've gone very quickly into the blink and the +1. Because you're only making that one oracle, and it's one Void Ray, one oracle, is just so much more gas going into the other tech structures more quickly than usual. So that's a huge deal. That makes a big difference. And that does mean that the timings might be a little bit crispy here on the side of the Protoss players. So one thing for Doc to be concerned about there as well, that blink timing may just show up a little bit earlier, and that could be a problem for him if he's not prepped for it. And Bane Nest coming through, melee upgrade, roaches all coming about, drones as well. Templar Archive is building from Nightmare in the main base, and this Oracle still just moving up through to the top side, trying to figure out where exactly it's going to be headed for the next couple of moments. +1 melee coming about, we just get ourselves the Bane Nest coming through, the Lings and the Roaches continue to just go through this set of rocks, opening up the map a little bit so the Dog has more access points to move around with. Void Ray, though, going to actually find a few of these units while they're trying to clean up here, so it's always a nice little catch. They're even going to get some creep tumors as well. The Stalker's still under, well, they have their blinks, so they're going to start taking some presence in the map. Obviously, with so much Ling Roach on the map, not sure how much we want to do. The Void Ray takes a lot of shots. Now, Void Ray isn't super important typically from this point in the game onwards, but it's still nice to keep an eye on it and to obviously just not let it come crashing down. Stalkers from the right side here will break through a couple more of them creep tumors. So a few more creep tumors getting picked away at for the moment. And yeah, Storm +2 attack. Both of those still on the way in here from Nightmare as well, so we continue to get that on the go. Main speed will be finishing shortly. Melee upgrade about to finish. Lings are going to go running across. Stalker's blinking. Adept's being chased. Ling Roach coming over. We got the wrap around here. Multiple Stalkers starting to go down, so that's a lot of kills being made. We get the recall right back across to this direction. 32 more Banes in production. Baneling speed going to be finishing up in a moment as well, so we just get that completed. You still see Roaches picking their way through this set of rocks, just opening up this space on that bottom side now. Storm is about to finish on the side of Nightmare, so you will get that Storm completed, +2 attack still on the way in. Also, continuing to get that set up for the moment as we do see Ling, Roach, and Bane coming down this right-hand side, going to go jumping onto the Nexus. Oh, that's actually a good push from Dark, going to get rid of that base immediately. Now going to come across, Storms will come through again. Storms are going to be the big savior here potentially. And Ling, Bane, Roach still clicking upwards. Roach Ravager trying to lead into this. The Stalker's going to keep moving around. Probes going down as Altstor going to turn back on towards those Roaches. Corrosive Vials dropping in between the air units as well. Just trying to find a little bit extra as we go. Melee coming about. Just have ourselves the Infestation Pit coming up as well. All of that continuing to come through here for the moment. Hydra Den is going to build in the back of that third base. We do have the Void Ray still setting up as well. It's just still getting that on the go. Bringing that out towards the center. And Infestation Pit, Hydra Den, all of that getting built up just full at the moment. +2 melee on the way out. Wings, Roaches, Banes still gathered together here, and we do have ourselves the Immortal in the charge. Also being built on through for now, so we continue to bring that into action. Well, the Hive and the Lurker Den is going to also be continuing up, so we get all of that underway. The Lings, the Roaches, the Banes, the Ravager getting set as well. So a lot of units from Dark moving around the left side. Obviously, just all of this right now is just going to become a little bit of a distraction technique building in towards those Lurkers. You can buy yourself time to get to those Lurkers comfortably, then that is going to be a big plus for you. So that's the one thing we're really aiming for right now. There's a few Banes here trying to roll into this mineral line again. Like I say, Dog is trying to find damage across the board. Little bits and pieces that keep Nightmare busy as well and keep Nightmare on that defensive setup. Just stops Nightmare from feeling comfortable to kind of come across the map and be aggressive himself, right? So, reasons for all of that. Let's see if you do end up just kind of finding your opponent making a mistake as well. It's also a fairly big deal. There's the Robo Facility, the Fleet Beacon coming through. A few probes transferring about here for the moment as well. Lings escape away up the right-hand side. Void Ray still going to be there to push those Lings out. Stalkers, Immortals, and High Templar continue to build. All of those lurkers continue to come through. We get the size expands coming up. +1 missiles is building as well. Just bringing all of that up for the moment here as we get 4 more zealots on the way. +3 attack. Building currently on the forge as well. So also continuing to bring that one into action. Rainor Game coming by. Stays Sword going to get caught one more time. It's on those Zerglings. We're going to be seeing the other Lings and the lurkers coming through. Going to try and get a wrap around here onto those zealots. We're just going to get through there. Zealots going to get caught. Still got the rest of these units coming about. We will see lurkers moving down once more, just into position, and just going to try to kind of keep an eye on everything here. A couple more storms coming about as well, so we're just going to keep everything pinned back a little further. Obviously, storm is still huge. If we can soften up this army before it gets into position, then great. We are going to see the issue with this map for Protoss defensively is as the Zerg kind of pushes into this low ground, it's hard to hold this low ground, and now the Zerg can really kind of penetrate through each and either of those bases at any given time. These lurkers are doing good damage already. That's exactly what I mean. How do you now come down and defend this, and you've got to kind of defend 2 positions? It makes it very, very difficult and awkward for the Protoss player, and Dark is taking full advantage of that as he breaks on through into this natural expansion. Dark is just going to get straight in here, and yeah, I mean, just got to the lurkers, found the position here on Side Delta. This position between the bases, again, really is just so brutal. Stalkers and Immortals will clear up a few more Zerglings. We're still pressing forwards, we're still making moves. As we have these couple of Immortals still firing away. Just trying to get a little bit extra done for the moment. Hydras and Lings still all on the way out. We see a few more probes being dropped down now. Well, again, the entire natural is going to be falling, and there is a Void Ray that is now cleaned up as well, so that was not going to be the saving grace of our Protoss army, apparently, unfortunately. And, you know, these units just continue to leak up in toward the main base, which is going to be fine because those lurkers are going to stop everything coming down over here. We're going to make a bid to escape right now. Attempt to get out, but that, again, just does not end well. And we got a few carriers up. Also just going to get killed off immediately. They're just not going to last long enough to matter. That is straight up just going to be GG's. All 3 of these carriers go down. That might actually be just a GG moment right there from Nightmare, because maybe the carriers were the one thing he was kind of holding on to as a bit of hope. He's got a mothership that just spawned. These few Hydras will finally probably be cleaned up in the main. Banes are crashing into this base, though. Now there's no defense on the 3rd because the lurkers have slowly but surely just killed anything that tried to move down the ramp, which eventually was the entirety of that army that was there originally. GG, and that is going to be Nightmare calling the game to give Dark the 1-0 advantage. And so Dark is already going to be, I believe, guaranteeing himself first place then of this group. So Dark able to guarantee himself first place. As we get into game number 2. Just immediately here, guys. We want to, again, keep these games rolling today. Don't take too much time out to make our way through the last few matches of this day of StarCraft 2. We're 4.5 hours deep already. It's been a good stream so far. Looking to keep it going right until the end. Alright, get everyone in here. We'll go and get into this. Just waiting for one more caster to join the lobby. Start that off. This button. Press that button. Oh no, that was the wrong button. Shit, I ran ads. I wasn't meant to run ads. I was meant to freaking... God damn it. Sorry, guys. I was not meant to run ads on Twitch. And now we started the game 2. Well, we'll just send it. That just means no ads between game 2 and 3 if we get to game 3. That's all. You can just do no ads after this match. That just works as well. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Not the end of the world. I was meant to snooze the ads, and then I snoozed and ran ads. Because that's a big brain play, isn't it? Alright, let's jump into game number 2 here. As in the top right-hand side, it's going to be our blue Protoss player. This is going to be Nightmare. Down a game. Can he bring it back against Dark? Definitely a tough ask. Tark in the bottom left, looking to, like I said, guarantee, well, I think he has guaranteed himself first place in the group, but obviously extra prize money for every series won, so he's not going to let up right now. Going to try and nag himself some extra money. Overall, just coming across nothing too crazy. I guess we'll watch this probe, usually the most exciting thing going on early on. Honestly, this probe just wants to be a little bit of a nuisance, nibbling away on some of these mineral patches and just trying to make it very difficult to, I'll just make it very difficult to, do much about that. We'll see, just knock some of the drones off of mining properly. There's our cybercore, pylon, assimilator, all coming through. Scan out a little bit of everything on the go for the moment. Get this up and rolling. Just going to see our probe coming back into this base for a second as well. Just checking to see what is up. And Adept, Nexus, all coming about. The link speed and a couple of queens are coming through as well, so we get all of that on the go. Patrols on this watchtower for a couple of moments here. Stargate building, the Adept is coming about as well. See, this probe will just continue to hold the map. We do have Adepts in production. Our first Adept is on the map, but it's not exactly very far out there, just kind of chilling over here as well. Quadray building, warp gate coming through, Adept coming in. Adept coming over, just heading to that upper right hand side. Pylon getting placed in. Getting set up. Couple of Adepts going to fire up. Couple Lings start going down there. We do have ourselves a Nexus getting put into place. And the Adepts just keep moving around for a few moments. That warp gate coming in. Let's follow these Adepts and see if they can find anything. We also have ourselves the action across the map coming through. The Adepts going to get rid of 2 drones already. Just going to see the Firelings going to wrap around that, and the Adepts will continue to take some shots. Adepts will go down. Drones are killed. 9 more drones in production. Lag coming through. So 4 drones get picked. This Oracle continues across here. Oracle is still going to take a couple of shots. Again, Twilight Council Forge continue to come about. Obviously, the follow-up is looking kind of what you would expect it to. This one on Blink still building. Our gate's still coming through. Still taking some shots. Queens will be flying away. Spore Crawler as well. Now Oracle gets away on 1 HP. Or champ. We actually lost the early Void Ray that Nightmare made, so that's not exactly ideal, losing that Void Ray real quickly as +1 and Blink continues up from our Protoss. And fix Stalker's coming up, the Spire is going to drop down as well, a few other Stalkers continue to come across. Spire still building. Melee upgrade and more Lings continue to come out for the moment. Just have the Stalkers still playing cleanup where they can. Just across the board. Right now, we have ourselves again blinking +1 all coming through, the gate coming up. At the Spire play from Dark, it's a little bit flimsy right now because if Nightmare gets super aggressive with the +1 blink timing, but she is moving across the map. He's got a proxy gateway here. Then Dark might be in some trouble. These Lings are going to have to pull their weights. There is only a single Oracle. That will be my biggest concern for Nightmare attacking. That only one Oracle is not a lot of help against the Zerglings. So he's going to get straight down. Our 4th base is going to get deleted. And now we're going to come back up around the top. Start to push up to this high ground here. Stalkers get rid of the extractor. Keep on fighting Lings, and the Queen's going to keep on going. The Stalkers will be firing away. A few more of those Lings going down. Actually, great position to fight. If there's ever a way for Stalkers to fight against Lings, this would be it. They're getting choked up on just a couple Stalkers. Finally, the Lings are free, but it's just too late. Doesn't make a difference. Dark's just bled out so many units. It's going to be GG right there. Nightmare is going to take this to game 3, and we're going to go to a final map to figure out whether or not Nightmare will be able to go to the figure out if Nightmare can go to the playoffs or not, is what this is going to come down to. One, two, three, four, five, six casters. Alright, I think we're good to go then. Let's do this. Hey, what's up? Rainor in the chat. GG, press like. Hell yeah. Press like on that YouTube stream, guys. Helps out a bunch. How many likes do we want today? Let me have a look. I don't know how to shut off a YouTube. I don't know what's going on. The YouTube app on my phone is so broken. Honestly, I swear down. Like, nothing works easily on this thing. It's crazy. But 124. Okay, that's amazing, guys. I'm not even going to tell you to keep on doing it. Amazing. All right, let's go in game. I promised you no ads between games 2 and 3 if we got there because I messed up after game 1 and after game 1. So let's just dive straight into game 3 right now. As on the bottom right, this is going to be our blue Protoss player. This is going to be Nightmare. Taking on the red Zerg in the top left-hand side of Oceanborn. This is Dark. Alright, Proby. This is going to come moving forwards. Get ourselves set and rolling with a little bit of scout information. It's probably just gonna nibble. Drone's taking some damage. Come back around and we keep on moving ourselves about for a little bit right now. We're just gonna nibble, nibble, nibble. Just gonna come back up around the top sides. Just gonna keep on moving around for a little bit here. Again, hatch pool, everything on the way up. Probe's not really meant to die in this situation. A little bit weird. Okay, probe does go down. Couple queens, couple drones coming about. The Overlord of Dark coming across. Just gonna move on through. Get into position for a couple of moments there, so a little bit of action on that. And Stargate coming up. Our Nexus continues by. Overlord still just chilling. The Adept about to pop out. Link speed is coming through as well. Yeah, Queen on the way. Overlord still setting up over here also. Just all of that continue to come up. Everything looking good as continue to build through these early moments. Couple balls back. Link speed is on the way. And just gonna see a couple queens on the way up. The Oracle is coming through as well. We'll continue to get that on the go. Oracle keeps on chrono boosting by for the moment. Stalker still just picking away through the Overlord. Get rid of that and we'll be nice and happy. Obviously, Oracle is going to be the next part of this from Nightmare. Gonna go steer away from the Void Ray first this time, so just gonna mix it up and go for just the Oracle. Likely gonna see multiple of them then, when it's just Oracles from the start. Need to see multiple of them coming through. Oracle comes around the top. Away we go on a bit of a journey. Let's just see how Queen's gonna get that. I see a second Oracle coming up, but the first one's already turning around, so I don't imagine that that's going to end up doing too much at all. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case at all, as the couple of Adepts going to continue to shade about as well. You're going to see the Oracle's finding a moment to dive in. Still got some workers, able to get rid of a couple of kills already, is always a nice little something. And Lair, drones, Ovi, all continuing up. Well, the Oracle's back away for the moment. And yeah, light coming through. Rotron is building. These couple of Oracles are still sitting tight over here for the moment as well. Rotron and melee upgrade all on the way. Our Oracles will be here, and a couple of those Lings are going to go running by in the meanwhile. Let's get underneath those Oracles, continue past. Nasta's induction. The Oracles again getting a little bit of revelation action going onto said queens. The Oracles just continue the map control for the moment. We have got a single Zerglin of Dark going to begin to move across the map, so I'm going to bring this straight down and just start taking position on the fourth base. Keep an eye out for anything that might be going on. Back around the right side, melee upgrade, roach speed coming up as well. Continue to get this on the go. Those extra roaches are still in production, but it doesn't feel like there's too much going on for Nightmare. He's going to start pushing across now. We'll see if he has any real potential to get damage done here. The Oracles are going to pull back on the side of Nightmare too. Just going to join up with those Stalkers. Like I say, let's see if this has any real potential in it over the next few moments as Oracle Stalker combined. With Stalkers having Blink, this bit of a push will get going. Two Adepts poised on the left side as well. If they can obviously cause some trouble here and get into a manure line, that would be great. As the initial goal, though, is 100% to cancel on this fourth base. But units are there. This is where the Stalkers are going to start doing their Blink Micro, trading efficiently, and we set up the Stasis Wards to retreat into to make sure that these Stalkers can't get chased too easily as well. So, well-played setup. We see a few Stalkers on the left side. It's a quite advanced move from Nightmare. Splitting up groups of Stalkers to actually try and get through here and get some value. Like I say, definitely a little bit different to the norm, as we do see the recall coming out as we actually cancel this base. Now it's a fifth base because the top side is still a fourth and that's still alive. So hey, we got a cancel on one of the hatcheries that Dog tries to build, force that to reset a little bit. So I'd say that this was fairly successful. Not bad from Nightmare. Didn't get punished for it either, recalled back, and now he's going to get to join all the Stalkers up together, which is... That's the concern, right? That you end up losing a bunch of Stalkers because you're fighting with a few different groups of Stalkers, each on their own. So yeah, I think that's a... actually a big win from Nightmare, just kind of winning out on a base, getting back home, collecting everything together again. It'd be nice to see those Adepts kind of showing up and maybe trying to find a way into Mineral Line now, especially as there's a couple of Mineral Lines spread out that each have their, workers to be picked off on them. Another hatchery over on this side, and the Stalkers peel back to the center. Just going to keep on blinking about for now. Keep on moving through. Ling's Roaches coming down this ramp. Stalkers still being chased away. Ling's looking to get a little bit more of a wrap around. Stalkers are still getting hit. Rox actually took a little bit of a misclick damage there, so a little bit of a factor that we have a misclick from Dark. Some damage lost. Not really the end of the world. Dark is just smoothly moving into this 8.5 minutes. Hive is done. Lurk Den is finishing. Dark's transition to what is going to likely be the majority of his later game is really kind of coming along very well. Those Lings, Roaches, Hydras all still chasing through here as well, so still pushing in to try and just do as much as they possibly can. Stalkers will be chased back, but I mean, Dog is just happy. You chase this back, you push this away a little bit, and boom. The next thing you know, you're on your way to, those Lurkers, and that's exactly where you want to end up. So this does work very well for you. Going to turn back onto a set of rocks. More damage being done. A few more Lurkers coming out as well. So we'll see our Stalker's still blinking down. Colossus going to be firing backwards. Obviously with the Colossus here, some of the splash damage will help a lot. Is that going to be enough to kind of push through? I mean, Nightmare seems to think so, making a bit of a go of it right now. Coming up to this top side of the map. Additional Lurkers morphing in from Dark. Left side base goes down again, so Dark just not allowed the 5th. So yeah, that's gone down multiple times at this stage. The credit to Nightmare where it's due. He's kept up the pressure on that position. He's made sure to never let that really be a thing. Stalkers moving up. Overseer, Overlord both going down, so those get cleaned up as well. Again, pushing into Lurkers is going to be very difficult to justify, especially when you're so Stalker heavy. Stalkers just get melted by Lurkers, and they just struggle to really... The problem is with Stalkers is to get them in range to deal damage, you kind of blink them in. Well, yeah, you either blink them in or you run in and blink out. But the problem is by the time you run into Lurkers with Stalkers, it's already time to blink out before you fire. So then the only way to really do is to blink on top of them, but then obviously you take way too much damage way too quickly as well. The good news is that this mobility of Nightmare's army is being shown, and it is able to kind of not engage the Lurkers, but it can work around them, and we're still picking off 5th bases. So without a 5th base, there's still some concern here for Dark. He's being kept on 4 base against a 4 base Protoss. Dark has no action across the map, no damage being done there either. See, that's just the kind of style that Dark is playing. That's the position it puts him into. Now I'm going to take this fight a little bit more. Nightmare believing he has enough to kind of go through some of those Lurkers. He's going to blink forward once again. Things continue to jump on this. Just coming about also for the moment. And you see our Lurker's going to fire up a few more shots, so damage continues to be done. Another Hydra getting picked off. We are going to be seeing Stalker, Colossus continue to come around, and just having ourselves now a little bit of carrier production on the way. So Nightmare, with control he's taking on the map, is going to start taking this into carriers and kind of later game Sky Toss in general. So we start to get set up for that right now. Just going to be seeing our Stalkers, our Colossi here, going to fight against those Lurkers. These few Queens are still pushing across as well. Trying to get in position. Queens are getting shot down. The Lurkers are going to be taking some damage too, and this army of Nightmare really wants the opportunity to just keep on moving. Not going to keep on making some plays. Do you see our Stalker's going to go in after that hatchery for a couple of moments, and oh, this hatchery might be in trouble. Dog's going to counterattack. I love it, because he's going to lose this base. He's going to be in trouble losing the 4th, as Nightmare makes plays that, remember, could send him to the playoffs of the WardiTV Korean Royale. These Lurkers and Hides on the counterattack while Nightmare recalls to go deal with it. He has to deal with this right now. There's no more kind of messing around, fighting around the Lurkers. This is where you actually have to fight those Lurkers no matter what. Interceptors flying out of those carriers. There's not a lot of them, but there's a few to help. And we'll take a few over nothing at all right now. That is for certain. We continue to flank through. The Lurkers and the Hydra's still pulling back. +3 melee upgrade about to be finished. Lurkers and Hydras still whacking away, doing what they can up on that top side as well. Hydra Queen all on the way out. +3 missiles and melee all coming through as well. That melee upgrade about to finish. +3 missiles now going to be joined by +1 carapace. And a couple of additional carriers just coming through. As long as we keep carrier production going, I don't mind this at all from Nightmare. Dog is trying to double expand to a 4th and 5th location. Obviously still playing those lurkers. Problem is with carriers out, you kind of need to start thinking about the Spire as Dark. He has no Spire yet, and that will become a problem. The more carriers that take the field, the more he will be in need of that Spire. Ryung's watching this right now. He is biting his fingernails because he needs Dark to win this series. It's a pretty safe bet going in, but now it's not looking so pretty. Yeah, Ryung needs Dark to win this if Ryung wants to take a playoff spot in this season of the Korean Royale. So it's getting pretty hectic here. There's a hatchery. Needs to build on this top side. Obviously, no pressure from the Protoss now. Everything has settled down from those attacks. Viper's on the way, so going to try and play this just with defensive lurkers at the moment, rather than having to build into the Spire. Problem is, Dark doesn't have a lot of money, so if you build the Spire now... don't get me wrong, he's building a lot of stuff. He could build a Spire and Corruptors instead, but I think what he's doing is he's saying, this isn't going to be easy, but by building a better all-around army, even if I don't have the Spire, as long as I can survive, it's going to give me a better shot of winning overall. I think if you build the Spire now, you can maybe just about scrape together some Corruptors, but it's not the best thing in the world for you. See more units heading down to the bottom left. Lings are going to be gathering as well. Storm coming up, +2 air weapons coming in, +2 armor on the Forge. Extra Banes just getting morphed for the moment. I'm going to get set to rally into this mineral line. I think at this point you should just be building a Spire though, no? Like initially I could understand there was more things to go, but like we're maxed. To me, the next best thing you can do to improve your army is to at least have the Spire ready to build Corruptors, even if you don't want to build them straight away. I think that's one of the things you could absolutely start heading into right now, is a couple of Disruptor shots here trying to clean up these Banelings rolling by. All these probes ran away from the bottom left base. They are not going to end up being the ones in trouble as we do continue through. +2 Carapace coming up, a couple extra Infests coming in, Lings are still building. And +2 air weapons coming up on that Cybernetics core as everything's still gathering together here. Army comes back out toward the center. +2 Carapace, also still on the way in. Infestors popping out, the drone's going to transfer over. More Army of Nightmares still moving to the upper right-hand side. Through, knock ourselves down a bit lava there. Fungal growth is going to come into place. We'll see those fungals, one of the ways in which Dark can kind of help himself buy time and just kind of negate this Protoss army. Counter-attacking again, Lings are going to get across and they're going to go straight onto this mineral line. There's a lot of dead probes. These Lings over here got a bunch of probes as well, so Dark is doing some serious damage. Nightmare. Oh, this is scary because this is where Nightmare might feel pressure to kind of make more of a move than he should have needed to. And that's 2 carriers and a mothership going down, so great fungal growth and, well, mostly abducts, but then fungal growth just to follow up and guarantee the escape back. The runaway wasn't going to happen. Okay, we're talking right now. Dark is absolutely actually starting to just win this game, I think. As, that was a great set of fights. It's going to be another one. Who needs the Spire when you can just fight like this? Nightmare is struggling to kind of do what he needs to do to protect these carriers. Like, that's priority number 1. Yeah, I think, pretty sure he knows that, right? But, like, at the moment, he's just not able to protect them whether he knows it or not. It is not mattering. Fusel's down the left-hand side, going to get moving as well. More army coming across from Nightmare, moving through the middle of the map at the moment. Fungal growth goes down onto this group of Zealots, just to guarantee we clean them up a little bit more quickly. Anything that can provide a bit of efficiency from Dark on the Spellcasters is always great, because the Spellcasters are obviously just there to create efficiency, you know? That energy will regenerate. Disruptor shot fires in. First Infestor goes down. A couple more Infestors being chased about. Army still coming through. This hatchery taking a few more shots. The Disruptor shot now going to go up towards those Hydras. Nidus popping elsewhere on the map. We do see Lurkers are able to siege up this base right here. So this Nexus immediately going to get dropped down as well. So that will fall. More of this army from Nightmare still moving out down to the bottom side of the map. So continuing to move across. The Lings will continue to get going. We got ourselves another pickoff. Nightmare's taking a lot of damage. He's now down to just the 3 bases, but not a great time to be on 3 bases because these 3 bases are the ones that have been heavily mined already. So really you don't want to be on these 3 bases right now. And yet that is all he's going to have. Dark going to be feeling great at home. More Lurkers on the way. The Hydra count has been more than good enough so far. Now his opponent is going to struggle to afford any more of those carriers, which were probably the biggest threat in the game up until this stage. This Hydra still joining up. Infestors setting out as well. Hero Parasite coming through. More army of Nightmare works its way over to the right-hand side of the map. We're going to get a Nidus as we go. Just moving across with that for a couple of moments. And we have Infestors, Burrow, Hero Parasite all continuing. This carrier force continues to come back down the right side. Couple creep tumors getting picked off. We do have ourselves the Oracle and the Archons all building up as well. Keep on bringing this through. One more Zod just gets warped in. A couple of those Lings start to get knocked down here. We will still see the Nexus continue to get established. And again, that Neural Parasite coming up as well. So more tech for the air units, basically. Or the tech units. More tech for the spellcasters. Neural Parasites. It's tech against the air units, although you can really use Neural Parasite against anything. Rose will come down here, slows down those interceptors as well, so it's actually nice to just spam them across the board. Obviously got to keep the majority of your tech units away from those disruptor shots, because that could be devastating as Nightmare sits at 126 supply. 40 army supply behind, definitely looking worse for wear at the moment. Nightmare is not being left in a pretty place at all right now. Not at all. Spires coming about, Hydra's coming through, +3 Carapace is building as well, so we get all of that on the go. I mean, finally the Spire. We talked about that 5 minutes ago. Dark has showcased that he absolutely did not need a Spire until now, so I think it's still good to get one eventually, because I think in the end, once you're rich enough, you will just want to build a Master Corruptors, and that will only help you against the air army. You know what? Those first Disruptor shots are pretty good, but then we get Fungal, then we got Abducted. I keep saying Fungal instead of Abducted. We got Abducted, and so we lose those Disruptors, and so it makes it just a little bit less valuable, despite the shots having been real good. Nightmare's at the point where he needs to find extreme efficiency, right? So anytime you're not finding extreme efficiency, it's going to be kind of sad to kind of, you know, be excited about this. The Lurk is still trying to run away. Couple Spies continue to come on through. Couple Lurkers still moving across. One more. I just morph it into Lurk as we get set up there. +1 Flyer Carapace coming through. +1 Flyer Attack coming in. +3 Carapace on the ground army coming up as well. We continue to get this all on the go at the moment. Now just coming around. The hatchery will set up on the far right hand side. Another Nexus in that bottom corner, just going to come straight on in. A couple of Disruptors. They'll land for the double Lurker kill. They actually kind of lined themselves up for that. So they could have split. They joined up together. I mean, Dog's playing this patiently because he has no need to do anything. He knows how torn apart the defenses and the economy and everything of Nightmare is at home. So he's in no rush to do anything major. He's happy to sit back and let his opponent attack into him while he builds up somewhat of a bank. I mean, he is still trading out. The trade outs are okay for Dog while he sits across 5 bases and the opponent has been... Well, it was on 3, now on 4 and going to 5 again. So maybe there is a little bit of pressure for Dog to do something, get another base up as well. Doesn't have a lot of creep out in the front on this side, so that actually could be a little bit more of a problem. That could be something that comes to be, again, slightly problematic, I guess, next little while. Hydra will just reposition slightly. More carriers coming through. We get the observers coming about. Drones are going to transfer across that far right-hand side. Hydra's still gathering together. Those drones are just going to join up as well. Again, the carrier's still building. More and more of them coming through. I mean, Nightmare has established something of an economy. The problem is, anything he's establishing still feels way worse off than what Dark has. Seven corruptors coming up, a couple of spores, and they get disrupted, although nothing dies, just some damage done. I just get across, Obs goes down. As a duct, as a disruptor. Resources is lost at this point. It's actually just slightly favorable to Dark. Ever so slightly. Revelation comes down on them Vipers. Storm coming through, still got Carrier Disruptor coming up here. Disrupting that creep spread down, Overlord still collecting together over on the right hand side. +2 flyer carapace, +2 flyer attack, both on the way. Further upgrades as Dark continues to establish his position here. Well, more of a little time warp going down. Get back to the left-hand side. The army coming through the center from Nightmare. A few units around the left as well. Once again established and hopefully ready to aid as Narcon getting picked away at. Sort of shot there. Going to go through for a bunch of them Hydras. The carriers coming through as well, so we continue to press forward. Mothership is activated. That cloaking system. Again, Dark is just struggling to fight just because he wants to fight with everything in static defense, so he has no reason to kind of push across here and play that defense. But then he is starting to give his opponent this bottom left side of the map, and he's not done much about it, so the game continues through. $14 more Corruptors on the way out. +2 flyer attack still building. Army comes over. Just gonna have ourselves the push across. Fungal growth goes down. Lurkers are gonna get burrowed up as well. A couple more fungals continue to come through. Disruptor after Disruptor still firing forwards as well. Just going to see again the couple of upgrades continue to build up for now. Carriers, +3 air weapons. A whole bunch of additional Overseers on the way. Hydra Lurker going to work its way out to the left now. Just going to see a cannon getting picked off also. Recall over here. Obviously, I think it is important for Dark to make some progress, just not let those bases come up. Dark does have good money right now, so I'm not immediately worried if he doesn't, but I think that's kind of the goal for him. If he can deny those bases without too much investment, I mean, right now he forces a recall to the left, so now he can actually dive on the right side more comfortably. Going to deny the +3 air weapons, for example, so already going to find some good value here. Both those gateways taking some heavy shots and continue to go down as well, so damage really does continue to just come on through that battery. Taking some more shots as well. Hydras and Lurkers are going to move over to the left-hand side where we're going to have cannons and Archons continue to come up. Another Stasis Ward coming down, Revelation coming down. Onwards coming in, got a Disruptor shot firing forwards. Going to be seeing Disruptors all over the place. Actually going to recall away because we're not sure about this fight with the Fungals and everything dropping. So we're just going to back away from that one, but feels like Nightmare is just going to keep on backing away to trouble. Now this left side base is actually completely open. Dark might recognize that, could be able to launch an attack there and then deny what is some of the only really good mining that Nightmare has left. I guess this bottom left base is still fairly healthy too, but Dark is going to recognize the opportunity. He realizes the Nightmare is just going to leave this base completely free to attack. So Lurkers are going to burrow up. This next is going to get jumped on. So it's fighting. Just going to go onto the hatchery. Ling's Hydra is going to go fighting onto those Zealots. One moving through for the moment. Lurkers still in production. Space is slowly dying. We're actually going to see a dive forwards from Nightmare now. He's going to find Dog essentially out of position from some of his stacked defense. Some of the reinforcing Lurkers caught morphing in over here as well, so we're able to pick our way through some of those. Carriers, Archons, both in decent numbers here right now. We're just going to continue through. High Templars continue to come about. We got ourselves a little Time Warp coming down as well. Well, the Ling Hydra is going to make its way into this main base and try and push on up over here. We do see the main force of Dog is actually coming forwards across the map, so he's kind of believing that he can fight now. It's been fairly passive in that regard from Dog. He's not been like making major pushes like this, but going to make a little bit more of a major one now. Going to have Nidus popping up as well. We've got ourselves the Lurkers popping out. We have gotten rid of this mining base. There's really not much money for Nightmare, who's actually dove himself across to the top side of the map, so he's going to be over here to try and deal some damage. Put himself between all these bases, locations. I mean, I feel like you're going to get surrounded in and on creep as well. I'm not sure if we have a recall available right now. Okay, we do. So we have one get out of jail free card able to be cast here if you want to pull it off. Cloaking comes up once again, just seeing ourselves. The few Lurk shots continue to come through. Probes taking damage. This Protoss army still trying to make something up in this top side, but feels like Doc is obviously just going to slowly push into the fight. He's going to get Newell. Try to get Newells. Try to get Fungals. He takes over a Disruptor. He's going to disrupt to the Protoss army. He only hits an Immortal, but it's still pretty cool. Newells are going to start overwhelming. There's not enough Protoss units left at one time right now. This is going to be GG's. Dark is going to knock Nightmare out of the competition. That is going to happen. Dark 2, Nightmare 1. GG's, well played. Alright guys, long game between Dark and Nightmare right there, as we are going to line ourselves for more StarCraft 2 action in just a few moments. So we're going to get that ready to go. We're going to go Creative vs DRG up next. We just got so many games lined up. So I'm going to go Creative DRG. I do have to go feed Ellie, guys. She's, it's her food time. So, yeah, she's here. She's telling me she's been pawing at me all game long. I told her after the game was half an hour, so we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Just going to feed the doggo, and then we'll come back for Creative vs DRG. Some more PvZ on the way. I know a lot of people have been excited about it, so let's get into that in just a few moments. I'll see you guys after this. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. How we doing? Let's get into more StarCraft 2. Creator vs. DRG coming at you. We're going to keep the games rolling. It's been a long day. And we got, in theory, 3 best-of-3s left, guys. We will try and get through all 3. Depending on how long they go, we might not do all 3. We might have 1 left over at the end if it happens. I'm sorry, we'll just combine it with the Rainor Beyond series that has to be played at some point as well next week. So, but I will do my absolute best to get through what we can. If we miss out 1 series, it would probably be Hero Beyond, which was played a couple days ago anyway. So, all right, let's get into this. Let's get this one going. This one played earlier today. The blue Protoss player in the bottom right-hand corner is Creator. A win here would guarantee him first place in the group. If he loses, he could still get first place if someone else takes down Rainor. Hero just lost to Rainor, though, so that does not exactly bode well for Creator, who is... I mean, Rainor also has to play against DRG, I believe, so DRG and Beyond. So, it's not impossible for Creator, but easy if you just win right now. DRG is 2 and 3 towards the bottom of the group. He really needs a win here to put him towards a little bit of safety. Let's see what we can get done as we get ourselves into more StarCraft 2 action here today in the WardiTV Korean Royale. If you're enjoying the long stream, if you're enjoying the games, guys, do consider supporting the channel. Do consider subscribing and liking and following. If you have some money, you can subscribe on Twitch. Use your Prime subs on Twitch as well. If you're feeling generous, you can give some subs. You can also use your super chats or donations or cheers to help support the channel. All of it goes towards helping events like this WardiTV Korean Royale $7,000 tournament to happen. Without you guys supporting, we can't make these events take place. So do consider dropping some love if you can afford to. And thank you so much for joining us today and just tuning in and watching and giving us some great viewership to work with. This is going to be my last stream for the next week just because I'm going to be in Dallas, so I'll not be here for a little while. But obviously, hopefully you guys watch Dallas over the weekend. As we get into game number 1 of this BO3. Now that's a Fnatic. Thank you so much for the 47-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a great time. Thank you so much for the 47 months. 40 no passion. I could stream in Dallas. I don't think I can. I'm going to be kind of busy casting the StarCraft tournament, bro. You know? There's not endless amount of time in each and every day. Whoop. I just misclicked the fast forward button. I went to click something and hit the plus button on my keyboard, fast forwarded, watched the Lings speed around that probe very quickly. As Ling speed comes up. Queen, a couple of Lings coming through the Stargate coming up as well. And we just get ourselves this game number 1. Well settled for the moment, so getting that brought through. Getting this up and running. Again, getting that Ling speed, the Lings, Queens all coming about. The depths are going to be making their way around. So you can see them getting in. 2 drones already dead. Going to get a Ling or 2 as well. Not bad for 2 Adepts. I mean, it's a drone pull. It's 2 drones dead, a few Lings dead. I think we're okay with this. Creator is heading into that Void Ray production, which is something Creator has really kind of fancied over a lot of the other Protoss players. He's really stuck by this Void Ray play a lot of the time, so going to be continuing to do that right now as this Oracle heads into the upper left. It's going to move into the main base. A few Queens, couple Queens going to be here. Oracle taking some shots. 2, 3 drones already going down. The other drones continue to come about. The Queen about to pop. Twilight Council coming through as well. As we continue to get ourselves settled in here. Next few moments. Fortress still coming around. A couple Queens are going to gather up. Seeing the extra Overlords still in production as well. Again, Twilight Council, Gateway, Nexus. All of this continues to come through for a couple of moments. You get that Ling speed coming about. The Spore Crawlers are still building. Resonating Glaives already from Creator. So actually going to get into a pretty aggressive setup with the Resonating Glaives. Obviously does kind of poise you to, you know, get across the map and go deal some damage. This is off the third base. It's not the most all-in commitment or anything, but like I say, definitely let's deal some damage, or, you know, otherwise I'm probably in trouble. Adepts do not trade well later into the game, so it's important that you trade well with them initially, make something happen there at first, and then, you know, go from there. Adepts on the Oracle, just going to come moving out. Again, Lab building, Overlord's building. Void Ray is still moving around also here. Got that Rotron and Evo Chamber dropping into place on the Naturals. Again, both of those on the go. Void Ray's still patrolling at the edge. Couple Troop Trimmers getting knocked down. Resonating Glaives will be finishing shortly. The extra gateways coming up and online. The pylons coming through. The Rotron still being built, so obviously this Void Ray has cleaned out all the vision. Apart from this one circling, so most of the scouting into the bases from DRG can't really happen here. So look at that Resonating Glaives coming in, the 10 drones in production, and 5 extractors now as DRG gets ready to ramp up his gas income. And so it is going to look as though tech will be on the way very shortly here from our Zerg. Where drones and +1 missiles all coming about, all getting set up. All getting underway here now as our robo facility continues to come through. Remote drones is going to return back. So here come all of these adepts. Now we're going to get a little bit of a wall off going to try and help against this. Going to be seeing these adepts continue to find a way in. Didn't shade initially. Now going to try and find a corner to move into. We are going to start getting some drones as DRG will lose out on some of these initial workers. So a few workers going down pretty much immediately. Predator. And we'll continue to fight here. 5 drones killed. We're going to shade back across the right-hand side. Again, the Immortal coming up. Stalker Sentry coming through. All of that production just continues in. Roach speed and the +1 missiles continues up as well. So we continue to get that going. And these adepts still just threatening, but the wall-offs making it so the adepts can only really get to the third base, really limits what the adepts can achieve, and that alone is generally a pretty positive aspect of this right now as these adepts continue forward. Queens are going to get hunted down, a couple of those queens dropping very quickly. Roaches and Lings coming back around, just going to be seeing those adepts going to come forward once more, just going to jump on top of this base over here. Again, the depth shade into the main. 7 drones going down. A lot of lost mine time being caused. Creator definitely starting to get the better end of this right now. And you see the adepts recalling out of there, so they do escape away, but definitely not a bad way to get everything going. +1 attack. Charge continues to come on through. Immortal production, but also another robo facility from Creators. He looks towards a follow-up for all of this, so he looks to get himself set up in that regard. Well, he still sets up in the center. Rush Ravager coming through, the Adepts coming up to the top. And more Lings coming out, a couple cannons on the way, gateways in production. Adepts actually going to get through again. That's a pretty big deal, right? In we go. All those Lings going down, a couple of them drones getting picked away at. Big Roach Ravager attack, though, from DRG. This is where Creator must hold on the other side. Immediately in some trouble as his units are kind of split apart, and these Roach Ravagers are not giving any respect to force fields, just breaking those down immediately. We are going to break straight on through. Super Battery active, doing what it can. As we do see more and more of these probes getting ripped asunder as well. Damage being done as now DRG can turn his attention to the front man. Felt like Creator did so much across the map, but the important rule of playing any sort of adept build, you've got to be able to survive the Roach counterattack, and right now this is one hell of a Roach counterattack. 160 supply of it crashing forwards. We've already killed so many of the tech units. The Robos are now being depowered in the front as well, so they're not exactly in a great place. 36 probes going down. Well, obviously it feels as though this may not be good enough for Creator anymore, as DRG is just all over this natural expansion. This Roach Ravager counter looking great. As the army comes up, Sentry goes down, the few Zealots going to show up as well, but they are also going to get cleaned out and pushed back. So going to come pushing back through. Roach Ravager continues to come in. We're going to have ourselves DRG really wrapping up this first game in just a couple of moments. Get this all concluded here and get this finished off, as we just have ourselves Creator had a couple of adepts across the map, but nothing really too crazy. Ravager just going pylon after pylon after pylon at the moment, so just continue to push through. GG is going to be called. DRG takes game number 1 of this best of 3. Getting off to a strong start there in this series. Alright, game 2 coming up then. As we have DRG on that 1-0 lead, we will just take a moment, get this ready to roll. I'll be right back in 1 second though, guys. Stay tuned for DRG Creator game 2. Just after this, I'm just going to step away. Happy. Alright guys, welcome back. Let's go into our next game as we have DRG Creator game number 2 coming up. Hopping into Oceanborn. Getting this underway. As we have in the bottom right side of the map, our blue Protoss player losing out in that game number 1 after the Adept counterattack. Well, the Adept attack honestly did okay, just the follow-up counterattack created a problem. The bottom right blue Protoss here is Creator. While in the top left, our red Zerg player is DRG. Alright, game 2 of the series. We get this up and running. We get this underway. See what's going to happen. As we have our first probe across the map. It's going to block that hatchery, so that's going to force the hatch to come into the third base location instead, just over to the right side here. Just got that up and rolling. Probe continue to move around. And a couple of drones. The hatchery continue to get set. Gateway and the assimilator continue to come through as well. Overlord of DRG continues to come back around down to the bottom side. And hatch gas and pool all being brought up. Our drone on the way. Getting this set up, and obviously again, first few moments of PvZ. Looking pretty chill for the moment. Can Creator bring this back? Again, honestly did well with the adepts. Really felt like he did fine. I don't even know if he was underprepared against the roach attack versus it was just where the units are positioned, right? Having some of those immortals in the natural, while everything else was kind of split across towards the third, for example. The positioning, that positioning in particular kind of screwed him over because then he couldn't really kind of have one consolidated defense. That really was where DRG was able to pierce on through and able to put himself into a very good spot. As we just have the Overlord still moving down. Cybernetics Core is going to be coming into the ramp. Handling speed coming in. We get this up and rolling. Having ourselves the one Adept Warp Chrono Boost now, the Stargate being brought into play as well. So just bringing all of that through. And ourselves up and running here for the moment as we get ourselves into play. Well, again, link speed, couple drones, couple queens coming in for the moment. So we get all of that on the go. Again, link speed, the queen is going to be coming about. The queen is just going to go pushing across. It's Adept, just going to move in towards the main base. Just going to go have a little bit of a look over there. And a couple queens and a couple lings all popping out. We do have ourselves rest of this just on the way by. Again, just waiting to see where these adepts can get to. See if we can get some damage done early this time around for Creator, but doesn't commit to the shade. Enough of a defense, so last time he got a couple drones, he got a couple lings as well. Forced a bit of a pull, so it's pretty effective last time, but not going to commit to that this time around. The two adepts. And take a couple shots once more here. Probes, Oracle, Warp Gate coming through, the couple of adepts still shading about. As we get settled in, more queens are on the way as well. Adepts get shaded into the center, a single Zergling moving around also. Probes and that Warp Gate continue to build. Queens are all still on the way up for the moment. Oracle comes about and we just have ourselves the extra drones and queens continue to come through. Oracles head over to that left-hand side. We do see the attempted Adept Shade coming by. Not going to be able to land too much of an opportunity there. This Oracle just flies over. I'm just going to pick off one drone. And Lair and Overlords all coming about. The extra drones on the way. We just have ourselves the Twilight Council, the Forge, the Gateway. Everything continue to get produced in for the moment. So all of that coming about. Still got probes in production. And this Oracle still moving across the other side. Adepts still moving around here as well. Adepts just shading up to the top, getting ready to take position, just trying to move on through. Get something done from there. Well, we do have ourselves the Blinking +1 coming out from the Twilight Forge combo. Predator playing a pretty typical follow-up as we just see that lair coming through on the side of DRG, getting that ready. Obviously get that lair up, and that gives you good access towards the tech you will need for the next stage of this game. Whatever that tech may be, whatever route DRG decides to dive on down, Lings and the single overlord here, just going to be chilling out to the sides as well. So Oracle's going to try and move through. No luck granted just yet, though, so no further damage found. Just a single Ling going to pop across as the Hydra Den, the priority from DRG. And +1 missiles as well, so some Ling Hydra play. Pretty aggressive combination. See what he fully sets up into from this. Again, +1 and Blink both on the way out. Look at that Robo facility continue to come around. Now we do have ourselves the extra Hydras in production. The Ling's coming through. Robotics facility is still on the way in. As that Blink and +1 continue to build up for now. See again, waiting for those upgrades. And we already have some Stalkers on the other side of the map doing the typical kind of poking and prodding towards the 4th. So far, it seems as though the defense on that 4th is adequate to make sure DRG does not lose it. We have the stasis wards there as well to stop these units being chased down as easily. We've seen this throughout the day. It's obviously a fairly standard move. It's being done correctly here by Creator. This is a textbook example of just how you should be doing this. Now, Lings on the counterattack might be able to get something done as they come straight across this other side. It's going to come straight through, just going to be jumping onto these, this location. The Stalkers are getting picked away at as well. Again, Baleen Nest, extra drones, extra high, just continue to come about also. You see a few Stalkers in the upper right side also coming through. Again, Bane Nest is going to be the next set, which obviously makes sense. Ling Bane Hydra, fairly popular composition. The Bane is just going to start crashing through the incoming Zealots, which is going to be a way for you to make sure that the Ling Hydra is able to kind of focus on other things than just Zealots. So the Bane's just had that splash damage in. That helps out quite a lot. And I just come back over. A couple Queens coming through. Ling Hydra still coming up. Cannons, Battery, Zealot, Colossus, Sentry. All of this just coming by. So got those Robo facilities producing away. Hydra comes down the right. You can see our Stalker set up on the left. Bane speed, +2 missiles, all of this coming up. We got ourselves a few more Lings and Overlords on the way through as well, so continue to bring that into play. And all of that going here. Just for the moment, our Hydra's going to come for a little bit of a dive down. Some of these Stalkers starting to get picked away at, so able to start picking through some of those. And actually, a nice little dive in. Colossus is going to be big against the Ling Hydra force, though. And that's going to be actually a very important part of the defense. That splash damage goes a long way against those units that really are just vulnerable to splash. It's always the issue with Ling Hydra, right? Splash damage kind of just rips it apart. Look, then coming up, Infestation Pit coming through. Colossus Disruptor, Extended Thermal Lance, all coming about here. The Hydras get diving down to the bottom. A Disruptor shot is going to land for a chunk of Hydras. We take those. That's a great connection. That actually goes a long way. As we now have the Stalker still pushing across over to the left side. That was actually really nice from Creator here. Definitely a step in the right direction for him in this game, in this matchup. Extended Thermal Lance coming about. We have ourselves Hydras and Lings coming through. Going to jump onto some of these Stalkers. Some of those Stalkers getting picked away at again. +2 is about to finish up as well. You still see the Immortal Colossus and Templar Archives all coming about here. And we have ourselves the extra Lings coming over to the far right side. Again, the Hive, the Lurk Den all coming up. +2 missiles coming through. The Hydras are coming along. Even more Lurkers is going to get morphed right in here now as we have Hive still building through. Stalker's still hanging about. We do have more Hydras and Lings still down to the bottom. There's additional Lurkers coming about. We've got a Storm coming through with the +3 attack upgrade as well. Prism on the way out from Creators. He can obviously utilize that in a lot of different ways to make the most of this situation. Ourselves Archon Stalkers, Zealots, and Colossus coming back around. When it comes through the center, we are just going to knock down a couple of additional creep tumors here as we go. Lurkers getting burrowed up, the Hydra's getting set. Actually going to see a little bit of a fight perhaps breaking out here as these Lurkers get burrowed close to the army, but I think Chris doing the right thing of just hold position and not letting anything run forwards. The couple of Lurkers that were in range obviously going to deal some damage, but it's not too much. Only a couple probes going down to this run by as well, so things going well so far. Here from Creator, defensively looking good. This engagement was well handled by him as well. Like I say, I love the whole position, the choice to stand and fight because the amount of Lurkers he was up against was fine, but not to go any further than that, right? He definitely found himself the right balance of what to do in that moment. As we're actually going to get up here, that's a great disruptor shot. Softens up a bunch of those Lurkers. And again, with the ability just to move back down that ramp into a position where you can't really do too much else with that army. Rangers and Lings still gathering up. Adrenal glands plus 3 missiles all building. We still have Lurker Hydra on the bottom side pushing forwards. Gonna come straight through here. A couple of those High Templar already in some trouble as well. Gonna see a couple of those morph straight into an Archon. Just going to have another disruptor shot coming by. Lurker is going to get hit by that. Just going to see a couple more Lurker shots continuing through. I mean, the position DRG puts himself in is nice, with the Lurkers obviously controlling the ramps. Is there enough, though? I feel like we need some kind of support for these Lurkers. We're just going to dive on them right now as Creator. There is no support for these Lurkers. They're just going to go down. The position's great, but they just needed to be a little bit stronger. The Hydras want to get this base, but the Super Battery gives it a little bit more life, and the Super Battery is going to keep the base alive on 6 HP. Clutch hold on the location on the top, bottom side of the map. Creator will keep another base up and running for himself, so that's big, as DRG gave up those Hydras to do that as well, and obviously just did not net himself any kind of a result, so that's a disaster. And as you see the Lurker burrowing, the Disruptor shot firing. Just going to have ourselves Stalker Immortal still coming about, and just playing cleanup. DRG still the aggressor, still attacking through, but I feel like it's almost becoming a little bit uninspired. Like, I mean, I guess he just wants to brute force the situation, but Creator's playing pretty well defensively. He's now going to have this army wrapped around once more, and I'm not sure if there's enough Lurkers to just justify the defense here, especially if we're already going to get one picked off by a Disruptor. And DRG thinks he can't necessarily stick around either, so he's also just going to be backing away from this position. Also going to fall away from here. Additional Lurkers all coming up, more Hydras coming out, extra Lings are on the way, Creep tumors are spreading, and we do have Observer and Oracle production continues, so the detection, basically, I can't talk anymore, the detection duo of being able to, you know, revelate or just scout with the Observer coming through. We have our Hydra Lurker force going back over to the right-hand side. Lurker's going to burrow up, just going to be seeing the battery taking some damage, Archon going down. It's going to be seeing our Prism is going to be taking some shots as well. This Nexus will drop. Pull back once again. Stalker Archon going back across to the upper left-hand side, so in we go. It's going to go punching through. Storm's coming down across the board. This is actually DRG's army just getting melted. It feels as though his army was obviously kind of stuck on that comp, but usually that composition is fine. In this case, we just got to a point where I think Creator really did have that good of a composition in comparison and was able to really make a good display there. GG's, and Creator ties up this series 1-1. So we are going to get to go to a game 3 of this matchup. So we're going to go the full distance here between DRG and Creator. I'm going to go to Site Delta for the final map between these guys. So let's get Site Delta underway. Alright, into our next map, our final map here between Creator and DRG. Again, Creator win this series and you are first place in this group guarantee. No one else can take it away from him. You would then be top 4 overall in the tournament. You start straight in the semifinals if you get first place in this round-robin group. It's designed to make these round-robin group stages, each and every match, very, very important. As we have Creator in the top left. DRG really wants a win, because a win for him will keep him much safer in this group and potentially keep him into the playoff race compared to just being, I don't want to say out of it, but definitely going to be a struggle, especially as he has Rainor coming up to play. And it's going to be a struggle if he doesn't successfully move through. Anyway, probe. A couple drones coming up and about. Going to set up here for a moment as we get ourselves the gauge probe and assimilator coming in. Going to get our hatchery into place as well. That is going to be obviously on the forward position because this probe blocks the natural location here, so it's going to push that around a little bit. But yeah, probe, gateway, both coming up. Again, hatch gas and pool coming about as well. So all of that just coming in for the moment, getting that ready. See ourselves just this little overlord move across. Obviously look to get that into position to scout. We'll see if that's allowed to happen, because obviously I was talking about Creator, one of these guys that does like that Void Ray first, so possible to just get that Void Ray out, and this is exactly the kind of overlord you'd be denying with that Void Ray first. Stop the scouting around the base and in the base, etc. here on Site Delta. Give Creator a much easier time at kind of hiding his plans and his, you know, processes of what he will try and do. Queens coming in. Let's have ourselves the couple queens then. Drone, Overlord, all of that coming through. Warp Gate coming about. Let's have this Overlord to the upper left-hand side. While Stargate's coming up, the link speed is on the way through. Spawning pool is building. Got that link speed coming up as well. As the hatchery, the queen, the lings continue to build up. Overlord's on the way. Oracle, Warp Gate, everything looking normal. Well, that Void Ray I suggested we might have. So yeah, into the Oracle and we'll see if Creator has anything still funky planned, right? I mean, he's definitely not played a boring series in terms of different styles and strategies. It's definitely been a variation of things in these early stages to kind of get everything on the go. Adept just going to be shading to the upper left. A few lings are going to come hunting that Adept down. Oracle will activate. A couple of those lings already getting cleaned out as well. It's just getting the pickoffs there. More queens in production. Still got Warp Gate. I'm out to finish up. We got a handful of lings making their way through a Nexus. Let's continue to play cleanup, and the Oracle will activate. A couple lings still getting shot down for the moment. Queen, drones, lings, again, a bit of everything continuing through for the moment. Just for now, getting that set up. Proper facility is on the way up. Oracle will finish very shortly. Still 2 more Oracles in the bottom right. Already looking to try and create some opportunities for themselves, trying to make something happen here. Oracles get back towards the center of the map. Probe facility halfway through. Oracles will come over, activate onto some of those Zerglings. Bunch of Lings getting taken down. Still got the lair coming through as well. Drones, overlords, everything in production right now. Even more Lings are going to be back down to the south side. Forge and the Immortal in production. Still got our Overlord sitting just on the high ground pillar as well. And Immortal Forge and Twilight Council coming through. Got a couple of Oracles still just hanging about here. Also, 7 more drones, the few Zerglings in production. Roach Drone is still just halfway done for the moment, so continue to get that on the go. Oracle's coming by, just going to be seeing the Queens coming about. The Queen's actually going to get there. One Oracle is going to get picked off. Actually, bad play from Creator just to kind of fly the Oracle so deep that we're going to... Whoa, we're going to lose another one? Gets the Stasis Ward. I mean, DRG misjudged that. He thought he could kill it in time, so he didn't pull the drones. But honestly, still not bad, because you get this, the Oracle out of it. I don't care how good the Stasis Ward is. Losing the Oracles, both of them, back-to-back like that? Just so much potential taken away from Creator. And just so unnecessarily, right? This was not a move you have to make. This is not something that you had to force. Just unnecessary loss of those Oracles. That is a bit of a shame. Hey, thank you, Dave, for the 200 bits, by the way. Appreciate it, mate. Alright, we'll win in this one because we're getting into a game 3. Hell yeah. Well, Temple Archives coming through. Immortal Charge and +1 coming up. The Overseer of DRG still moving up around to the top for the moment. Alrighty, DRG just opening up the map a little bit. Getting set to go, go, go. We'll see opening up those rocks. Way more direct pathway toward the other side of the map. So if he wants to be aggressive, that would be it. He's got Swarmhost on the way out, so that's the plan. Swarmhost will be obviously able to move around much more comfortably. Don't get caught. Obviously, easier ways for Swarmhost to back away as well is obviously a pretty big deal. Phoenix, Immortal, Archon, all coming about. That Robo Bay is still coming through. And Prism and all the rest of it on the way in. +1 in charge coming out as well. Hive is obviously going to be a big addition from DRG. More tech available. They're just going to utilize the Swarmers to be annoying until then. Looks like we're going to go straight to Lurkers behind this already. The follow-up plan is coming into place. Just going to use these Swarm Hosts as a way to try and create a lot of trouble up until that point. As Creator, first wave of Swarm Host Locust show up into his natural expansion. He pops the Super Battery. He only really has Immortals nearby, so not a lot of damage output. The Locust try and just right-click down the Nexus, but the Super Battery keeps it alive. I think that would have just died if we right-clicked the Super Battery, then the Nexus. But obviously we had a full surround on the Nexus, but even just a few Locusts on that Super Battery might have actually just been enough to actually take that out quickly enough that the Nexus might have still been in trouble. Either way, it does mean that Creator survives the first wave of Locusts. That's actually a big step in the right direction for him. Yeah, guys, I think DRG did mistakenly get Tunneling Close. Good point in the chat. Tunneling Close instead of speed. Obviously, you kind of meant to have Roach speed. Tunneling Close doesn't do much for you, especially when you have no burrow upgrade, so that's a great point. One mistake there. Actually, could be a costly one if it goes long enough without him realizing it. As Wave of Locust just trades out the Prism play. Getting shut back and turned around. We're actually going to lose the Prisms. That's annoying because now you've got to replace that. Oracle activates. At least we'll get some damage onto Swarm Host. We had to get rid of one of them, so some benefit being made. Blink. Storm. All coming about here. A couple of units out the front. The creep spread is all over, by the way. The benefit of having map control and getting rid of those oracles, I guess, a little bit. Obviously, less creep spread would be nice for the Protoss player, because then the Protoss army doesn't have to move around as much. And the Zerg army can't move around as much. And Storm, Blink, plus 2 attack, and extend Thermal Lance all on the way out right now. You can see those lurkers getting burrowed up. Couple of shots continue to come through just for the moment. And Storm is still about halfway done for now. We continue to bring this in. On the left-hand side, we see some of this Roach Hydra Force actually getting caught as well. It's going to be a complete cleanup, so it's going to be very easily handled. So that little group of units goes down immediately, and DRG, well, good news is he's well on his way to that Lurker transition. Only 6 Swarm Hosts remain, but the Lurkers are up, the Viper count is up, so all of that is looking good. And you have the rest of the Storm Hosts still moving around here. As our Storm comes in, just going to be seeing the rest of this army continue to get a move on. Hydras, Roaches, and Queens making some steps forwards. We're actually going to be seeing the Stalkers making a bit of a blink there, trying to make a bit of a statement, perhaps. Continue over. Hydra's still taking some damage. Queen's trying to fight back. Going back and forth for the moment. Spore will take even more shots. Stalkers blink to the bottom side. Roach is going down. Spore Crawler still taking hits. Hydra's getting attacked here. These Queens will continue to drop another Storm onto those Lurkers. Lurkers taking a lot of damage. 1, 2 going down immediately. Going to continue to press on through here. I mean, these Immortals are absolutely pounding away. And Creator looking as though he's making a pretty good push for this, but we're starting to kind of push back a little bit. DRG gets a bit of a dive through. He's going to get on top of some of the Colossus. One of them went down. Creator still on the front lines, killing a lot of drones, but he's not got any reinforcements shown up. He's got money to spend. He can spend it on 2 Stalkers, and then otherwise it would be Zealots. Roach is actually going to catch Stalkers as they blink over to that right-hand side there. I feel like that was not ideal for Creator, and he is going to continue to lose these Stalkers. There's so many Stalkers going down. Damage continuing to be done just across the board. And that is actually going to be a hold from DRG. And he actually comes out of this in a significant supply lead. And actually Creator will just type GG, so DRG will get the victory. Man, honestly, DRG had such a supply lead. It was hard to see where it was at. It felt like he had basically nothing in this army. GG's, and it's going to be a 2-1 victory from DRG here, as he is going to keep himself in a great position. Well, Creator takes a map, but is going to drop down a little bit. Potential for Rainor to overtake. I guess this next series of DRG versus Rainor is going to become very important, and it's going to tell us a lot about. It's going to tell us a lot about how this group will continue to shape up. We'll just take a couple minutes break here, guys. We'll be back in just a few, as we have more StarCraft 2 coming. It's going to be Rainor versus DRG ZVZ coming at you guys in just a few. And we'll see you guys after this quick little break. BRB. Alright guys, welcome back. Sorry for the delay. Let's get into our last couple of matches. We have DRG versus Rainor coming up. I'll just wait a second, get this going. And let's get into some action here. We're gonna start off on Golden Aura. Big map to start the ZVZ. Oh, Rainor's playing Protoss as well. Okay then. So Rainor playing some Protoss here in the matchup, and actually wasn't expecting that at all, but that's all good. So Rainor on the top left is the red Protoss player. As we get into some, I really was not even thinking about this as a possibility. As we have our blue Zerg in the bottom right. So this is not ZVZ, this is PVZ. This is going to be DRG in the bottom right corner of the map. So let's get this underway. Let's see what's going to happen as we get our matchup up and rolling. Get this started. Game number 1 of our best of 3. So Hatch, 8, going about here as we get everything settled in. And the hatch and gas is coming in. Obviously nothing too crazy from DRG then, and Rainor decides to go no scout across the map as well, so no probe onto the other side. This probe is going to move down for a couple of moments here, get this going. What we can do. As our Nexus will come into play as well, so we get that up and running, get that all underway. I'm just going to see this probe coming down the bottom side. This probe gets into the bottom. Just going to see a little bit of what's going on. Just going to have ourselves probe turning back around. We move back away. Nexus coming up. The Adept coming in. Again, that link speed is continuing to produce as well. So everything pretty normal for the first few moments here. Nothing too wild. Our first few Zerglings are popping. Obviously, they'll have link speed in a minute and a bit. Till then, just going to be settling down. Couple lings. Go chase that probe away. Stargate up and rolling here. The Fueling's going to go nibbling onto this set of rocks. We do have the probe coming across the map from Rainor, just returning back home. Obviously now it does have the Adept out over here, and that's going to continue to shade around to look for some information throughout these early stages. Remember, Rainor with a win will continue to chase Creator down in first place of this group. Things coming about. The Adept is getting chased a little bit further there as well. Be seeing the Stalker and the Wolf Gate coming up. Hopefully, moving around. This Oracle going to come from the upper left. Queen's going through. Oracle is going to get pushed around away for the moment. And Nexus coming through. The drone's all in production. The Oracle's still coming around to the far right. Getting set up for the moment. Getting that Twilight Council up and rolling. Get that on the way. Twilight Council is building. So again, seeing what Rainor's tech is going to be beyond this Stargate. Obviously, Oracle's very normal. Going to see what, again, the next kind of portion of that is, right? If it's going to be just blink? Are we going to play some kind of a charge play? Also, Rainor can play some very solid PvZ. He can be very, very good in this matchup. We saw that as well. There's our Forge coming up, Nexus coming through. The Oracle's coming back over. Obviously, the Oracle's will do just so much of the information right now as the Adepts continue to move around. I see the Queens continue to come about. It's going to be seeing that blink coming in. Just going to have ourselves the +1 attack coming through. Get up and running. You can see the few Adepts just kind of keep on poking at the fronts, just continue to apply some pressure here in these early stages. Again, blink and +1 all continuing by just for now. So just bringing all of this up. These Lings actually going to be with the Queens. Trying to fight against those Adepts, but that does not go too well. Could have been a lot better for DRG as more Lings coming up, trying to replace the losses. Again, Hydrogen coming about, the +1 missiles coming through, the extra drones are in production, the Queen's coming out to the front as well. Temple Archives is producing through, the Feeling still moving around. Heading over the other sides. +1 blink all coming through, Lings heading back down the bottom, Temple Archives, Nexus all on the way. A few Stalkers still gathering here as our Nexus continues up on that 4th base, just getting all of that up and rolling. These 2 Oracles continue to head across. Currently heading down to the south, so again trying to see what they can get up to here for a couple of moments. So Storm +1, all of that coming through. Yo, Anonymous Gifters, thank you for gifting us about a gross papa. Much appreciated. So much for being generous as our Storm continues in then from Rainor, so it's continuing into the later stages of this game. Just again playing through with this Protoss right here. Let's see what we can get going. Obviously, DRG is making those Hydras. I don't know why I keep saying obviously, guys. Apparently everything's obvious. If it's so obvious, why do I even need a cast for you guys? Yo, Dave, thank you so much. 500 bits. Safe travels to Dallas. Appreciate it, mate. Wish you got to meet us. Thought you're not going to be there, man. Would have been cool to see you. There's our Feelings. Get caught in a stasis ward. We still have +2 attack and charge coming up. 8 additional Hydras are in production. That Hydra speed continuing up as well. So we continue to bring all of this through. Battery, couple more gates, +2 attack and the charge all coming about here just for the moment. A lot of Hydra's just going to move up, just going to get in position there and then get turned around by the Storm. Storm pretty brutal. And Infestation Pit, Lurker all coming around. We got a few extra drones in production. These Hydras are all retreating away back down to the south. Make our way back to the upper left-hand corner again. Just going to be moving through. Triple Robo on the way, by the way, from Rainor. So he's ready to ramp up that Robo facility production. That's cool. I like it, you know what? I think it's great. Get as much Robo production going as we possibly can here. As you see, Stalkers and the Archon continue to come about. Extra Robo is still producing. We do have ourselves the +2 attack and charge on the way. A couple Lings here getting knocked down. We still have Ling Hydra to the upper right side. It's going to start running in from the right and try and deal out some damage as well at the moment. Archon Stalkers trying to hold out. We do see on the left side the Storms continue to come in. The Hydras again absolutely obliterated. Feels like this is a very good defense so far from Rainor. I feel like this is getting into a very good state of the game from Rainor. He's actually pretty comfortable in the later stages of PvZ. This is not an off race that relies on early and mid game. This is an off race that can go toe-to-toe with the best later in the game. In fact, I would say he's probably better later in the game. More understanding, more army control required, rather than just kind of it being that kind of early game kind of gambling. His, chance to show his mechanics is really going to be there a lot more in this regard. Hey, Rolling Boy, thank you so much. 7-month resub on the Prime. So yeah, I kind of like this for Rainor because it feels like he's getting through what is, in my eyes, probably the more difficult stage of this game at the moment. Things, Hydras, and Lurkers come back over to the left, so just going to get over there. Going to have ourselves a little bit of a push about. +3 attack, +1 shields continue to come up. Our extra immortals are still coming through. And just going to be seeing again that triple robo now really being put to use as all of that gets brought in. Our Lurkers come back around. Knock on Stalkers. And flea picking coming up as well. The Immortal still coming by. Got ourselves the Seismic Spines coming through, so that Lurker range obviously a pretty big factor as well. Lurkers, Lings, and Spines all in production now. We do have our Ling Lurker still setting up. Going to start running through here. Storms across the board. This is not the kind of Zerg army that's meant to be diving into Storms and Archons, right? Like, this is an army that's going to absolutely melt. And I think that's very much so what we're seeing a little bit of at the moment. That was, these fights just do not seem pretty at all here from DRG. Not bad enough to knock him out of the game or anything, but like, they're going to be bad trades. They're going to catch up to him at some point. It's just a matter of when that's going to be. As yo, thank you Insteady for the 4-month resub on the Prime as well, pushing us towards a hype train on the Twitch channel. Thank you so much, appreciate it. Army still chasing down. See the rest of those Lurkers and so on getting pushed away. Immortal Archon still being brought about as well. Stalkers continuing to come through. It's going to knock down a few creep tumors as well. A few more Lurker shots continue to come in. We do have a couple of Immortals in production. The things that you get across here going to go and deny that base. There's a grab. Additional Zealot's going to continue to warp in. That is going to be the Stasis Ward catching a handful of Lings there as well. Is going to get a nice little grab on that. You see our Nexus still coming through on the top side. So yeah, Rainor just going to try and... He's trying to get into that 5th base. I think that's his biggest problem right now. It's 5 bases. Well, actually, I guess bottom left, so 6 bases to the 4 at the moment. A 5th base for Rainor would really stabilize his position in this game. Obviously, he doesn't want to let the gold come up freely, and he will deny that now, although it's a massive Lurker counterattack from DRG to the other side, looking to do something here. Those Lurkers get burrowed up, and they will start to put in some work. Thank you, by the way, as well, Skeletor, for the 2-month resub. Thank you so much. Hype! Yeah, starts up the hype train. We're officially allowed to be hyped about the subscriptions now, guys. Thank you so much. Storm's coming through. Stasis Sword getting a little bit of a catch. There's so many Lurkers. There are 27 in the game, and I feel like pretty much all of them are right here sieging up these bases. This is where Rainor really needs a little bit of, you know, an air army would have been amazing, but unfortunately it's not an air army at all. Mortals, Archons continue to push through, taking out the base on this bottom side. Continue to come through that as we just see Mothership still in production. We got ourselves the Immortal continuing through, the Lurkers still gathering on the left. We continue to just get all of this going here. Army continues to gather up. Rainor, as for now, well, deflected, but this base went down. I do feel like Rainor's just missing kind of the late game transition, like the switch into carriers. So like that is so many Lurkers, and fighting that many Lurkers kind of becomes a problem. I feel like a lot of the game earlier on was honestly feeling pretty good for him. A lot of fights that DRG shouldn't have felt too great about. But the Lurker count is just, I mean, you've got to have an answer to this, and to be fair, it is almost only Lurkers, so if you do take a fight, it's likely that you will actually get on top of the Lurkers very quickly, and that could be good for you, so there is that to kind of think about, I guess. I mean, that's kind of like a slight positive, as Archons and Storms, etc., all continuing out and about. I see those Storms continue to come through. My Templars do have to escape away up to the high ground. They're actually getting chased by Lings and getting cleaned out. Lurkers are still hunting for a couple more of those Immortals as well, looking to get as much done as possible. Mothership coming through, additional Archons coming about. The Lurkers are still firing. Robo Facility down. Pylon gets knocked away at as well. You have Overlords and Overseers still apparently traversing back. Kind of surprised they don't have Overlord speed at this stage of the game, right? But such is the world. Sometimes they're not allowed to be fast. This army comes back across. The Mothership is like, where is your anti-air? One Hydra gets killed, and now the Mothership reigns us free. Okay, this Hydra's showing up. Run, Mothership, run! No! Rainor is going to lose his mothership. Drops a time warp down, but he's got no way to actually engage that army. That's the forever problem of Rainor in this game. This army feels almost unengageable, and he's just going to slowly get picked off as this continues through. The Lurkers are continuing to be there. The Nexus taking some shots. I mean, we got some Lings and Hydras breaking into the main base at the same time. Bottom side of the map, Immortal Archon is going to come pushing along as well. As we just come straight on through. And we just have ourselves everything coming about. Lings, Hydras continue to come on for the fight. And Rainor will base trade. DRG, obviously just a handful of lurkers at home would probably be enough to deflect this. Storm comes down, a couple of lurkers are going to end up getting caught there. Just have another storm coming through as well. We do see the Lings and the Hydras continue to come about here. Continue to push around, get some more damage done. Hydras, lurkers continue to trade it out. We do see the rest of the lurkers moving about. Zeld Archon gets some moving as well. Now we have ourselves this last little bit of Rainor's army being cleaned up. To be fair, it's not like DRG has like a ton of units left over at the end of this. In fact, as Rainor plays cleanup in the main base, DRG has 12 lurkers. They're all at home. This is actually very much so a game that is A, still going on, and B, looking kind of cool. Thank you, by the way, for the subs. Continue to hype up the hype train. Hot Donkey, Storm Speaker, thank you so much as well. And also Tralev on the 4-month resub on the Prime. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the support. Thank you for trying to keep the hype train alive. Appreciate it all. As our lurkers continue back around into the center here. Carriers producing through. So we get that carrier counter growing. I mean, Rainor, if he can actually keep on getting a couple of carriers up, there might be some hope. There's not a ton of anti-air, not like he's going to have a ton of carriers. But like I said, DRG does not have like an overwhelming army, you know, at the end of this or anything. Dominator, thank you for the 41-month resub on the Prime. We're just going to miss level 2 hype train. No, the pain. Okay, it happens, guys. Next time, next time. All right, army's still here, though, from Rainor in the center, kind of hanging around. Our lurkers are going to come pulling back. Top right side, our lurkerling is going to be picking up a few more probes as well. Still struggling to see Rainor kind of tackling the lurkers, I guess. There's just so many of them, and even more being made. Not impossible, just doesn't feel likely. A couple extra spines going to find themselves burrowed up atop this ramp. Oh, carrier production continues through. How many carriers are we on? So it's going to be our second carrier, plus 2 air weapons on the way. Like I say, if we could build enough of them, I'd kind of love it, but I'm not sure if we'll ever get enough of them. There's 11 Hydras on the map, an Infestor, a Viper, so there are some spellcasters available as well currently. And that plus 2 air weapon is still on the way through. Lurker is just going to go flying away at the pylon here. A little bit more of the army still gathering up together. Lurkers are still fighting. Immortal Archon actually going to find a few of these lurkers. This is not a terrible fight when a lot of the lurkers are up on that high ground. That's exactly the kind of thing you want to be doing. Just taking out a few lurkers where you can when they're on their own. I guess my concern now is that the Hydras continue up. That's going to be quite a few Hydras in play. I don't think those carriers are ever going to be enough anymore. There's just too many Hydras. Oh, DRG is making another push up to the top side. DRG looking for a way forwards and a way in. Pushing straight on through here. We are going to see out to the bottom, those lurkers are going to move about as well, so they're going to be off and away too. Gunpowder guys coming up, Hydra in production, and yet a few drones still just mining away as well wherever possible. We just have our lurkers moving up this ramp. Ling, Hydra, Lurker all coming across. Units are going to be firing away. We're just going to be seeing a lot of these units taking a fair amount of damage already. Rainor is going to have to just try and fight this. I think there's too good of a position to let DRG just sit in. Storm coming down, Fungal Blinding Cloud as well. Good casting. So only a couple of spellcasters you have as DRG. It looks as though he's just about going to be able to overwhelm Rainor here as he comes through this top side. He's just going to push on in. We're going to be seeing the Lings and the Lurkers and the Hydras. I don't know why I keep saying Lings. The Lurkers and the Hydras keep on pressing forwards, and I just don't think Rainor has a chance. He's got one kind of, well, long-distance mining base kind of going, and that's really about it. His army supply is less than half, and DRG slowly but surely has been able to net himself victory here in this game number 1. By the game here on Golden Aura, 20 minutes of SC2. Always great to see, as we have the army continue to retreat away down at the bottom. Again, a couple of Nexus coming up, another little Revelation coming down. But realistically, this is an army that just does not feel as though it's going to be getting removed from the game. The Hydra's are going to chase. There's no splash damage apparently available here, so there's no punishing these Hydras for chasing. And that means Hydra's chasing in those kind of numbers. They're just going to do mega amounts of damage. You know it as well, right? You know what this is. Base getting cancelled. Rainor is just going to slowly get pushed away from his ramp. DRG is going to make his way up. GG will be called. Again, felt like this was the kind of game Rainor wanted to play. The longer it went, you know, the early stages felt like were pretty good for him, but he just never really found an answer to just too many lurkers. It really did just get to a point there where there were just too many lurkers available. So we're going to line ourselves up for a game number 2 here in just a moment. We are going to be going back to ZVZ for game 2, by the way, guys. So Zerg versus Zerg for game 2 coming in just a sec and get this underway and running. Alright, alright, alright. Let's do that. Let's click watch. Perfect, let's dive into it. Let's get this one on the way. Hey, anonymous sub, gift now to Rainor. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks for the support, guys. Appreciate all the love coming through for the stream. We filled up the donation bar, the bit bar. We had a bunch of subs coming through. Dominator, Trilive, Hot Donkey, Stormseeker again. Just making sure I didn't miss anyone. Dave Tester on a few more bits as well. Thank you, guys. Appreciate all of it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, let's get in game. As we have game number 2 of this best of 3. We're all back to ZVZ, so in the bottom right side, it is going to be our red Zerg. This is Rainor. And in the top left, our blue Zerg player is going to be DRG. And 2 of our best of 3. Alrighty. Can Rainor bring it back with the Zerg versus Zerg? Again, after this, guys, we do have Beyond versus Hero coming up as well. Just to confirm, we're going to do all the matches today. The only thing we will not have is the Beyond versus Rainor series. That one's just not being played. It will not be played today. That will be played probably next week after Dallas. So, just a little bit of info for you guys in that regard. Hey, Eurytha, I appreciate the feedback, but I'm not here 6.5 hours into my stream after casting non-stop to scream and shout about a game that was kind of over 10 minutes ago. If you want to watch some fake hype, you're very welcome to go watch the stream on the games on other channels. I don't appreciate feedback that just makes no sense at all. Don't like the backseat casting. If you want to cast yourself, go start up a Twitch channel. Go join some games. Go cast. If you don't like it, you can just turn the stream off. You don't have to let me know. Thanks for coming about. We get underway. And just have ourselves the Overlord chilling at the front. Another Overlord moving around. Link speed coming in on both sides. A couple Lings moving about as well, so just getting a bit of a move around here for the moment. And that starts up on both sides as well. The link speed coming through. What are your shots fired? I'm not really firing shots. I'm just, you know, been streaming for 6.5 hours. I don't want to look at my chat and see people complaining and suggesting others that I should cast like other people. I cast how I cast myself, you know? Like, this is my stream. If people don't like it, they can move on. If they get to say what they want on my channel, I get to say what I want back to them, right, guys? Hey, Zeus, thank you so much. The 18-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you for all the support, guys. Just for the game, it was going to be maybe a little bit chill here for a moment. Just want to say, of course, thank you so much, because all your support does help events just like this WardiTV Korean Royale happens, so appreciate it. Thank you so much. Single Zergling is going to come diving by. And you have our Roach Run coming up on both sides of this at the moment, so both players getting that Roach Run going. The Baneling Nest on both sides as well. Everything looking pretty regular here for the moment on Oceanborn. Nothing too crazy just yet. We have ourselves a few more roaches continue to come into play. Just got ourselves the Lings chasing up the Lings. That Ling is going to get chased up into the mains. Just going to be able to get going for that. As we have ourselves another few Lings coming through. Iron and Evolution Chamber continue to come about. The rest of the Lings continuing over. Got that lab about halfway done. Extra roaches are still coming about here. And we have ourselves a lab building. That's going to be the main difference right now. Just got a lair on one side and no lair on the other. Roaches still waddling down the bottom side. A few more Lings gathering up. Have a few Lings go back out the other side here for a moment or two. We're just going to have ourselves the +1 missile attack coming in as well. Again, a couple of spines continue to build. We got ourselves the lair in production. Just going to continue to fire through for the moment. Looking pretty reasonable thus far, obviously, with those spines coming up. Kind of interesting because DRG was the one he's built the lair, so he has to build those spines because otherwise you're afraid that this is just going to be a hatch tech all in. Rainor is now lairing and droning behind this, so he will attack. But I don't think this is going to be like a super dedicated attack either. I mean, because he's already droning and lairing behind it. So like I say, now he almost wants to just force DRG into overcommitting. Best thing DRG would do right now would be cancel those spines because he sees that this army's being pushed back. Not cancel them just means money investment that he's not getting back and he didn't really need. Now, Rainor's going to be behind on +1 missiles. He's not going to be behind on roach speed because DRG didn't put the investment into roach speed. Didn't feel like he could afford to do that just yet. +1 missiles coming through. That roach speed coming up. Overlord speed coming by. Get all of that underway for the moment. Let's get this one going here. So Overseer still flies through. Roaches, all coming about. I'm just going to see a single Overseer still scouting by as well. So again, just going to come into this and move on through. Queen taking a couple shots of damage. +2 missile starts from DRG, so going to just get straight into that continued upgrade advantage that he has from having his +1 earlier initially. Rainor making a drop lord, Roach Ravager on the way. See what he does with this all. He's taking a 4th base too. Overseer still moving around, just up on the top. And +2 missiles, Roach speed building. Hatch coming about as well. And the Evolution Chamber still producing on the side of Rainor, so still getting that Evo Chamber up and running. Again, +2 missiles is on the way in. Roaches, Overlord, Spore Crawler, everything building for the moment. We actually do see a little bit of Roach Ravager fighting happening in the center as well. So just getting that up and rolling too. Corrosive Vials, and those Roaches still getting hit. Continue to go back and forth. As you see, extra Roaches, Ravagers coming up. 8 more Roaches on the way from Rainor. Spinecrawler in production. It is DRG, obviously still trying to fight forwards here. Not sure if he necessarily needs to do much with that, as we just see our Roach Ravager continuing back. The Roach is going to take a lot of shots. And DRG decides to back away. The Drop a Lord on the other side catches a Queen between bases, and now we'll go for some of those drones, just catching one for the moment. Again, Tunneling Claws on the way, the Hydra Den coming up. Just gonna have that Spinecrawler continue to burrow through for the moment. Plus 2 missiles coming. And we do see a lot of Roach Ravager moving across to the other side of the map right here, so away we go. There's Rainor now trying to be the aggressor on the back of his little bit of harassment, just trying to, see if he's opened the door enough for him to get in and get something dealt. Answer is not really. The defense is still looking pretty good from DRG for now. Corrosive Vials continue to zone here, continue to push back. Again, Burrow, Tunneling Claws, plus 2 missiles, all of that being brought through. And we've got ourselves a few Roaches up here, just going to go after some drones as well. Let's see what we get. Roaches moving about here, there, and everywhere. Ravager back down the bottom right-hand side. Still got plus 2 missiles coming through. Groove Spine still on the way. Carapace upgrade, Hydras. All the building, the Overlord or the Drop Lord over here as well coming through. Queen's still about. Just going to push that Overlord, Drop Lord out to the side. Roach Ravager still coming through the center as well. Just going to be seeing our army getting chased out of there. And now a few more Roaches showing up again, so once more it is just going to constantly be Rainor showing up with the harass. DRG has a little bit of harass of his own though. Tunneling Claws is coming through for him, and he is going to deliver a couple of shots here. He is going to net himself some kills, so it's not all about Rainor, harassment-wise. I was about to say, it feels like Rainor's been the one guy harassing the most, but actually DRG shows up just in that moment and says, no, look at me too. Travis still coming in. More army in the center as well. Continue to come about here. And just building. Hive coming up from Rainor. Drones are going to burrow on this natural. More Roaches coming across. Overseer and Hydras come through. Everything's still setting up. Only still on the way as we have ourselves extra drones in production. Hive is building through as well. Roaches are still producing. I mean, I love that we see Hive. Lurkers actually come down from DRG. We could end up in a fairly long ZVZ here if this gets to Lurkers and all the rest of it. Or we could see someone die on the way to Lurkers. That's also a possibility. Rainor just going straight at Hive. If he just gets a Viper or two and then fights with Vipers, that could actually be huge, especially if DRG's investing into Lurkers, and those Lurkers won't even have Lurker upgrades for a long time. His Infestation Pit just finishing soon means he is nowhere near having the Lurker upgrades. It's actually going to start fighting out here a little bit. Obviously already has the Hydras just in play, but Hydras are in kind of a way just a worse Ravager. Without Corrosive Vials, they just do not do as much. And we start to take a little bit of a trade here at the moment, just having our Corrosive Vials still coming through. DRG just died. Holy shit. What? That was a way more one-sided fight than I ever thought was about to happen there. Holy goodness. That was... Yeah, that was like, hey, I'm going to make your army disappear. And that's exactly what Rainor did. As we get ready for Game 3 then. Wow, that was... genuinely actually kind of amazed still just how quickly that army disappeared. Just looking back on it on the YouTube stream, I think just the Hydra's not really getting a chance to do that much. That was the TLDR of it all. Okay, some wild things as we get ourselves ready for another. Get ourselves going into game number 3. DRG and Rainor are going to go the distance side. Delta will be the map. Alright, let's go. Game 3 coming up. DRG didn't have +1 armor at the start of the fight. That's kind of wild if it was just +1 armor. I think the Hydras are also just not as good in that fight as well, though, honestly. I think it was kind of probably a combination of the two. Alright, game 3. We're still playing ZVZ. No more going back to Protoss for Rainor. As in the top left-hand side, the red Zerg is going to be Rainor. Taking on his opponent here, DRG in the bottom right. One more game of ZVZ to determine a win. Like I say, Rainor is chasing down first place in this group. DRG is looking to make playoffs. I mean, this win for DRG would be huge. If he went to... if he won this, he'd be 4-3. Hero 3-3, by the way. With Beyond left to play. So he's actually in danger of not making it. DRG, if he wins this, it puts Solar in a weird spot. Actually, Hero is genuinely in danger of not making this if DRG wins this, no? Can Hero just get knocked out by DRG winning? I think so. I think if DRG wins, Hero is just out of the tournament. Hero, who is our Season 1 champion of the Korean Royale. Wait. I didn't even realize how serious this was right now. I didn't realize Hero was on the verge of elimination. Oh my god, what is happening? This is going to be a bunch of tiebreakers at 4-3, but Hero's map score is terrible, apparently. Oh god, okay, well, okay, we'll talk a bit more about that after the game. We'll just see what the result is looking like. Hatch, Gas, and Pool all coming up. Overlord's just going to meet each other in the middle. No one going super aggressive or anything here to start us out with. What did Neeb win? He won a Casper Cup. Alright, well, a couple queens coming up, Lings coming through. And get set to go. Overlord's on the way out as well here for the moment. We get this all a-rolling. On this Overlord, there's really not much else happening. Feelings are starting to come about. First couple from Rainor already moving across the map here for the moment. Ash will take a couple of nibbles. And a few Link speed coming up on both sides, getting that going. Bane coming through, the Hatchery coming in. So both players kind of starting to go differently here because Rainor gets a Bane Nest and DRG will not. DRG making quite a lot of Lings though. Actually gets a little intriguing. As we do have 16 more Lings coming up in production. A single Zerg here just nibbling at that hatch. All of that continuing through. The Ling is still coming across. It's going to be continued pressure. Again, we made a lot of Lings here as DRG, so this pressure is very much so expected out of him. This is why you would make a lot of Lings, so it makes sense. And that third hatchery of Rainor is just in trouble. Banelings are not ready in time to protect this. This third hatch going down is going to put Rainor in a ton of trouble right from the very start. This is huge. Well, DRG gets a fantastic start here, as he is going to get himself some big points on the board. A couple Banelings over to the side. Queen's pushing back an Overseer for the moment as well. Lings get a wraparound. Hatchery will get cancelled up, so that is going to go down as well. Still got a Queen popping through. The Rotron going down in the front here. The Lings are going to continue across also. They will also try and take something of a position. I mean, just again, getting this base cancelled a second time over. This is Rainor in trouble. Building a Rotron, I mean, you kind of expect him to probably just have to do something fairly all-in from here to be in with any sort of a reasonable shout at kind of getting the job done, but we'll see if he can maybe make something happen as he gets that hatchery underway. Let's get that going as well. Kings and queens move about. Two lings are still moving around as well. Banes chasing around. And Lings is coming through. Feelings getting up into the natural. Extra roaches coming in. Just gonna be seeing that lag coming up. The drones are building. Roaches coming through. Kings and queens continuing across. Spy coming about. +1 missiles coming through. Only from DRG moving out into the center. Roaches are gonna be there. Just gonna continue about here for a couple of moments. Have ourselves that spire, the spines, all of that coming up. Just gonna drop one more spine in the mineral line. There's extra roaches in the bane continue to come through. It's gonna be seeing the roaches, the banes continuing to come about. Roaches firing away. Gonna be seeing our roaches from DRG obviously just gonna be way too powerful. It is looking real good from DRG. I mean, you just cancel the third base up. There's not really much to add to that. That's pretty much just going to do it here. That's going to be GG's. As we have ourselves DRG taking a 2-1 victory over Rainor. I think that's going to eliminate Hero from the competition. That's wild. Wild, wild, wild. Alright, so that is DRG advancing. Hero is officially out. Creator first place. Apparently Rainor guaranteed second as well, even if Rainor loses 0-2 in his last match to Björn. It doesn't make a difference, actually. In fact, none of the final results actually matter. Isn't that lovely? None of the final results matter. Alright guys, I actually think we're going to call it there today. I know we have Björn Hero to kind of do, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to cast Björn Hero and Björn Rainor at the same time next week at some point. So I think we're just going to call it that because I'm getting kind of tired. It's been a long ass day. It's been like 7 hours of casting. So I think we're going to call it there. We'll do that Björn Hero matchup next time. Obviously, again, I appreciate that we were kind of going to try and get through it, but it's just been a long day. We had a lot of downtime earlier. We've had some long games as well. So we're going to be doing that. So thank you so much for understanding. I really appreciate you all being here. We had great viewership over on the YouTube stream today. Thank you everyone that tuned in over there. We had a bit of a hype train. We've had some subs and stuff. We're almost back at 550. So I really appreciate it, guys. So I'm going to head off. I'm going to get some chill time in. I appreciate you all dropping by and hanging out with us. It was a lot of fun. If you did enjoy, obviously, follow, like, subscribe, all the good stuff. Our daily YouTube upload is already up as well, so you can go watch that if you're looking for more content from me right now on the YouTube channel. You can !YT to get a link there from the Twitch chat. We're going to run a set of ads on the outro, and we're going to be going from there. So yeah, set of ads on the outro. We'll host someone up. I appreciate you guys. I'll see you all later. Peace out. Have a good day. I'll see you guys next time. Alright, peace out, guys. Sorry, I was answering casters. Peace out. I'll see you guys next time. You have a great day. I'll see you later.